morning, everybody. That background music, it just makes me want to dance. Got to get this party started for the Traders Conference, day 5. We are in day 5. We have had a great week of learning so far. We have had a lot of great speakers. I hope you have been here throughout the conference and been able to learn from some of these speakers. We do have another great day of learning coming up. So I'm just going to do my technical checks and then I'll be right back with you. Everything's looking pretty good so far. Welcome again. My name is Kelly Clement. Welcome, Greg. As you come into the room, say hello. Tell us where you're coming in from. We're here in beautiful Salt Lake City, where we're seeing the sun for the first time in a few days. So we're excited about that. We're excited for another day of learning. Now, if you're not sure who's going to be speaking today, there's a great way to check. What you can do is go to metastock.com/traders-conference, or you could just go to metastock.com. That's metastock.com. You'll see this banner right here on the homepage. Just click on that banner and it will take you to today's schedule. You just need to click here on Friday just to make sure we're looking at the right day. And we'll be starting with Daniel Sinnig from tradingindicators.com. Then we'll have Kevin Nelson talking about identifying trendline breakouts. Then Mark Leibovit talking about forecasts for the major markets. Ed Downs talking about the power of AI in trading. Then Norm Hallet, and then finally Ken Calhoun. So again, another great day of learning. Now we will be giving out prizes throughout the event. So if you want to register to get any of those prizes, just go to that page, come down here to the bottom, fill out this form, and you'll be entered in for the option to win some prizes. So go ahead and do that. Go to metastock.com, click on that homepage banner, and then just go ahead and register. Now I also did put the link into chat, so if you don't want to type it in, you just click the link out of chat and you'll be good to go. Again, my name is Kelly Clement. I'll be your YouTube host today. I'll be the one here in the background making sure everything's working. We'll keep our fingers crossed that everything works. Jeff Gibby is our conference host. He will be running all of this today, along with all of our great speakers. So I'm going to go ahead and go back and check, make sure everything's up and going, and I'll be back again. Man, everything's looking good this morning. It looks like we are going to fly through the day. So everything's working technically. It looks like we're all ready to go. We've got about a minute to go. Again, as you come into the room, say hello. Tell us where you're coming in from. We'd love to hear from you in chat. Now, the big thing I will tell you guys is feel free to ask questions throughout the presentations, and we will pass them along to the presenters. All of our presenters are happy to answer questions. It's been a great week of learning, and a lot of questions have been asked so far. So keep that up. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and we'll get those over to the presenter. So 1 minute left. I'm going to do my final checks, and we'll be good to go. So I'll check back with you in just a second. Everybody, it looks like we're about 20 seconds from getting started here. Once again, to get registered, go to metastock.com, click on that homepage banner, go ahead and register, and then you will be eligible for the prizes we'll be giving away today. I understand we have some good ones today, so be ready for that by registering. But let's go ahead and get the party started. Have a great day of learning, everybody.
All right, so it's good. I'm ready. And we welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Happy Veterans Day. If you're a veteran, happy Veterans Day to you. I hope you're doing good today. Anyway, let's go ahead and kick things off. I want to welcome everybody for coming. If you're watching, whether it's here on GoToWebinar or here on YouTube, thanks for coming today. Really appreciate it. It's good to see you. And we have a good day full of really good speakers. If you are watching us on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the sessions. If you subscribe to the sessions, you'll be eligible to win valuable prizes that we're going to be giving away all day long. So make sure you like, also make sure you like, and if you like the content that you're getting from us, make sure to subscribe, and then that way YouTube will notify you every time we actually do a session. So good morning, Albeck, Richard, Neil, Rao, Greg, everybody else. It's good to see you. We appreciate your coming in today. Let's read a legal disclaimer. Today's demonstration is designed to instruct you on using MetaStock and the accompanying software plugins. It is not a recommendation to buy or sell, but rather guidelines to interpreting and using specific indicators or features within the software. The information, software, and techniques presented today should only be used by investors who are aware of the risk inherent in trading. And MetaStock should have no liability for any investment decisions based on the use of the software, any trading strategies, or any information provided in connection with the company. So I hope you enjoyed that. Before we get started today, there's two big things I'm going to say. Well, maybe I'll say things to more than that, but I want to thank all of you for coming. TH, you're on the list. You're fine. If you're in GoToWebinar, you've already registered. So that's how I know. So you're definitely on the list. I want to say thank you for coming, all of you. Thanks for all of the presenters we've had up until this week. I'm very happy with how things are working out. Thank you to Stocks and Commodities for sponsoring the event. We've talked about all week long how awesome stocks and commodities are, how supportive they've been, how great of a magazine it is. You know, if you're a member of Stocks and Commodities, every article they've published, 17,000 plus of them, are going to be available for you through their online portal. So that's really cool and a great resource. I want to say really quickly thank you to CMT for also sponsoring the event. We had Tyler on yesterday. He was talking about how having a CMT designation after your name could be very, very helpful for you. And you can learn more about that at cmtassociation.org. Sorry about that. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. You're welcome, TH. And good morning again to Vonda. It's good to see you. Okay. Of course, we're MetaStock. We are doing a special lasting all week where if you sign up for a MetaStock subscription, that will cost you a little bit of an investment of $59, probably $69 if you're here in the US would be the starting point. That'll get you our software. It's been rated #1 in its price category for 29 years in a row. We've talked about how it can help you do scanning and testing, forecast probable price movements, how it can give you real-time commentaries. I mean, I love, if you haven't actually done the upgrade to 18 yet, I'd really recommend that too. I love the snappiness and the sharpness and the good looks of the new charting engine. But if you want to get a trial, if you've never used MetaStock before, go to metastock.com/conf promo and you can sign up for a free trial. If you're interested, or an extended trial, I mean, where you buy a month and get the second and third month for free, you can also give us a call at 800-882-3040 or metastock.com/sales chat. Also, if you're interested in like getting the new version, you've seen like all of the pretty charts we've been using all week, give us a call. The new charting engine is awesome and you should be upgraded to it. It's really, really, honestly, one of my favorite upgrades. So, and I've been here forever. So in any case, metastock.com/conf promo, 800-882-3040 or metastock.com/sales chat. Feel free to reach out to us at any point during today. We'll be here all day. So our first presenter is Daniel Sinnig. Daniel is a great programmer. He's created some really, really cool systems for MetaStock, and he's going to talk to you about them. We've had him in the room several times. His Power Bundle 360 has been very, very popular so far. And let's go ahead and get you started. Daniel, how are you doing?
Yes. Hi. Good morning. Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, everyone. I'm doing good. Good to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me too? Okay, great. Perfect.
All right. Let me go ahead and send you the presenter. You do sound great. Audience coming through really good.
Perfect. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Just give me a second. Oops. Probably shared the wrong one.
All right. We can see it.
Perfect.
Oh,
all right.
Not anymore. Okay, there it is. It's back. Okay. Don't touch it.
Great. All right. So yeah, welcome everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. And I'm super excited to be here today, not only because it's always fun to be at MetaStock events. It's so well organized. It's fun to listen to Jeffrey and all the amazing speakers throughout the event. So this is one reason why I'm excited, but there's another reason actually, because we have just now released our latest generation for our Power Bundle, which basically just this week, and you are the first ones to see it from MetaStock. It has not been published anywhere else, not been presented anywhere, not even internally to our own group. This is the first time we're announcing it to the world, and I'm very excited to talk about this today. And to honor this big announcement, we also have a very complicated title today for this presentation. It's called Market Hacking and Self-Optimizing Indicators. Phish your odds before entering a trade. It's a mouthful, I know, and probably have to work on maybe making it a bit simpler in the future, but we're going to dissect this title together today, because every single word in here, like market hacking, has a meaning, optimization has a meaning, knowing your odds. So everything has its place of what I'm going to present today. And if you're wondering, if you don't know what phishing means, like spelled like this, of PH, it's a term used, in cybersecurity or in the hacking community, and it denotes the action of using illegal tricks to extract personal information from someone. This could be your online banking password, for example, or your credit card number. Now, what we're going to do today, of course, will be completely legal, but we're trying to see if we can extract some secret information about the market, which will help us make better trading decisions. This is why we use that term Phish, because it's somewhat hidden, but we're going to show you today how it can be done to give you an advantage in your trading. All right, so let's get started. But before I dive into the market, let's talk about poker. It's early morning, maybe a bit too early to start right with trading. let's look at something easy first to break the ice. So I'm sure most of you have seen a poker broadcast in the past, either on the internet or on TV, and typically it looks like this. So you can see the remaining players in the hand. In this case, there are 2 players left. 4 cards have been dealt. The 5th card is yet to be dealt. And before this card is shown, each player has the chance to wager, depending on how confident he is to win this pot. And if he's confident, he would wager more. If he's not very confident, he perhaps would wager less or fold altogether. And what you can also see here is the odds for each player to win this hand. But these odds are not known to the actual players. They're only shown on TV for the viewers. But the players don't know it. And the reason why they don't know it is because they don't know what the other player's hand is, what the cards are. If, however, the player would know it, for example, because it's a card cheat or a fraud, he could calculate these odds. And guess what? Let's just imagine for 1 second, if this was possible, how would you play poker? What would you do? Of course, you would only wager or wager big if the odds are in your favor, and perhaps fold if the odds are not in your favor. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to win this hand, but in the long run, you're going to have a statistical advantage over the other player, and you will win the tournament in the long run. All right, so we're thinking, is it possible perhaps to apply the very same concept to the world of trading? So for example, is it possible to pre-calculate before entering a trade what the odds are of winning the next trade? Again, before entering into it. Now, this is the question we've been investigating over many years now. And today I'm going to show you our latest finding about this topic. In other words, if you knew as a trader what the odds are of having a successful trade before entering it, what would you do? And I believe the answer is quite clear again. You would only take the trade if the odds are in your favor, and you would not take the trade if the odds are against you. And sometimes not taking a trade is the best trading advice that you can get. All right. So, and what we're going to reveal today is our latest generation of our Power Bundle 360, which is a set of 3 self-aware trading indicators which use intelligence to predict the odds of your next trade. And this all happens before you will enter the trade. All right, so I hope you're all psyched up, and let's get started on this presentation. Now, before I get started, maybe a few words about who I am. As Jeffrey mentioned, my name is Daniel Sinnig, and I'm the managing partner of tradingindicators.com, which is our online store. Now, on our online store, you'll find all kinds of nice trading products, such as indicators, as the name suggests, but you also find trading tools and other things like dashboards, for example. But I should mention that my career actually did not start in trading. I'm actually a software engineer by training. My objective was for the longest time to become a university professor. And I went through all the loops that you have to go. I went, did all the degrees. I did my PhD here in Canada at Montreal. I was teaching various courses in software engineering. I did research in software engineering. I even have a radio professor profile. So if you're interested in seeing how my former students have ranked me, mostly quite well, sometimes a bit more, questionable. You can check out my profile at ratemyprofessor.com. Just simply look for my name, Sinnig, and you'll see it. But while I was at university and doing research in software engineering, I was always fascinated by the world of trading. And so I started trading myself, mostly on the site. And of course, when you start off, you make all the beginner mistakes. At least I did. I overtraded. I took too much risk. I revenge traded. I held on to losing trades for too long. You name it, I've probably done it. And after donating quite a bit of money to the market, I came to the hard realization, man, trading is hard and I need help. And for me as a software engineer, needing help meant I need better trading tools. So I started programming. I started writing trading tools which would help me personally in my own trading. And this is really how the story behind tradingindicators.com started. Most of the tools in our online store, they actually were first developed for our own trading. And only once we found them useful for ourselves, we broadcasted them on our store. We published them there in the hope that they will become useful for other traders as well. So in the beginning, it was mostly me who wrote all these different indicators and strategies, but by now we do have a great team which consists of UX designers, software engineers, traders, mathematicians. And our mission really is to build helpful tools, intelligent tools, which will help you to make better trading or investment decisions. We not only offer indicators, we also now offer dashboards, smart apps, automated strategies, scanners, and so forth. And two of my colleagues and partners are today online as well, Homer and Niklas. And if you have any questions, please make sure you write them in the chat, because Homer and Niklas will be manning the chat and they will look out for any questions and get back to you and perhaps bring them to my attention if needed. So don't be shy. The more questions, the better it is. All right, so let's get started. Perhaps really quick, the disclaimer. Jeffrey already mentioned it for MetaStock, but from our end as well. As you know, trading is risky and not for everyone. If you trade, make sure you only risk capital, which is defined as capital that if you lose it, should you lose it, it will not affect your lifestyle. Now, when it comes to backtest results or hypothetical performance, keep in mind that these are not necessarily indicative of future performance. Okay, so with this being said, let's get started. I'm just going to switch off my camera because I want you to see the entire chart and all the examples that we have in full resolution, because it's going to make it a bit easier. Okay. Now, a little bit of a preview of what's going to happen. This is going to be my trade suggestion of the day, the trade that I will consider taking today. It's for Ford Motors, and I'm considering going long Ford at market price, depending on how the market opened this morning, with target at 15.95 and stop loss at 12.69. And we're going to discover together how I identified this trade using our Power Bundle 360 and using MetaStock. So this is just a bit of a preview of what to expect at the end of this presentation. Now, so this is what we're gonna do. And but before we do this, let me go back to our original question, which was: is it possible to pre-calculate the odds of your next trade before entering it? Now, we have come up to tackle this problem with a technology which we call instant efficiency technology, or IET in short, which will calculate directly on the chart, or in case of MetaStock, in your expert commentary window, what the odds are, or what the odds have been, what the odds have been, historically speaking, for your long entries and for your short entries. So for example, in this case, the odds would tell you that historically speaking, long trades have been 91.67% successful and short trades have been 87.5% successful. So now, let's say you knew these odds, which are based on historical data. What can you do with it? And the next question would be, well, since these odds are based on backtest results, they're based on historical data, how useful are these odds in fact? Because you hear it all the time. Historical performance is not necessarily indicative of future performance. So there's probably a reason for this, to have this in the disclaimer. So why should you trust these odds that they're actually going to have some predictive power for moving into the future, since they're based on historical data? And of course, we also were skeptical at first. So we start investigating. And we came to the conclusion, I'm going to tell you in a second why that is, that these odds, even though they are built on historical data, they do have predictive power. And we do believe that they will help you in the end to make truly informed trading decisions. You would only take a trade if the odds are in your favor, and you would avoid the trade if the odds are against you. And as mentioned before, sometimes not taking a trade is the best trading advice that you can get. Now, so why do we believe this? Why did we come to this conclusion that these odds actually do have predictive power? Well, we've done some research. So we went back to the drawing board, we went back to our lab, and we conducted a very comprehensive back test just to prove our point. And what we've done is we had created, for the sake of this disproving, a swing trading system, which was running on the 1 hour chart. And we let it run from the beginning of 2022, from January 2022, up until the end of October. The average trade duration, because this being a swing trading system, was about 1 week. So each trade lasted more or less 1 week. And it was not just focused on one particular asset, but we tested across 84 big US stocks, such as Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, IBM, and so forth. And over the course of this back test, 6,827 entry signals, both long and short, were generated. And then we look at the results. So we look at the result as a portfolio. What if we had traded all these signals at the same time? Now, and he was our initial finding. Well, as you can see, had we taken every single trade signal, so 6,827 signals resulting in 6,827 trades, this would have been the performance. And we call this the unfiltered performance, because we would have taken every single signal, no matter what. Doesn't look very good, doesn't look very promising. It's a losing system. Not great. But then we rerun our back test. And this time around, we only took the signals where our historical statistics at the time of the signal were in our favor. And this was the result. It's a difference of day and night. We call this, we only took the sweet spot trades. The trades where the historical statistics at the time of the signal, not at the end of the whole back test, because that would be cheating, but at the time of the signal, if these statistics were in our favor, we took the trade. And if not, we avoided the trade. So this resulted of that about 2/3 of all trades were filtered out, and we only took 1/3 of the trades, which we call the sweet spot trades. And the performance has been significantly better than before. If you contrast this to this, it's a big difference. And this gave us a lot of confidence that we were on the right track, that our statistics, even though based on historical data, do have predictive power moving forward. All right. So back to what we now have done with these statistics. So we actually have integrated the stats into our set of indicators, which we now brand as the Power Bundle 360. And we do hope that with the help of these indicators and these stats, you will now have all the tools that you need to make truly informed trading decisions before you enter the trade, obviously. And these 3 indicators combined in our Power Bundle 360. And we call it the 360 because it gives you a 360 of the entire market. Not only it covers every market condition, from trending markets to reversing markets to sideways markets, but also caters to different trading styles. So whether you're a trend following trader or a reversal trader or perhaps a breakout trader, you will find an indicator in our package that will suit your trading style. Now, what are these indicators? So our first one is called 1, 2, 3 strike. This is our trend following indicator. And that will give you an entry signal if a strong trend is identified. And the strong trend is identified when 3 things come together, which is directionality, volatility, and increased volume. And if all these things come together, a signal is given. So this is for 1, 2, 3 strike. The second indicator is divergence cloud. Now, as the name suggests, divergence, what's based on divergence. And if you're familiar with the concept, divergence is a telltale sign that a trend reversal or a pullback might be imminent. Now, we have based our divergence cloud indicator on a very unique form of divergence, which is called volatility momentum divergence. It's been developed in our lab. It's proprietary to our approach, and it basically contrasts price action or price movement with underlying volatility. And if there's a discrepancy, we have either bullish or bearish divergence. And how this looks on the chart, we're going to discover in just a second. And then indicator number 3 is called volatility crusher, an indicator designed to identify strong breakouts. And we consider a breakout as strong if it's lasting, meaning that price will continue in the direction of the breakout for quite some time longer. And we as traders can take advantage of this because you would enter simply in the direction of the breakout to take advantage of this. All right, and as mentioned before, all of these 3 indicators come with our proprietary IET or instant efficiency technology, which will show you directly in MetaStock without having the need to conduct a system test. the backtest statistics, the success statistics, historically speaking. Now, how does this work? So let's just switch over to MetaStock. So I'm going to open up a MetaStock chart. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to drag it into my window. And we're going to start with a chart, a daily chart of Align Technology. And it's a daily chart. And what we can see here is that 1, 2, 3 strike, our trend following indicator, has been applied to the chart. And the first thing you probably notice are these greenish and reddish candle coloring. These are indication to you of whether we're currently in an uptrend or we are currently in a downtrend. It's as simple as this. In addition to the candle coloring, you also see these bigger arrows on the chart, which are either, if they are green or long entries, or if they are reddish and downward facing, they are short entries. So these are indications for you of whether a strong uptrend or a strong downtrend has been identified, and you may want to enter into this trend direction. In addition to every entry, the indicator also comes with exit suggestions. These are these smaller arrows here, as you can see. This is basically when you should close out the trade. And sometimes for an entry, we have multiple exit suggestions. This all can be configured in the parameters of this indicator. And for example, here for this short entry, we have one partial exit here, one partial exit here, and another partial exit here. This is where you would book your profits to take some risk off the market. And here we have another example for a short entry with a partial exit, another partial exit, a partial exit here, and finally our final exit at this point. And if I just zoom in a little bit, you probably can see that the partial exit are called SPE, short partial exit. And once we're completely done, we're closing out the position, we can see SFE, short final exit. This is how we denote the different exits in our trading system. All right, and we can also see one last example that we just recently, this is a daily chart, in September, we had a short entry for this symbol, and we're still in this trade. We had 3 partial exits already, all in profit, and we're now waiting for the final exit to close out this trade. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3 strike. But there's one thing I haven't shown you yet, the statistics. So how can we see these in MetaStock? For this, you simply need to open up the expert commentary. And you can do this by right-clicking on the chart, go to Expert Advisor, and go to Commentary. This will open up a little sub-panel you can see here. And one of the very first items that you see is our instant efficiency statistics. And here you can see how well, historically speaking, our trade signals have been working out. And we can see, for example, that for our long trades, 63% of the signals have been winners. And for our short trades, 73% of the short trades have been winners. And this will give you, as a trader, very important information, because you would only enter into a trade if the odds are in your favor. And if the odds are bad, perhaps you have an efficiency rating of less than 50% or less than 40%, you would just not follow the signal. Why would you? It hasn't been working out in the past, so chances are it will not work out in the future as well. So just ignore it. Contrary, if a signal has been working out nicely in the past, chances are it will continue to work out, and you might consider following these signals. So just in this case, we also can see that short trades in our look back period have been working out better than long trades. And as you can also take advantage of this information. Perhaps you would only follow the short trades and maybe not so much the long trades. All right, so this is 1, 2, 3 strike. But let me move on to our next indicator, which is divergence cloud. So for this, I will switch over to a different chart. In this case, it's going to be First Republic. Again, it's a daily chart, and all the examples I'm going to be giving today are for the daily chart. It doesn't mean that our indicators only work on the daily chart. In fact, they work on any time frame, any asset class, and any chart type. So, but just for the case of this example, I'm only going to focus on the daily chart, but you can easily also use our indicators on the intra-day timeframes. Okay, so here we have a daily chart of First Republic Bank, and our divergence cloud indicator is applied to the chart. Probably the first thing that you will notice is that we also do have some candle coloring. Let me just zoom in a little bit. It's a bit bigger. So we have candle coloring, and we have this little ribbon below the chart. And if you look carefully, the coloring and the ribbon color always match up. And this is by design. And in this case, the candle coloring does not denote trend, as we had with 1, 2, 3 strike. Instead, it denotes divergence. And if the candle coloring is greenish, it denotes bullish divergence. And if the candle or ribbon coloring is reddish, it denotes bearish divergence. And some traders, they purely use this candle coloring as a filter for their own trading system. For example, they would only consider a long trade if it also coincides with bullish divergence, or they would only take a short trade if at the same time we have bearish divergence. So this can be used very nicely as an additional filter for your own trading system. Nonetheless, divergence could also come with its own signals, and similarly to 1, 2, 3 strike, the bigger arrows denote entries. For example, here we have a long entry, and the bigger red arrows denote short entries. And again, we also have our partial exit. So here, for example, we had a long entry with 1, 2, 3, 4 partial exit up until the final exit here. Same for this short entry here. We had 1 short entry and 1, 2 partial exits. And then we would close out the position when a signal in the opposite direction comes along. And of course, also divergence cloud comes with its own statistics. And here we can see, for example, that historically speaking, for our look back period, 78% of our long trades have been successful, and 78% of the short trades, quite similar, have been successful. And so it worked quite nicely in both directions. All right, so our third indicator is volatility crusher. So let me open up yet another chart, which is ADM, Archer Daniels. And here we have volatility crusher applied to the chart. And it looks a little bit different from the other indicators. So let me just explain to you how this one works. So for this indicator, volatility crusher, we again have our long entries, the bigger arrows, or short entries. But for this one, we only have 2 profit targets. So this is hard-coded, and this is by design, because in our research, we determined that, letting a breakout trade continue for too much longer is not the best approach, and maybe not so profitable. We want to close it out fairly quickly after the breakout occurs. This is why we only have 2 targets here. Once they're both hit, we close out the trade. So for example, here we had a long entry, we hit our first target shortly after, and we hit the second target at this point here. This indicator also comes with a trailing stop. So for example, you can see it here. It's written out in the commentary. We currently have a long position. You can see it here. So we entered long here. We hit our target just recently. And we can also see in the commentary that we set our stop loss at this point at $79.56, which is somewhere around here. So we're still on this trade. We didn't get stopped out, but it's a trailing stop. So you might be wondering, okay, if it's at 79, shouldn't we have gotten stopped out here? Not necessarily, because as price moves in the direction that we want, we are tightening our trailing stop. So this is very particular to this indicator. And this indicator personally is my favorite one because it fits very nicely my trading style. I like to, take trades and close them out rather quickly. This has the big benefit of, first of all, taking risk off the market because you're not in that trade anymore. But secondly, having a relatively close profit target also leads to the fact that you have typically a much higher success rate than the opposite. For example, if your target is very far away, perhaps your stop is very near, then your success rate might not be so high. You might still be profitable because your winners will outpace your losers, but your success rate will be quite low. And psychologically speaking, this might not be the right approach for you. For me, it's not. This is why I like this indicator the best because, it has a really high percentage here. We can see it's at 91%, so 9 out of 10 trades are winners. For this particular example, it just feels good to have multiple winners in a row. Okay. So this was 1 to 3 strike. Now, I hope I could just give you an idea of how our indicators work, but we're not done yet. So let me quickly go back to my slides. All right, so what's next. So hopefully you were able to see that the statistics are useful because they will allow you to make informed trading decisions. Sometimes they will encourage you to take a trade if the odds are in your favor. Sometimes they will, well, not encourage you, they will prevent you from taking a bad trade, which is just as important because, as mentioned before, sometimes not taking a trade is the best trading advice that you can get. But there's one more thing what these odds are really useful for. They will allow you to find the best parameters for your indicators to use. So just like any other indicator, like the moving average indicator or the RSI indicator or the stochastics indicator, also our indicators come with parameters, which can be changed. And once you change them, it will change the signals of the indicator. But how do we know which parameters are the best? And trying these out manually, changing a couple of parameters, reapplying the indicator to the chart, checking out what the signals are, well, that's tedious. But luckily now we do have our statistics, which will give you instant feedback of how well a parameter change has been working out. But yet, doing all these things manually is a little bit challenging for most traders and investors. And more importantly, it is super, super tedious. At least for me, change a parameter, see if it improved the statistics or not. If doing this manually over and over again for every symbol that you're considering and for every time frame that you're considering, oh man, this is just taking too much time. And more importantly, it will prevent you from focusing on trading. You're just going to fiddle around with the parameters in the hope to find the best combination of them to dial the indicator into the symbol as good as possible. But this is super tedious. And if it's too tedious, chances are you will, first of all, not do it. Or secondly, it will distract you from your actual job, taking good trades. Now, we have come with a solution for this, which we call auto optimization. This is just with this new generation, which we just published today for the first time. We have integrated into our MetaStock Power Bundle version an auto optimization feature, which, as the name suggests, will find the best parameters for you, so that you don't have to do it. You no longer need to manually fiddle around with the parameters. The indicator will do it for you. All right, I hope this sounds exciting. May I show you how this works? So let me quickly go back to the Power Bundle 360. And in this case, I'm going to go back to our latest generation. So what you've seen so far was the older version. Now let me reveal to you, a bit of suspense, the latest generation of our Power Bundle. So back to the chart. All right, and I'm going to start with our first symbol. If you remember, we had a symbol with aligned technology where 1, 2, 3 strike was applied. And here we can see that our long efficiency was at 63% and our short efficiency was at 73%. And this was generated based on the default configuration of this indicator. And if you're wondering what is the default configuration, it's actually quite easy to see. You simply go to the Functions tab up here. Just drag down the dialog. You go down to our Power Bundle 360 and you go to the 1, 2, 3 strike settings indicator. You double click on it and it will show you which values for the parameters of the indicators have been used. For example, here you can see that for the volume period parameter, a value of 34 was used. For volatility period, it was 7. Long exits 4, and so forth. So these were the default parameters, and the statistics were generated based on these parameters. But of course, the question is, are there perhaps better parameters to use for this indicator so you get better results? That's a valid question. And as I mentioned before, previously, what you need to do is to manually change them, reapply the indicator to the chart to see if it improved anything. Well, this is no longer needed. Let me show you how. So for this, I'm going to remove this old indicator from the chart. I'm going to detach it. And I will now apply our latest version of the indicator. So attach. I'm going to go to Power Bundle. Power Bundle 360. I'm going to apply 1, 2, 3 strike AO to it. And AO, if you're wondering, stands for auto optimization. So I'm going to apply it, and it will now recalculate the indicator. And just let's focus on the odds first once it's recalculated. So let me scroll down. It looks a little bit different here in the commentary, but you can see now that our statistics have improved to 95% on the long direction and 79% in the short direction in our optimization period and across the entire chart, which also includes out of sample data, which was not considered during the optimization. Our efficiencies have improved to 78% and 74%. Wow, this is great. So which configuration was used for this? Which parameters were determined to give us these results? Well, we can see them here. So in this optimization, we determined that for volume period, which is one of our parameters, a value of 15 was optimal. For volatility period, also 15. For fast MA period, 15, and so forth. So this was determined automatically. And the way we've done it is by trying out all kinds of configuration. In this case, 144 configurations were tried out to come up with these results. And you may say, oh, only 144, that doesn't sound a lot. Good point. This is because we used our simplified optimization mode here. And in fact, we have built in 3 different optimization modes. Simplified is the fastest one, which would try out around 155 configurations. The second fastest one, or the second most comprehensive one, is called standard, which would try out around 500 combinations. And we have exhaustive, which will try out around more than 1,000 different combinations for this particular indicator. And depending on what your preference is, you can either choose between simplified, standard, or exhaustive. But of course, if you use the exhaustive one, for example, it will take just a bit longer to apply the indicator to the chart because more computing is needed to figure out what is the best configuration. Okay, so this was a 1, 2, 3 strike. Well, let me go back to our next example, which is Divergence Cloud. We had it applied to First Republic Bank. This is the old indicator, so let's apply now the new one to it. And here, please note that our old statistics were at 78% across the board. So I'm going to go to Expert Advisors. I will detach it, and I will now apply our new version, which is called Divergence Cloud AO. All right, it's the latest version, AO for auto optimization. I will apply it to the chart, and after a few seconds, it will be calculated. And now we can see that the optimized version of Divergence Cloud has been applied. And if we scroll down, we can see here what were the settings that were deemed to be optimal. And we can also see what were the statistics in our optimization period. And again, you can see that these have increased because now more optimal parameters have been used for this particular indicator. All right, great. So maybe just one more example. Let me go to our Archer-Daniels indicator. It's loading up. And again, I will remove it from the chart. I will remove the old version and reapply the new version to it. It's called Volatility Crusher AO, as you may have guessed. I will apply it to the chart. And again, after a few seconds, you will see the optimization results. As you can see here, we had fewer trades, which may make sense because the indicator now has become more selective and only took the trades which had the highest odds of succeeding. And we can see that, well, in our look back period, we had a success rate of 93% for long and 100% for short trades. And across all bars, which also include, as mentioned before, out of sample bars, which were not considered during the optimization, we had a success rate of almost 90% across the board. So quite impressive. All right. So I hope you can understand or you see the potential of having auto optimization available to you. Now, if you don't, you might ask yourself the question, well, auto optimization, is there curve fitting involved? It has this bad flavor to it that with optimization you may introduce curve fitting where you optimize for an historical period and it may not work out moving forward. This is why in our expert commentary, we always also give you the out of sample statistics, which are the statistics which include optimized bars and non-optimized bars. And ideally, you want to see the statistics out of sample fairly similar to the ones used during the optimization. All right, So just to sum up, our Power Bundle 360 in its latest generation comes with 3 indicators: 1 to 3 strike, divergence, cloud, and volatility crusher. Each of these indicators will give you clear entry signals, but they will also give you exit suggestions, because once you're in a trade, you need to manage it. You need to eventually close it out. Our indicators will work on any time frame. They work for any asset class, so be it stocks, ETFs, Forex, cryptos, futures. They will run everywhere, and they will run on every chart type and time frame. So whether you are a swing trader or a day trader or a scalper or an investor, you can use these indicators. They also come with our real-time statistics, which will show you either on the chart or either in the expert commentary what were the historical success rates of the long and short entry signals, which will help you to make truly informed trading decisions. And now, with our latest generation, we also included auto optimization, which is a feature which will determine the best parameters for you. It will do the heavy lifting for you. And I believe this is a humongous time saver, so that you don't have to fiddle around with the parameters. It will just be chosen for you, so you can focus on your trading. Okay, now one more thing to cover. It is also very exciting, and this will also show to you how I came up with the trade of the day, with the 4th trade, which I showed originally in the beginning of the presentation. And the question is, we've seen the indicator applied to a couple of charts. That's nice, okay, look quite okay. But how do we know which symbols currently have signals? How do we know this? Well, I could either apply my indicators to all the different symbols I'm interested in, which is again very tedious, or I could use the MetaStock scanner. MetaStock is super powerful when it comes to scanning. It's probably the most powerful scanning tool, at least the one that I'm aware of. And why not leverage the MetaStock scanner? Okay, so let's do this. So back to our MetaStock installation, and let me drag in now a different window. All right, so we have it here. And what I've done here, before I start this presentation, I had run a couple of scans using MetaStock based on our Power Bundle indicators. And in fact, I've ran exactly 6 scans, as you can see here. And the beauty about MetaStock is, well, first of all these scans are predefined for you. So they come with the package. So if you get the Power Bundle 360 for MetaStock, all these scans, all these system explorations, they are built into it. So you don't have to define it yourself. That's already cool. But the other cool thing about MetaStock is that you can batch automate all these scans. So what I've done this morning, I just defined all these 6 scans. I put them together into a MetaStock job. I clicked start. Half an hour later, I came back. They were all completed without any intervention by me, just on mathematically. I could just now focus on the results. So let's have a look at one of these scan results. So let's see what this first scan is all about. This first scan was done on the 1, 2, 3 strike indicator, and it was a scan performed to see which symbols currently have a long or a short entry signal. And just to give you a bit more context about this scan, I more or less used the S&P 500 stocks and a couple of Dow Jones stocks and NASDAQ stocks as my scan universe. So roughly 600, 700 stocks were scanned through, and here are the results. So for 1, 2, 3 strike, we can see the results here. And the first 2 columns after the name are long signal or short signal. When long signal has a 1 in the scan results, if I sort by this, it means this stock currently has a long entry signal at the last bar. And if it has a 1 next to the short signal column, it means this signal currently does have a short entry signal. Now, let's have a look at some of these signals here. So let me sort by long entry signal. We can see that we had quite a few signals, probably like 20, 30 signals. Now, the next question is, well, we have 30 signals. Which one should I focus on? Well, good question. We have an answer to this because we include in our scan results directly for you to see what are the historical success rates for the long and short entry signals. So you can see it right here. There's no need to open up the chart first. You will first you will see it right in the scan results. So for example, here we could see for me just pick one here. Let's see, Caesars Entertainment, which currently has a long signal. We can see that in the optimization period, we had 90% success rate for the long signals and 80% success rate for the short signals. And for the entire bars on the chart, which also includes out of sample data, we had a success rate of 78% for the long direction and 76% of the short direction. This is exactly what I meant previously. Here, our optimized statistics and the overall statistics are quite close. And this is what I would like to see, because this gives me an indication that this optimization did not do any curve fitting, because out of sample and in sample data are quite similar. And this is what I'd like to see. So let's open up this chart. So I'm going to go back to, I'm going to open this chart. Hopefully this will open up. Let me just go here. There we go. It's open. And we can see that indeed we did have, let me just make this a little bit bigger. Oh, and I think we just get an alert. No, there we go. And indeed, we can see here that we did have, just close the expert commentary for 1 second. We did have an entry signal at the end of yesterday's daily bar. And we could have taken this trade here, this long entry trade. And so you can see here, we already did have a nice market follow through when the market opened this morning. So this is, as you can see, the trade, the scan result give me a stock which currently has a long entry signal. And now what I can also do is I can verify by looking at my expert commentary that the statistics in the scan results will match up the statistics on the chart. And if you scroll down here, we can see that indeed we did have a long efficiency of 90%, just like the scan results showed you. And out of sample, we had 78% in the long direction. So they were quite similar. And this could be a trade that I might want to consider taking. Perhaps a reason why I may not want to take this trade is because it's right near this resistance zone to the upside, which perhaps limits the upside potential of this trade. But nonetheless, the follow through today is quite encouraging. This could be a trade that you might want to consider. I've identified this trade by doing an automated scan using MetaStock for our power bundle indicators for 1 to 3 strike in this case, and by consulting these statistics here, which was super fast because I could identify this trade in a couple of minutes. And you can do this for any of the other indicators in our bundle. You can do this for divergence cloud, and you can do this also for volatility crusher. Now,
Daniel,
yes,
could I interject for a sec? I have a really interesting question here from Dugan. What kind of results would we see if we apply all 3 indicators to only 1 symbol instead of 3 symbols for 3 indicators?
I'm not sure I completely understand this question, but for sure you can apply, so MetaStock, what you would need to do, and I hope I understand this question correctly, you can only apply 1 export per chart. So that's the limitation of MetaStock. So there's so right now here we have 1 to 3 strike applied. I cannot attach, or maybe I can. No, I believe it replaces it. I cannot attach another indicator to it. So it's just one expert advisor per chart. I hope this answers the question. I'm not sure if it does, but perhaps.
I think the question is more around the lines of what is the difference between taking the results from 1 indicator versus 3 indicators?
Okay, so
for multiple symbols.
Right. Well, again, I hope I understand this question correctly. So let's say you had a symbol where both divergence cloud and 1 to 3 strike would give you an entry signal, or would have long entries within a very short period of time. This to me would be an extra conviction that for this particular symbol, there's more confluence and more conviction that the trade will work out, because both 2 indicators will give you a similar signal. So we call this confluence. And if this happens, this is stronger evidence that this trade may work out. Any other questions, Noah?
No, that's good for now. Thanks, Daniel.
Okay, great. All right, so let me quickly go back to my slides because I'm slowly running out of time as well. And let me just mention something else. So what you've seen here actually is what we call generation 3 scanning. What do I mean by this? And just to make it very clear of what we've accomplished here. So generation 1 scanning is what most people do. They apply the same settings for your scan, so the same indicator settings will be used for your scan, and you see all the entry sequence or for short and long trades with no differentiation of whether, historically speaking, these signals had worked out or not. Just get long entries and short entry signals. That's it, and the same configuration was used. Generation 2 pushes this one step further. We've seen this here as well, where along with the scan results, you also see how well, historically speaking, these signals have been working out, allowing you as a trader to differentiate between different signals, between different symbols, and trying to find the ones which are most promising. Because you as a trader would focus on the ones which, historically speaking, would have worked out or did work out the best. Why wouldn't you? But then we actually pushed it one step further, which we call generation 3 scanning. Because what we've done here, just to make it very crystal clear, we have performed a scan where for each symbol in our scanning universe, a different and optimal parameterization was used. So instead of using the same parameter settings for each symbol, which is kind of a one-size-fits-all approach, which might not be ideal, we actually have used, with our optimization technology, the optimal configuration for every symbol. Basically, or in other words, we have used a different parameterization for every symbol to come up with signals for a particular symbol which were generated based on an optimal parameterization. And we call this generation 3 scanning. I hope this made sense. Perhaps I can at some point explain a bit more, but this is really a new level of scanning and precision scanning, what we have accomplished here. And this was possible because of our optimization feature, and secondly, because of MetaStock's very powerful scanning utility. All right, so mentioning or talking about MetaStock, our indicators are built and optimized for MetaStock. Not only will they give you crystal clear entry and exit signals, they will also give you real-time statistics directly in the expert commentary. And now we also have optimization. But with our Power Bundle 360, you will also get predefined explorations, which will show you which symbols currently have open trades or which symbols currently have a new entry signal. So you have different explorations for this. And on top of all this, we also include system tests, which are basically automated back tests and optimizations or system test optimizations for MetaStock, all predefined for you. Now, if you're wondering, are these indicators for me? Well, then perhaps ask yourself the question, are you a trader or an investor who believes in using intelligent and advanced tools to make better trading decisions? If your answer is yes, then I believe these indicators will be suitable for you. If you're a trader or investor who wants to have an easier life, I'm one of them, for sure, then also these indicators will be for you, because with the auto optimization, you no longer have to fiddle around with the parameters. And as mentioned before, this is a huge time saver. And finally, if you want to get better trading results or portfolio results, I believe these indicators will also help you. Now, real quick, back to my trade. Why did I identify Ford? I know I'm running out of time, Jeffrey, so I'm going to come to the conclusion now. Why did I pick Ford? Very easy. I used the exact same recipe. I'm just going to quickly go back one more time to my scan results. Of the scan results, I considered the 1 to 3 strike results. And we can see here that Ford Motors does have a long entry signal, which was identified by the scan. I did like a lot the statistics, which were very close to each other. So the in-sample statistics match very close to the out-of-sample statistics. And when looking at the chart, and maybe I'm just going to quickly go back one more time to my MetaStock chart, if I can find it. There we go. And if I open up Ford, I like this trade because once this opens up, it has some room to the upside. So I believe the next resistance level is around here. This is where I put my target around $16. And I put my stop at this support level here, which were price bounced up once. And I believe risk reward is fairly close to each other. It's around 1-to-1. There's some room to the upside. I do like the statistics. So this would be my trade of the day, identified mainly through using our Power Bundle 360 and the powerful MetaStock scanner. All right. So that's a trade I might be considering taking right now after this presentation. And well, this wraps it up. I'll just maybe perhaps mention, and Jeffrey, if you want to take over, that we do offer the Power Bundle with auto optimization for MetaStock for life at the price of $9.95. And this bundle will include auto optimization. It will include our IET statistics. In the expert commentary, you get, of course, 1 to 3 strike, divergence cloud, and volatility crusher. And on top of all this, you will get pretty cool training goodies, which we call it, which is our ebook on how our notion of divergence works. We do have a masterclass recorded that you will get, and in our tech talks, which happen every second Friday, you will get all the ins and outs about how to really use the indicators with MetaStock, how to get the most out of it. All right, Jeffrey.
You ready for some questions?
I am, if you have time. Yes.
Yeah. Well, let's go quick. Daniel, let's see. Oh, actually, I don't see it. We did have a question. Raj in the YouTube chat wanted to know, how can you control emotion in live trading? So do you have any advice around that?
Oh, yeah. See, yes, for me, if I'm getting emotional about a trade, the answer is very simple. I risk too much. My position size is too big. Every single trade I take, I use a position size where I'm comfortable with it. So basically, I have no emotions. It's small enough where it doesn't affect me.
Cool. And then let's see. We had a question earlier, and I don't know who it was asked it, but do they recommend that you, when you get a signal out of one of your methodologies, would you recommend that you buy it on the next day's open, on the current bar's close? Is there a recommendation around that you have?
Yeah, if it's on a daily chart, what I would do is first of all, I would get the signal once the market is closed, so I can't take it at this point. And I would not put a market order for the next day in. I would first of all see if there's any gaps on the next day, either to the up or downside, which might prevent me from taking this trade or disqualify this trade. So I would always wait until the market opens, see where it opened, see how far I've left to my profit targets and my stop loss, and then I would consider this trade.
Thank you for that question.
I would not place it overnight.
Jeffrey, there's a few other questions I have in there. Is there time for me to ask Daniel?
I was about to ask him about the volatility crusher stop.
Right.
Tugan wants to know, is it true that volatility crusher indicator provides a trading stop?
Yeah, that's true. It comes with a trading stop, which is tightened as the trade works out, so to lock in profits.
Lisa wants to know if this program can be used to find dark pool or institutional buying. Thanks for the question, Lisa.
It's not designed around those notions. It's based on price action and volume. But I believe institutional buying is reflected in price action, since our increased volume and our indicators are based on these two concepts. So indirectly, yes.
Okay. Olu wants to know if this can benefit new traders.
Yes, because it makes it so easy. So if you're lost and don't know what to trade, I think using our statistics will give you the guidance that you need to disqualify trades or qualify trades which you're comfortable with, because you have the backup from our statistics, and with the scanner and MetaStock, also have the tool to quickly identify stocks which have signals, and then you can rank those signals based on their statistics, which will allow you to focus only on the ones with the best statistics.
All right. He wants to know also if it'll work with derivatives like futures, ETFs, volatility indexes, those type. Can you apply to any instrument?
Anything that has price action can be used with our indicators. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. We have a lot of clients on other platforms which trade futures, for example, with our indicators.
All right. And then last question, have you carried out studies that incorporated intraday patterns? This is
all our research is based on so these indicators don't discriminate between intraday or the daily time frame, but the patterns are similar. So you can see patterns doing intraday, which also occur on the daily time frame, and our indicators are designed to take advantage of reoccurring patterns and then take an entry signal if there's some historical evidence that after a certain pattern, price moved in one direction or the other.
All right, and let's see. And the other thing is with the tester, you can go in and test and see if there's a particular time period that you want to see what stocks work best with it as well. So Amit wants to know, and I think this is a very, I promise the last question was the last, but this one for sure. Amit wants to know, does it limit learning if you're using ready-made indicators?
Should we repeat this? I think you cut off for 1 second, please.
Does using a ready-made indicator limit learning? I have an opinion on this.
Ready. No, because you will learn through experience no matter what. But I believe, especially if you're starting out, you can easily be overwhelmed by what's already out there. So this may actually prohibit you from getting a grasp of the market. So our indicators, they reduce the learning curve of how to get into the market. And I disagree with that statement. They will not prohibit it.
As somebody that started with a ready-made indicator, not this one, of course, because that was decades ago. I'd say it actually helped with the process. I was a lot, for me personally, it was nice to have something that was, it's nice to have something that works for one thing. Ellis wants to know, he says, I trade options. Will this system be good for options trading?
Yeah, because they will give you the future price direction, or predict for future price direction, which you can then use to structure your option trade around.
And Michael wants to know if the auto optimizing indicators are available now for MetaStock.
Yes.
Yeah.
As of today, as I mentioned, this is an exciting day for us. We've worked so hard to get ready for today, and they are all tested throughout the entire last 2 weeks. We're so happy with the results. It's unbelievable how well they work together with MetaStock and how awesome they work in the scanners. I'm always amazed about MetaStock's scanning capabilities, and now we have a really good combination of the two, optimization and scanning.
Yeah. I'm really, really impressed by how much you're working on this indicator and how many updates you've provided already. I think you're doing a great job over there. I appreciate it.
And talking about this, Jeffrey, maybe one last comment. So, because you talked about the upgrades, and this is mainly thanks to our awesome users, because they use our indicators for their trading, and they have suggestions. They, Daniel, why don't you add this feature or this feature? And we do always listen, because this is the feedback that drives our development. And this optimization feature, for example, comes directly from user feedback who requested it. And if it's possible and if you find it useful, then we're going to implement it.
Okay. I'll tell everybody how to get it. Daniel, I want to say thanks for coming. Thanks for all the work you've put into it. This is available right now. It's $19.95, or it's normally $14.95. Right now, it's $9.95 at the conference today. You can go to metastock.com/conf-promo. I love how well it's been integrated. That includes everything you talked about, the masterclass, the market moves with divergence, the interactive tech talks. Again, you just need to sign up at metastock.com/conf-promo. And I do like how, it's fully integrated into MetaStock. You get the scanning. I think MetaStock, the scanning and system testing very, very well. I love with MetaStock, with the tester, you can test as many securities as you want at the same time. It's all in there. You have the customizability. You have the commentary. Daniel, good work on it. So I appreciate it. Fortunately, there's a lot of questions that are coming in. If you do have questions and we missed them, I'm sorry. But do chat online with us. You can come in. You can order this. $9.95, money back guarantee. Trial to MetaStock if you need it. You can call us at 800-882-3040. You can go to metastock.com/sales chat, or you can sign up for any of the offers that we've got at metastock.com/conf-promo. So thank you for that, Homa. I appreciate it's nice to have some help. All right.
Sure.
Jeffrey, real quick, just if you have any open questions for anyone out there and the question was not addressed, simply go to our homepage, tradingindicators.com. There's a contact form there. Send us your question, and we'll be more than happy than getting back to you.
All right. Sounds good. I have to say your support has been awesome, and your service, your customer service. has been top notch too. So anyway, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it.
Jeffrey, we've had just one clarification. Daniel, you might want to chime in about upgrades. So how that works with MetaStock. So
Yeah, actually, for existing clients, if you already have the power bundle, then this will be as a promo for this particular event, free of charge.
All right, cool. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. All right, now let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and kind of do this. Let's go ahead and get the presentation back. What a great session. Again, you can get that at 800-882-3040. You can visit us online at metastock.com/promo or metastock.com/sales-chat. So, oh, good. I have dots on my head. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. Kelly, let's do prize.
I couldn't decide if you were going to ask me for a prize or to come fix the dots on your head.
Let's do a prize. We'll get it over to Kevin so he can. Then we'll worry about the dots in a second. We are running a little bit late, but that's okay. We always have time for a prize. You know what I'm going to do this time for the prize? It's the first time we're giving a prize on Friday. I think we should give away some MetaStock. Have you heard about MetaStock, Kelly?
I've heard about it.
Yeah. Okay. So just and I won't spend as much time as I usually do on this because we're a little bit behind right now. But 29 years in a row, it's been rated #1 in its price category. Daniel talked a lot about how he likes to scan markets. This is a tool that I use every single day. You can use it to test trading ideas. Kelly talked about that yesterday. Scott on Monday talked about forecasting. Such a powerful tool. There's a reason it's been rated #1 for 29 years in a row. And what we're going to do is a special for if you're new to MetaStock, we're going to give you an extended trial. So if you pay for a month, pricing starts at $59. If you're in the US, it's going to be $69. But if you pay for a month, we'll give you the second month and the third month for free. So for about $23 a month, you can be using MetaStock into February. And during that time, I'm very, very confident that you're going to understand exactly if MetaStock is going to be beneficial for you. And I think it will be. In addition to that, we're going to give you some training, Unleash the Power of MetaStock, which is a home study course. In addition to that, we're going to do our white glove installation support, where if you try, I forgot we're giving away one of these right now, but if you do sign, you can sign up for this, and we're going to give away one of these prizes. We're also going to throw in a Learn MetaStock as part of the prize package. Let's go. I did forget we were giving it away though, Kelly. I got kind of like a little bit in a routine. I've gone through that a few times. So let's give one of those packages away. We're going to give away the real-time version though. And we're also going to throw in Learn MetaStock, which you can also order as part of that extended trial. Kelly, what I need from you is a number between 1 and 11,639.
Before I give you a number, I'm going to say one thing about MetaStock. And that's actually repeating what just about every presenter has said over this week, is that it has the most powerful scanner out of anybody. Everybody prefers the MetaStock scanner because it's so powerful. So with that, number is 9,001.
All right, and I don't have a country on this one, but it's a Julian M with an AOL account. So Julian, what we'll do is we'll reach out to you with regard to that prize. I'm just going to go ahead and make a little note of that. And we'll need to get a little, because of exchange reasons, we're going to need to get a little bit more information from you, like a full address. But congratulations, you won MetaStock. Cool. Let's go ahead and, before we move on to Kevin, I want to say thank you to Stocks and Commodities Magazine. It's a great magazine. If you do that extended trial subscription with us, we're also going to give you 5 months, or actually they're going to give you 5 months of Stocks and Commodities Magazine. And if you buy the Power Bundle 360, you'll get 2 years. If you spend $300 or more here at the conference this week, you're going to get a free subscription to Stocks and Commodities Magazine. So our next presenter, though, is of everybody I've introduced over the last 30-something sessions that we've done. This is the only person that's ever given me a job. So I want to introduce Kevin Nelson. Kevin's a good friend of mine. He hired me at MetaStock. And if you believe it, in March, it'll be 26 years ago. So I really appreciate that. Kevin used to be the sales manager of MetaStock, but now he runs a site that's called LearnMetaStock.com. Does a really good job with it. With Learn MetaStock, he's going to talk more about it, but you actually get tons of formulas as part of it. There's hundreds of training videos. There's 3 live classes every single week. And he does such a great job with it. So Kevin, let's go ahead and bring you on here.
That's great, Jeff. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and make you I can hear you. You sound great. Well, actually, maybe not. I'm getting a little bit of me fed back, but that'll go away as soon as I stop talking.
Okay.
I just sent the presentation over to you, and it looks like we can see it already. So I'll let you go.
That's perfect. Thanks again, Jeff. I appreciate it. Yeah, as Jeff said, I've been with MetaStock now for quite a while. I started back in 1993, which is pretty crazy to think about. But in 2008, I left the company to start a training company to help people with their MetaStock program. And the site that we have is called LearnMetaStock.com. And the only thing we do is we just help people with their MetaStock program in whatever shape, form, or whatever it is they're actually trying to get out of it. So I'll talk more about that at the end of today's presentation. So what we're going to be doing today for my presentation here is we're going to be talking about trend lines and how to scan for them or look for breakouts with these trend lines. And what we're going to be doing, first of all, is we're going to talk about the trend line tools that you have available inside the program. Now, most people that have MetaStock have been working with it, are probably familiar with a lot of the different tools and so forth. And I get a lot of questions about just standard trend lines. Like, what can we do with this trend line besides just drawing it on the chart and so forth? And we'll go through that. But one of the things that's actually pretty powerful that a lot of people probably aren't aware of is that you have an indicator available inside the program, which is called the linear regression trend line. And by using this you can actually use in a number of different ways. And by having access to this tool, you can then scan or look for the markets, looking for securities that are breaking out of this particular trend line. You can test it. You can create different types of trading strategies. You can create indicators. I mean, there's a ton of things that you can do with it. So that's what we're going to do here today. So now to get started, first of all, what we're going to do to help demonstrate this, we're just go ahead and start by opening up a chart here. And I'm going to open up a chart here, the SPY, for example, just a symbol of SPY, which is, of course, the ETF for the S&P 500. Now, to get started, over here on the left-hand side, as most of you know, this is our trend line tool here in MetaStock. And how this trend line tool works, of course, is once you click on it, you're going to see that your pointer will turn into a pencil. And you just hold down your left mouse button, you drag it from one spot of your chart to the next. And of course, this is how we can draw these trend lines and we can work with them here on our chart. But the question that I've gotten so many times over the years is like, well, is there something else that we can do with these trend lines? I really want to identify, for example, like if I identify, for example, like this thing is moving up and this security or the price starts to break through it, how do I identify that inside the program? The bad news is that with these trend lines here that you draw on your chart using this tool over here on the left-hand side, these are pretty much just static lines. And unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do with it. They've made some really nice changes in version 18 where it'll identify the percentage changes, the point changes, and so forth of how far the trend lines are moving and the prices that are covering and so forth. But again, using them in a formula and identifying breakouts and so forth really just can't be done with these. That's the bad news. The good news is that you have another indicator inside the program that you can use. So for example, over here on the left-hand side, this little left and right arrow button, if you click on this a handful of times, you can cycle through a lot of the different tools that you have available. And the one that you want to take a look at is this one right here, which is called the linear regression trend line. And when you click on it, what you do is just hold down your left mouse button. You just drag from one part of your chart to the next and then click again. And what that'll do is that'll actually draw this trend line, which you can then drag around your chart. And as you can see, it'll actually fit the data and help identify, whether the prices are generally moving up, moving down, or what they're doing here. So again, this is called a linear regression trend line tool. And the way that this works is that once you plot on the chart, if you want to make any changes to it, if you double click directly on it, this will bring you into what's called the properties of this dial of this particular tool. And you'll see that when I drew this, you'll see that you can calculate, for example, like off the closing price. You can base it off the open, the high, and let's do that a couple times here. So for example, like let me go ahead and move this trend line here for just a sec, and let me drag it over here for a second. And you'll see that the way that I drew it from this point to here, it's kind of drawn it right through the middle of the prices. One of the questions I might get, for example, at this point is like, well, that isn't really how I would draw a trend line. Well, when you go in to modify this trend line, again, you can adjust what the field is that it's being calculated off of. So for example, like you could base it off the high, and if you click on the apply button, you can kind of see what that looks like, or maybe base it off the low and then apply, and then you can see what that would look like. But for this example, what I'm going to do here, my goal here today is to show you how these tools work and how you can possibly use them. And as everybody knows or has seen throughout this week, MetaStock's incredibly powerful, and the tools that you have available inside here, are pretty much second to none as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm going to do, again, is my goal is to show you what you have available and how you can take advantage of a lot of the tools that you already have available inside the program. So what I'm going to do here to get started is I'm going to go ahead and just base it off the closing price, and we'll click on OK. Now, the reason why I want to base it off the closing price is because I'm going to load some other indicators here in our chart, and these by default will choose the closing price to be drawn on. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is if you go to your drop-down list and you scroll down through your list of indicators here, you're going to find in your list of indicators that there's two different linear regression indicators inside your quick list here. And the first one we're going to take a look at here is called the linear regression indicator. So I'm going to drag this directly on top of the price bars and let go of it. And this is going to ask us how many periods do we want to use in the price field that we want to use for the calculation. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave the defaults at 14 and a price field of close. So we'll click on OK, and we'll close that down. Now, as you can see here, this is actually plotting this line here. And let me go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and change the color of it just so we can see it here a little bit easier. Go ahead and we'll go ahead and I'll make it just a little bit heavier, maybe too. We'll click on OK. All right. All right. So, and while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and change this one here, and I'll make this one here a little bit heavier as well. So, again, hopefully we can see that a little bit better by doing it that way. Now, the second thing I want to do with this Trendline tool, if you hover over it, you'll see that this is going to tell you the number of periods that are basically that the Trendline tool is drawn over. So in other words, this is drawn over 16 periods. Now, what I want to do is I want to match it up with this indicator, and this indicator is 14 periods. So I'm going to grab one end of that trend line, and I'm going to drag it over a couple bars. And now you'll see that this Trendline tool is now representing 14 periods. Now, the reason I want to do this is that this line here that's plotted here on top of the price bars, this is representing the ending point of this trend line. And why this is important is that if I click on this trend line and I drag this around, notice how the end of the trend line rides directly on that line. You see that? So why this is so important is because once I understand what this line represents, then what I can do is I can then create formulas, or I can basically, do scans and so forth and look for what the prices are doing in relation to that ending point. So I can look anywhere here on this chart, for example, and I can see like right here where these price bars are clearly above this line. If I drag this Trendline tool back to here, I know that these prices are going to be above that trend line. So let me go ahead and drag it back here, for example. I'll drag it back here. There we go. And you can see that right here, here's our ending point. And these prices, again, are clearly above that ending point right there. And then same thing over here, where these price bars are below that line. I know that if I drag that trend line over to that point, I know that the prices are below the end of that trend line at that point. Now, why that's, again, important is because now once I understand that, I can, again, build off of that. I can do other things with that. This, again, is called the linear regression indicator. So I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And let's go ahead and select it, and I'll just hit my delete key and that will remove it. And then the other tool that you have available inside here too, go ahead and scroll down here, having to do with the same type of indicator here, is called the linear regression slope. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag this up here to the very top of our window, and we'll plot this in its own inner window. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and just choose the default of 14 and have it calculate off the closing price. So we'll click on OK, and we'll plot that. Now with this one, this indicator here, as you see, it's kind of a weird looking indicator. How you interpret this is that if this line is moving upward, for example, that means that the trend line is becoming more positive during that period of time. If this trend line is moving down, or this indicator is moving down, that means that the trend line is becoming more negative during that period of time. So again, if I kind of drag this thing around and I look at these different points, notice how the trend line is basically sloping downward right here. And if I hover directly over it, you'll see that the slope at the bottom of that window says negative 2.85. Well, if I start to move it forward here a little bit, where this line starts to move up, and then I check the slope again, now you'll see the slope has moved up to negative 0.87. So the point is that if this line is moving up, that trend line is becoming more positive. If this trend line is moving down, that trend line is becoming more negative, okay? Now, once we actually kind of understand that, then the other thing that could be really helpful is if I double click directly on that indicator itself, and I go into the horizontal lines, I can place a value at 0 here, click on add, we'll click on OK. And of course, this is going to plot a horizontal line through the middle of this indicator. Now, what this horizontal line represents is a value of 0. Now, why this is important is because once I see the indicator, for example, cross this line, say, for example, going from above the line to below the line, I know that the slope of the indicator is changing from a positive slope to a negative slope. And then vice versa, when it goes above this line, I know that the trend line indicator is changing from a negative to a positive. So for example, let's see what this point is right here. This looks like back on about August 25th. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag this back here and let's see what the ending point is. Okay, so there's August 24th, and you'll see that the slope right there is a positive 0.14. And if I drag it just one bar here and then look at the slope, you'll see the slope is now a negative 0.07. See that? So let's do it again over here on this side here. This looks like this is October 21st. So again, I'm gonna go ahead and drag this over here to approximately that spot. Let's see. So that says, okay, so that's October 21st. So that's showing a value of a negative 0.25. And then I'm gonna drag it just one more bar. And there you can see the slope has now changed to a positive 0.45. So again, between those 2 points, that's where it changed from a negative slope to a positive slope. So this is again where it gets really interesting, is that if you are interested in looking at slopes of lines and trying to determine where they're changing direction, this is exactly what this can do, of course, for you. Now, of course, what I'm choosing here are just the default parameters. I'm just using the closing price and so forth. But as you probably already know or already guessed, you can adjust this to whatever length and so forth and whatever price field you want as well. So again, this can be used in a lot of different ways. So now what I'm going to do for this example, I'm going to go ahead and move this forward all the way over here to the right-hand side. So this is, again, this is showing the current trend right now. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this window down here a little bit. And I'll bring this one up just a little bit. And now what I want to do is now we're going to go into the other power tools of the program. And one thing that I like to do, and you've heard a lot during this week, are the capabilities of doing scans and using the Explorer. And Explorer is actually probably my favorite tool inside the program for exact reasons that you probably, again, have heard all week. But the capability of this program is just absolutely incredible. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to run some scans, and we're going to look for securities that are breaking one way or the other. So one thing that I like to do whenever I run a scan or do a system test is I like to set up my chart and make it look how I want it to look first of all. And once I've got the chart set up the way that I want, I'll save it as a default template. And by saving it as a default template, what will happen is that every time I open up a new chart, it'll already be set up exactly how I want it to look going forward. So to set this up as a default, you just right click anywhere inside your chart. and choose Save as Default Template. And it'll ask if you want to replace your existing default. We'll say yes. And then the important thing is then we have to close down the chart, and we have to go up here to File, and then choose Delete Smart Charts. And by choosing this File, Delete Smart Charts, what this does is this kind of wipes out MetaStock short-term memory. So again, every time I open up a chart that I've either looked at or haven't looked at, they'll all look exactly how I want them to look like. So now let's go ahead and open up the Explorer. I'll click on the pair of binoculars up here at the top. And one thing that we do at Learn MetaStock is that whenever we create trading strategies or show you how different things work, a lot of times we'll write formulas. And when you become a subscriber to Learn MetaStock, you can download all the formulas that we've created to help you with your program there as well. So the way that we group all of our formulas together is we always put LMS at the very beginning of it, which is just the initials Learn MetaStock. So every formula that we put in will have LMS at the beginning of it. Now, one thing that they did in version 18 that I absolutely love is this search dialog up here at the top. And in this case, for example, if I put in LMS, you'll see some of the different explorations that I have on this computer, for example. And they're just all grouped together. And it just makes it a whole heck of a lot easier to find these different ones here. So the one I want to go ahead and look for here in this case here is this one right here, which is called the Linear Regression Exploration. So I'll go ahead and open it up. And you'll see that this exploration that we wrote for you here is actually a pretty simple exploration. And these are just going to identify what's going to happen here. These are the different tabs or where the formulas are located. And then, of course, we have the filter over here on the left-hand side. And the filter is what allows you to weed out those securities that don't meet the criteria you're looking for. So you find only the securities that are of interest to you. So, for example, in column A, you'll see they're all explained up here. Column A is going to give us the day. Column B and C are going to identify if the slope is either positive or negative. Column D and E are going to identify if the slope just changed to positive or just changed to negative. And just real quick note here is that when you're working with these column headings, you've only got 8 spaces to work with when you name a column heading. So you have to be kind of creative with some of the names. So what I always put in for a crossover is just the letter X. So I know it probably looks kind of weird initially, but that's a positive cross and that's a negative cross of the slope. And then column F and G are identifying whether the close is either above or below the trend line. And then column H and I are identifying if the close just crossed above or below the trend line. So let's just go ahead and run a scan real quick. I'll go ahead and click on OK. And for the scan database that we'll run it on, let's go ahead and open up. I'll just choose the S&P 100, for example. And over here on the right-hand side, I'll tell it to look through the last 1,250 records, or about 5 years of time. Tell it to use the current exchange date and time using daily data. And then I'll just go ahead and start the exploration. Now, one thing I do want to point out here too is that I'm using the end-of-day version of MetaStock. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a report of yesterday's closing prices, okay? All right, so now once you run the report like this, you should come up with something like this. We just ran through 100 securities. And again, here we've got the securities listed alphabetically. And this first column, which is called day, what I like to put in this column is just the most recent day of the month. And the reason why I want to do that is I want to make sure that all my securities have the same number in it. And it's the one that I'm interested in on scanning. So if any of the securities have anything other than number 10 in it, for example, I know I've got a problem with that security. And of course, then I want to take a closer look at it. So the first 2 columns, we've got a positive and negative slope. And of course, you can sort on these columns by just clicking on the heading. Anything that has a 1 in it means that it found that particular item. So I'll go ahead and click on 3M, for example. And then this one has a negative slope. We'll sort on that. And it looks like AbbVie is 1. So we'll go ahead and select that. We'll open that up. Now, to take a look at it, I'll just minimize this window. And here very quickly, you can see that AbbVie definitely has a negative slope right now of the trend line. And we'll go ahead and close that one down. And then this one is 3M. And here you can see clearly that that slope is obviously positive. All right. So let's go back into our report here again. And so the next 2 columns of data is the slope negative cross I'm sorry, a slope positive cross and the slope negative cross. So this is identifying if the slope just became positive, meaning it was negative the previous day and it just changed to positive, and vice versa. The slope of the negative cross was positive and just changed to negative. So let's take a look at a couple of those. So we'll go ahead and sort on that one. You'll see we've got this first one, it looks like Danaher maybe, and we'll go ahead and open up that security. And then I'll open up this next one for a negative cross. Looks like we've got one at Altria. So I'll go ahead and open up that one right there. Okay. So the first one here, Altria, this one is identifying that the slope just became negative. So if I drag the indicator back just one bar, you'll see that the slope was positive on what was this? This was, yeah. Oh, right there. Yeah, sorry about that. That was positive on the 21st, for example, and it has a positive slope 0.007, so barely positive. But then on the 10th, or yesterday's close, then you can see that slope became negative at a 0.06. And then on the other side of the coin, this one just became positive. And this one, for example, same thing. If I drag this trend line back just one bar, you can see that right here, it was actually negative, the previous bar right here. And then if I drag it forward just one bar, you can see that that just became positive. Okay. All right. So I'll go ahead and close that down. And then I'll jump over, where was I? Oh, looks like I closed it down. Here's another thing is that if you close down a report and you want to get back to it, all you have to do is when you open up the Explorer, anything that has a report in it, excuse me, will have an R at the very end of it. So I know that this one has a report available for it. And the way that you open it up is just right click directly on it and click on report. And that'll bring you right back to where you were. So in this case here, so we just looked at a positive and negative cross. And then these two columns here, this is identifying if the close is above the trend line. So it looks like we've got 3M again. We've already looked at that one. Let's look at Abbott. And then we'll look at the close below the trend line. And we've got Altria. We already looked at that one. So we'll go ahead and open up Bristol Myers. And then again, we'll go ahead and move that out of the way. All right. So for this one, for Bristol Myers, this is identifying that the close is below the end of that trend line. And then on the other side of the coin, this one for Abbott is identifying that the closing price is above the trend line. And then lastly, we've got two more columns of data in this report here. And we've got a trend positive cross and a trend negative cross. This is identifying if the closing price is crossing above the trend line or the closing price is crossing down below the trend line. So again, we've got 3M. Let's look at Accenture. So we'll go ahead. That's a positive cross. And then for a negative cross, let's see if we've got any there. And we don't. Oh, okay. So I don't see any right there. I'm going to show you something else here in just a second, but let's look at Accenture first of all. And we'll go ahead and close that down. And this one, what this one identified is that the closing price here went from below the trend line and it crossed up on the most recent bar right there. Okay, so that's what that scan is identifying right there. So let me go ahead and go back here for just a second. And we'll go back into our report here. And let's go back into, so this one here, as you can see, when I click on this, I don't have any securities, for example, that are, coming up, with a response at that point. So here's one thing that you can do, and that is if you, for example, let's go ahead and let's open up a security. Let's open up maybe like Apple, for example. And you'll see that one, again, it doesn't have any signals here, but say, I want to go backward and I want to see what any of the prior signals were. The way that you can do that is that if you highlight that security over here on the right-hand side, if you click on the inspect button over here on the right-hand side, what this is going to do, this is going to open up a report and it's going to give you all the data of that particular scan on that security. So what we're looking at here is like if I'm looking in this last column of data right here, and you'll see that these are all zeros on the 10th, 9th, 8th, and so forth. And if I go back to this one here on November 1st, you'll see I've got a +1 in that column. So if I'm looking for a negative cross, I could go back and look through this report, find the one I'm interested in, make a note of this date, so November 1st. And then what I could do is I could open up that security, which in this case would be Apple. And then I could go back here. Let's see, where's November 1st? We'll go back to, there we go. What is this? This is the 3rd, that's the 2nd, that's the 1st right there. Right there. Right there. Okay. Oops, one more bar right there. So again, what you can do is you can go backward in time. That's the 2nd. Let me go back one more bar. There we go. There we go. So you can go backward in time and you can find exactly where that happened. And so what this is identifying is that on this bar, we'll kind of zoom in here so we can see this a little bit better. What this is identifying is where the closing price was above the trend line and it crossed below the trend line on that bar. So this is actually a pretty cool feature of the Explorer, of being able to go backward in time. If you run a scan, for example, and you're not getting, the signals that what you thought, you can go back and you can open up that report and you can go backward in time and find where any of those signals were generated previously. So again, a pretty powerful way to use that. Now, let's go back into that exploration here again, and let's see if we can maybe put this to a little bit more useful use here. So we'll go back into it here again. I'll open it back up. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just open up the exploration itself. And let's say, for example, now what we want to do is we want to run a scan and we want to look for securities that are meeting a particular criteria having to do with the settings that we've already got built into here. So one thing that you possibly might want to do is you might want to look for maybe like a negative slope where the trend line's in a downward trend, but the price is crossing above that trend line on that last bar. So to do that, all you have to do is just reference the different formulas that we've already got built in here for you. So for example, to identify if the slope is positive or negative, if you look up here, it says that I'll want to use either column D or column E. So for example, if I wanted to look for securities where the slope is negative, I would want to identify the securities that are coming up with a value of 1 underneath column E. And the way that you can tell the Explorer to do that is to go to this filter right here, and you can have two different ways you can use it. You can either enter in the formula of the item that you're looking for, or what you can do is you can say, give me securities that are meeting the criteria underneath column E. So this right here, just saying COL, which is an abbreviation for column, the letter E will identify or give us securities that are meeting that particular criteria. Okay, so that'll identify a downward trend of a downward slope of the trend line. And then if I'm looking for the security's closing price to cross above the trend line, then I'm looking for this one right here, column H, which says that the close crossed up above the trend line. So what I would do here is I'd say, and I also want securities that are meeting the criteria underneath column H. So here's our two criteria. We've got one where we've got a negative slope, number 1, and number 2, the closing price is crossing above the trend line. So let's go ahead and run that scan. We'll click on OK, and we'll keep everything the same. And again, we'll go ahead and just rerun the scan and just see what it comes up with. And as you can see, this thing can rip through a massive amount of data really quickly here, to say the least. But okay, so we didn't get any hits on that one. So let me go back and take a quick look and see what happened here. I might have, sometimes I kind of get in a little bit of a hurry, and let's see if I missed anything here. So let's, oh, okay, so let's see. Let me go back in here. So I just said I want a negative slope. Oh, that's a cross. I'm sorry, my bad. I want a negative slope, which is column C. After doing that, my bad. That should, I'm looking for the slope to be pointing downward. So the one I put in there was column E, and that's identifying that the slope is actually crossing. So one more time, I'm looking for a negative slope, which is column C, and then column H to be true, which is the closing price is crossing above the trend line. All right, let me try that one more time. My apologies. And we'll go ahead and rerun that exploration. But there we go. That probably helps a little bit more. All right, so now what we've got here is we've got a handful of securities that met those two different criteria. So number one, we've got securities, every security has a 1 underneath the negative slope column. And then number two, every security has a 1 underneath this trend positive cross. So this again is identifying that we have a negative slope and the security is crossing up above it. So again, I'll open up, for example, like Accenture, and we'll open up Apple, for example. But this will, again, identify, like right here, we'll go ahead and drag that. Let me go ahead and zoom in here for just a sec. And then we'll drag this over here. So what this is identifying is this situation right here. We have a negative slope, but the security crossed up above it. So that happened on Apple. And we'll go ahead and close down that chart. And then same thing here with Accenture, right? We have a negative slope, and the last security, or the last day of this security, crossed with a positive, or crossed above it positively. All right. So that's one thing you can do. You can put as many different combinations as you want with this Explorer. You know, you'll have access to everything that you need. Now, another thing you can do too, which I think could be also helpful, is you can also system test these things as well, just to identify, you know, how well or poorly something like this is, or what kind of an idea this even is, right? So how we can do this is, if we go back into our exploration, we can grab the formulas from here and we can create a system test from them. So for example, let's say in this example that what I want to test is I just want to identify if the slope is positive. If the trend line is moving upward, I want to go ahead and just buy the security at that point. And I'm going to hang on to it until the trend line becomes negative. How would I test something like that? Well, again, their formulas here are going to be, the one that we're going to look for here is going to be column C, which is, column B, which is the slope is positive. So that's this formula right here. This is just identifying that the 14-period linear regression slope is above the value of 0. So what I'll do is I'll just make a copy of that formula, and then I'll exit out of the Explorer and I'll open up our system tester. Now in our system tester, what I'll do is I'm going to create a new system test. I'll go ahead and click on my new system test here, and I'll start by giving it a name. And what I generally do is that whenever I create a new formula or a new system, I typically put an exclamation mark at the beginning of the name. That way all my formulas get grouped together, and they're typically at the top of the list. So I'm just going to call this my linear regression test. Slope test. How's that? All right, so give it a name. And then for the buy order, I'm going to go ahead and click on the buy order. And this is, of course, is where you can enter in the criteria of what you're looking for, of where you would actually enter long into a position. So I'll just paste in that formula that I made a copy of a minute ago. And this is going to identify when the slope becomes positive, or in other words, goes above the value of 0. And then to get out of the trade, I'm going to go to the sell order. I'll paste in that exact same formula, but I'll just say that that it has to be less than 0 in order to get out. So just to recap again, we're going to buy it long if the slope is positive, and we're going to sell it if the slope becomes negative. That's it. Super simple, right? So we'll click on OK. And then to run the test, we'll go ahead and select it. And let's go ahead again, run it on, all S&P 100 stocks, for example. So I'll choose that entire group, and we'll tell it to go long, and we'll tell it to test over the last 1,250 records, again, about 5 years. I'll tell it to use daily data. And for my trade options here, let's go through this real quick. If you go to the account tab, this will allow you to choose the type of test that you're going to run. So I'm going to choose just a points only test, which is just going to return back a raw number of points that were gained or lost. And for the broker, that'll take out of the equation any type of interest rates or margin requirements. For commissions, I've got that set to 0. And for my trade execution, you'll see I've got everything to be traded, for example, at the opening price. And we'll go ahead and use a delay of 1. So in other words, if we get a buy signal on Wednesday, we'd get into the opening. We get in at the opening on Thursday. If we get an exit signal on Friday, we get out at the opening on Monday. That's what this is going to simulate. So we'll click on OK. And then to run it again, just make sure we have that selected, choose the database, and then we'll click on our Start System Test. Now, as you start, I'm going through a lot of this stuff pretty quickly, and I know that there's people in here that are really familiar with MetaStock and know a lot about it, but I also know there's a lot of people that aren't familiar with it too. But this is where we can help you learn MetaStock, is we can walk you through all these different types of features and what to look for and what to watch out for, you know, how to put them together and so forth. So after running that on 100 securities of the S&P 500, as you can see, we've got, looks like about 3/4 of them actually tested positively, which is kind of interesting. We'll kind of open this up here a little bit. And you can see that the one that actually tested the best up on the top here, looks like Adobe came in at, generated almost 400 points. It had 34 trades, 17 winners, 17 losers. And then this field right here, this 3.11, what that means is that for every point that you lost on a losing trade, you made over 3 points on a winning trade. So for example, let's kind of open that, let's open that up and we can take a closer look at it. But here you can see that using that idea here on Adobe, again, the buy and hold during that period of time was 135. So what that means is that if you would have bought Adobe at the beginning of the chart and just literally held on to it, you'd be up 135 points. But if you would have used this trend line to identify if it was positive or negative, you'd be up almost 400 points over that same period of time. Now, if you scroll down here a little bit, this will tell you the number of profitable and unprofitable trades, the average profit, and the average loss. Now, I know a lot of people, especially when you're beginning or learning or starting to trade and so forth, a lot of people want to have a ton of winners. They want to have 80%, 90% winners and so forth, which is great, you know, if you can really do that in real markets. But what's more important, in my opinion, is that your average profit is substantially larger than your average loss. If your average profit is substantially larger than your average loss, you can be wrong way more often than you're right and still make really good money with that trading strategy. Because on the other side of the coin, if you have a very high winning number of trades versus losing trades, but your average losing trade is substantially larger than your average winning trade, statistically, eventually you'll blow up your system, you'll blow up your account with that trading method. So again, you got to be really careful with some of these different things. And these are some of the things we can look at. And here's another thing we can look at as well. This number right here, this 488. This is identifying how much we're actually out of the market. And this is really interesting because if we go back up here to the top and we say, well, we tested 1,250 bars, which is about 5 years of time, but we generated 400 points in about 3 years. That means we were out of the market 2 years. So again, we generated 135 points in 5 years of buying and hold, or 400 points in about 3 years of taking a simple strategy like this. And of course, then if you want to plot it on your chart, just click on that plot on chart there in the background, and that'll plot your buy and sell signals there for you. But as you kind of go through here, you can open these things up and you can take a quick look and see exactly how this one did. So this one, for example, on AbbVie, it doesn't look like it fit it very well here. It actually underperformed the buy and hold quite a bit. But we'll go down to the next one. Here's Abbott Labs. Here's Accenture again. I mean, you can open these different ones up here and see exactly how these did. But if you sort on these net profits, here's BlackRock. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have that sorted. But if you click on, for example, like BlackRock, that was the next one that did well. This one generated, again, about 366 versus 200 points. Go back here again. There's Costco. That one generated 310 versus 336. So very close to the buy and hold. And again, if you scroll down here a little bit, again, you were out of the market almost 2 years of that time. So it almost made the buy and hold over 3 years. And keep going down. And there's Tesla, for example, and same thing. I mean, it just goes on and on. But this is just, again, a super simple strategy here. Just looking to see if the slope is either positive or negative. And it's just another idea of how you can put some of this different information here together. All right. So with that being said, let me just tell you, or just give you a real quick tour of our services at Learn MetaStock. What we do at Learn MetaStock is we help people with their MetaStock program in whatever shape, configuration that you want. And what we can do, I've been doing this for years and years now, since 2008. And I can save you a massive amount of time with your learning curve, to say the least, through the Learn MetaStock site. And the way that we do that is we do it a number of different ways. We do live classes every week. We do them on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And if you can join our live classes, great, because you can always ask your questions during the live classes. But if you can't make it, what you'll find is that in our video library, we put the recordings of the live classes of the previous week up here at the very top. So you'll never miss one if you can't make it or you're in a different time zone, for example. But as you kind of scroll down here, where the majority of the people of our customers spend their time is in this group called the video library. And this is where we house all of our historical recordings. And we've got them categorized in different groups, you know, general how-tos, intro to technical analysis, just getting started, and so forth. But for example, when you're just getting started with MetaStock or even technical analysis, you probably want to start pretty much right at the top of this page and just start working your way down. But one of the things that you'll find is that when you decide that you want to watch something, just click on the Watch Now button. This will open it up or give you access to the video, of course. And then if we create any formulas or anything else, you'll find those over here on the right-hand side. And what you do is you just click on them, and that'll download those things directly into your MetaStock program for you. So again, this is where we can save you a massive amount of time. And I'll show you more about that here in just a sec. But with a lot of our videos, we also have quizzes that what this will do is this will help reinforce a lot of the things that we've covered in the video as well. And it's not a pass or fail or anything like that, but it will give you a grade at the end to let you know how you did. But again, the purpose of it is just to reinforce what we were showing you previously. But I'll go back here a little bit and let me just show you just some of the different groups that we've got. If you're getting started with the program, I'd highly recommend that you watch these first 4 videos right here. The introduction, part 1 and 2, next step, and MetaStock Advanced. And once you've gone through these 4, this is going to give you a really good understanding of the basics of the program. And from there, then you can jump down to different sections or different things that are of interest to you. For example, like the forecaster, or jump down to the expert advisor or option scope. And as you can see here, we've got a number of videos just on system testing. Again, one of my favorite tools inside the program is the Explorer. This is, again, extremely powerful. And there's just so many different ways that you can put this tool together to help you out. And to really get the most out of the program, I highly recommend people learn a little bit about the formula language. You know, even if you're not interested in writing your own formulas, the more that you understand how to read the formula, at least that'll give you that much more confidence on why that thing is telling you to buy or sell at these different points. And then, of course, if you want to modify them or create your own, then of course that's, you know, self-explanatory. But we've got a number of videos just on the RMO, on stops. And this area right here, I think, is actually a pretty important area for a lot of people. So many people, especially newer traders, concentrate so hard on that perfect entry, they don't give a lot of thought to where they're going to exit. And the stops, in my opinion, are just as important, if not more important. So make sure and take a look at that. Got a whole section just on indicators. We've got a whole other section here just on product reviews. And this is where we go through a lot of the different plugins and add-ons. And we'll show you just like how we learned them and how we can, you know, basically help get you up to speed with them and so forth. And a lot of people find these extremely valuable as well. And underneath that, we've got another section here called Zenith. Of course, for our real-time customers, that'll be extremely helpful there. And then we've also got a number of different interviews and so forth available here that we've done historically. But one of the most popular areas that we've got here, let me kind of scroll back up here for just a second here, and hope you're not getting too dizzy here. But this section right here, which is called the trading strategy section, this is where we'll take a trading strategy from a magazine or a book, like especially like Stocks and Commodities. Stocks and Commodities is an excellent resource, by the way. And one of my favorite things about Stocks and Commodities is the historical lookup. So if you ever have a question, let's just say about, for example, like the 4% system, you can go in and just type in, you know, give me the articles on the 4% system, and you can go and find them. And the articles are obviously extremely well done. I get a ton of information from Stocks and Commodities, so I'd highly recommend that. But anyway, when we get a strategy or somebody suggests a trading strategy or so forth, we'll take it, we'll try to figure it out, and then we'll show you how to duplicate it. And this is where the formulas really come into play, because what we'll do is whenever we create a trading strategy, we'll give you the formulas that you can download directly into your MetaStock program. And this is going to save you a massive amount of time, to say the least here. So, and how you do that is when you open up the video, the download will be next to that for that particular subject there. Okay. So I hope that that was helpful. If anybody has any questions, suggestions, ideas, I mean, anything else, just let me know. And if you need to get in touch with me, you can always drop me an email at admin@learnmetastock.com. But the one thing that I really appreciate, of course, is any type of feedback. And that's where we get, the majority of our subjects and so forth that we want to cover. The last one that we just did recently was called the super trend indicator. And again, all it really was just a question that somebody posed, and they said, hey, can you take a look at it? And it was just something I'd never even heard of. So after doing some research and so forth, we went up and we created the strategy. We created exploration, system tests, and the indicators, and expert advisor, and everything else. Showed you how to use it. And then, of course, then you can download it directly into your program there. All right. So, all right. So that's what I've got here for you. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, it was great. You have time for 2 questions, Kev?
Absolutely.
All right. First one is, can you do this linear regression slope on daily and intraday?
Yeah, actually, you can do that actually on anything. So, for example, let's go ahead and just open up this chart just real quick here. And this analysis can be done on literally anything that you're plotting inside of MetaStock. And of course, just to change the time frame, just go ahead and click on that this little button down here and change it to whatever you want. As I was stating earlier, I just have the end-of-day version here, but let's say, for example, like if I wanted to change it to a weekly time frame, you can basically do that as well. And then, again, set it up to whatever time frame you want. Now, this indicator, of course, is just changing. For example, it's basically using 14 periods, but what I would have to do here is I just have to change the length of the indicator itself there. So, but yeah, you can use it on literally anything that you want.
All right. Brian also wants to know, can you reference other charts in the formula language? In other words, can you have 2 charts open and reference data from the other chart in developing your formula?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a feature inside the program that allow you to access other securities, and it's what's called the security function. And using the security function, you can literally use it on anything you want. You can access, this would be really popular for somebody accessing, for example, like, gold and, the dollar, for example, and identifying exactly when they want to buy one based on the weakness of another one and so forth. But yeah, you can access any other security that you want using that particular method called the security function.
Now, this one I might be better equipped to answer, but Lisa said, I see a video on the Haguro method. Jeff used this in his presentation. Does it have scans? So I'll answer that one, Kevin. Yes, there are actually 3 scans in there. There are, or it might be 2, but one is a 7 and 15 with plus or minus 10% move. So more important based on kind of how we talked about Haguro. And the other scan that's in there is a Haguro midpoint cross. So there are 2 explorations in the Haguro method. We talked about that a little bit earlier in the week. And I talked about how it was one of my favorite projects that I've written. So anyway, all right, let me, Kevin, that's all the questions we've got for you. That was a really, really great class. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and make me the presenter again. One of the things that, let's go ahead and go here. And I'm going to just kind of talk a little bit about learnmetastock.com, what's included and that kind of stuff. And Kevin does a really good job of talking about his own websites. He really does. But I love the fact that you get 3 live training classes per week, the basic videos, the 4 expert advisor videos, system tester videos, videos on how to do stops, literally hundreds of explorations and instructional videos that are included. In addition to that, as part of it, you're going to get, Kelly's going to be in here to adjust the blinds in a second, but I don't think you can adjust for that. It's coming through the hole in the blinds. In addition to that, you're going to get 21 complete systems. So like you're going to get like the super trend, all kinds of systems that are included, templates, indicators, expert advisors, system tests, 13 explorations. It's almost like you're getting, well, it is like you're getting a complete add-on that's included as part of it.
Nope.
So all those are just included. They'll have trainings, all the links to the formulas are included, and it's just a great place to learn about it. If you're starting a new MetaStock trial, or if you've been a member of MetaStock for a while, you know it's a big program. You know, it's a program that we've been developing and designing for like over 30 years. You know, it's been rated #1 for 29 years in a row. And so this is a perfect companion, especially if you're new to starting. It's normally $99 per month. We're going to do a new customer special where if you pay for a month, we're going to give you that second and that third month for free. You can actually do that at metastock.com/conf promo. You can also call us at 800-882-3040, and you can visit us online at metastock.com/saleschat. We like learnmetastock.com. Every time I start a new sales rep on our sales staff, the first week I have them watching Learn MetaStock videos, and that's it. It's just such a great, I mean, MetaStock's such a good tool, and it's such a good resource that we even use it internally to make sure our customers know how to use MetaStock, or our own reps. That's how they're trained on using MetaStock. It's a really, really good question. So thank you for that question, Lisa. Kevin, thank you again for your time. I'm going to go ahead and kind of do this. And I am the presenter. Okay, yeah, just checking to make sure everything's set up properly and that kind of stuff. So Daniel wants to know, can I compare two charts in a single graph, one in the foreground and one in the background? Yeah, if you open up a chart, in MetaStock, it said insert instrument. It'll allow you to insert a second instrument. So you can do that. Thanks for that question. I'm just gonna, it helps if I just send these to chat, because then I know, can you possibly write these scans again in the questions here? Thanks in advance. Oh yeah, I'll type them up for you. Actually, let me just show them to you again, Lisa, so you can see them. If you go into the, I was like, what scans were we talking about? But if you go in here, and they're under, I think Haguro is what I titled them when we wrote them. There are 3 scans. So you've got the 15 with the greater or less than 10% in range. Remember, that's peak to trough calculation. 3, and then the midpoint cross. So those are the 3 that are in there. And there you go. There you go. Brian says, my question was more related to the same security, but different timeframes. So there's ways that you can do that, Brian, but there are a little bit tricky. Like if you look at, this might be a question that you can email me for more information on, but if you look at pivots weekly, you can apply that to a daily chart, and it will calculate pivots on a weekly basis, and there's some formula tricks that we can do it. So the answer is yes, but there's some tricks that you might want to know in order to do that. One of the things that we're talking about is actually how to do that in a little bit more of a straightforward way. But you can absolutely, there's tricks that we use to kind of figure out what the high is for a week if we're looking at daily chart, or what the high is for the day. And so you can go in and calculate this kind of stuff. But the answer is yes. Okay. Again, $99 per month. That's our new customer special. If you pay for a month, it's a great time to do it when you're learning MetaStock, because you'll have all those videos and lessons. But if you pay for a month, we'll give you the second and third month for free, $33 a month. Do that at metastock.com/conf promo. Call us at 800-882-3040, or visit us online at metastock.com/saleschat. So thanks for all those questions. I appreciate it. And I do want to say thank you to Stocks and Commodities. Oh, actually, we just did that. I want to say thank you for CMT. CMT is a great organization. They've been sponsoring all of our events all week long. Great nonprofit, great reputation. Tyler came in. You can watch it in the videos if you want to, but he talked about the importance of how beneficial it could be for you to have a CMT designation if you want to trade for a living, or if you want to trade other people's money for a living, or if you are. And very, very eye-opening in terms of the information that he talked about. Great session. We appreciate them sponsoring and supporting the event. So if you want to find out more, cmtassociation.org, or give them a call at 646-652-3300. Kelly, let's do a price.
Okay.
And I got a good one this time. Should we do this one's actually, this one's a good one. This one's a $1,300 value. It's from Rick Sadler. It's his access to his room for a year. So
for a year?
For a year, yeah.
Oh, dang.
Rick Sadler talked a little bit earlier this week. He does candlesticks. He's actually the inventor of the T-line, which is an 8 exponential moving average. He did a great job. He's giving away a prize. That price is going to be 1 year membership to his Candlestick Forum site, or Candlestick Hit and Run Candlestick site, not Candlestick Forum, that's Steve Bigelow. But that'll give you access to his daily trading room, 1 hour of coaching, HRC Trade Alert app, Trade Logic videos, the 3-8 trap strategy video, bullish and bearish. It just keeps going. It's like a huge value, and you get access to that for 12 months. So 1 year access. It's $150 a month, so it's about $1,300 is actually the value of the prize we're about to give away. Kelly, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. So the numbers that I'm going to have you give is anywhere between 1 and 11,639.
Let's go 11,380.
Okay. Al V, or is it AJ? AJ V with a Hotmail account in the Netherlands is the winner of that prize.
That's right.
And I'm so congratulations. We'll go ahead and send that over to you. I'll get you. We'll actually get Hit and Run in contact with you. That'll be probably next week sometime, and they'll help you claim that prize. We are, of course, if you are watching on YouTube, you may not be eligible to win the prize. First of all, if you're watching on YouTube, great. Hit like and subscribe. If you haven't registered yet, Kelly's going to put a link in the chat so you can register, and that way you can qualify to win prizes. We have several more drawings coming up. So, of course, we're MetaStock. With MetaStock, we've been rated #1 29 years in a row. You can get an extended trial where you buy a month and get the second and third month for free. You can do that at metastock.com/conf promo. You can do it at metastock.com/sales chat. You can give us a call at 800-882-3040. We're just a little bit behind, and that's okay. We'll see if we catch up. Maybe we will. Our next presenter is Mark Leibovit. Mark's been a friend of mine, and for a number of years, he's won Timers Digest many times. He can tell you exactly the correct number. If you're not familiar with Timer Digest, what that is they keep track of people's trades. You say, okay, I'm going to buy now, and you email them, and then they just keep track of who the best market timer is. And a lot of people compete, and Mark has won quite a few number of times the Timer Digest, including, as you can see, Timer of the Year for 2019 from this picture. So he's also going to talk a little bit about his volume reversal pattern. And I know Lisa has been asking a lot about volume and volume reversal, so this might be of interest to you. Mark, let's go ahead and get you in here. How you doing, Mark? All right. Hopefully, Mark, you can hear me, but I don't see that your microphone is unmuted. There should be an orange button that has a microphone on it if you click it. And I'll also send you an unmute your microphone request.
Hello, you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are. We got you. Let me go ahead and make you the presenter.
Okay. Well, just trying to get the screens coordinated here. So show my screen, all right?
Yep, that's the button you need to hit, and I can see your desktop. So if you're Yeah, I can see a lot of icons on your desktop, but I don't see a PowerPoint open.
Let me see here.
That looks like you're getting in the right
Is
place.
that
Yeah.
better?
Yep.
I got three screens, Jeff. So it's the one all the way on the right, the one that's furthest away from me.
I see the non-expanded view of your PowerPoint right now. So I think if you hit slideshow, start slideshow, you'll be perfect.
That's right. That's what I'm working on.
And while you're doing that, TLTL, I'm going to answer your question. We do have all of the recordings available right now, actually, because we stream it till YouTube. And so you can start watching it as soon as we wrap up in a couple hours. So I'll also pull that link as soon as we get Mark started and actually post it in the chat for you. And we will send it to you automatically 1 hour after the event is over. Mark, are you ready to go?
How do we get my video up there? What do I need to do here?
Let's see. I can send a request that opens up your camera, I think.
Share my webcam. There we go.
Perfect.
You see me now?
I can see. I can see you now. Yeah.
Okay. I got the camera in the wrong spot, but who cares, right? Unless you know that I'm here. Okay. How you doing?
We're doing well. The conference is going great. I'm going to get straight out of your way and let you get going.
So you want me to get started?
It's all yours.
Oh, okay. Okay, everyone, I'm going to try to keep this as informal as I can. Thank you, Jeff, for having me. And basically, I've been working with Jeff, I think it's been, since 2010 or 11. So we really become friends and really enjoy the relationship. And we created an indicator. There goes my camera. So it's working as I am here, right? That's better. Okay. So we created the volume reversal toolkit after my my indicator, and I'm trying to get this screen working here. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. So it's the my toolkit. It's a volume reversal toolkit, and it's based on my technical tool VR. And, over the years, I do a lot of stuff. Jeff knows about it: cycle work, contrary opinion, and so forth. But the main technical tool I look at is my VR. So I got Jeff will fill you in more on the toolkit as we move forward, and its availability and so forth. But basically, my screen's not working. I publish my VR newsletter. That's called Leibovit VR Newsletters. The shortcut is VR Trader. Many of you may have already heard of it or seen it. It's been around for decades. I'm doing this for 43 years, so it's been around a long time. And we've created all these various products from market timing all the way to metal resource and so forth. Jeff already talked about my Timer Digest. We have a book. If you really want to learn more about volume, we created this a number of years ago. It covers in several hundred pages all the major volume indicators. It's also in Chinese, and of course, I've got my own VR volume reversal in that book as well. I'm very much into market timing, as you've already surmised. We create an annual forecast model based on cycles every year. I strongly urge you to take a look at that. This is more based on cyclical work. For example, crude oil, we had predicted that it would be strong during their year. This was published back in January, and in the actual chart, you can see how it pretty much tracked it all the way. And of course, you're looking at my VR charts now, we'll go into more detail about the indicator and so forth. I do a lot of cycle work based on the seasons and so forth. People, don't want to talk about this on CNBC. They want to talk about balance sheets and the Fed, but there are a lot of other factors that affect the market. So we need to know what time frame you're in. It's the old weather forecaster joke. You can make a forecast about the market, but you want to look out the window before you actually talk about it, because there are a lot of other forces at work. So, for example, we saw in the summer, right at the summer solstice, within 4 days, the market bottomed. And around September 23rd, within a week, the market also bottomed again before we had the big current rally. So I look at big picture stuff like this, which is not commonly talked about. So You can see here how the summer solstice was right around the June low, and the September equinox was in about a week or so of the most recent big move in the market we've had, though it's been zigzagged higher. So we take a look at that, very important to us. We've already looked at this. Here's my annual forecast for this year. I urge you to take a look at the product for next year. We're still putting it together, but coming in January, this showed what the year might look like, and it's been pretty much on target. And most recently, the biggest low that we saw was around November 2nd, according to the model, again, 11 months in advance. And this is just before the recent trading bottom and the explosive move we had yesterday. But now it shows we're in a little recovery phase. So though I have to admit I'm more of a bear going forward, the model said look for a low in this time frame, and sure enough, we did it. Also had some volume confirmation as well. So this is a weekly chart of the Dow, and might as well jump into a little bit of chart stuff, Jeff, while we're already here. This is in MetaStock. We've created 3 versions of my indicator, and one's called the sequential version, which shows all my volume reversals. And on the screen here, you're looking at the little negative arrows and the positive arrows. You can use this at any time frame, daily, weekly, or monthly. But this is the sequential version of the Dow Industrials for the last, I guess, 52 weeks or so. And basically, the sequential version shows all the volume patterns. Again, this is giving you a bigger picture view on the weekly charts, but you can see how the volume patterns pretty much set the tone for the market direction, sometimes several weeks, sometimes it's only a couple weeks. And this is very important to our analysis and confirming our work. So let's move on here. So if I can get the next screen up. Usually Jeff goes over all this stuff. It's a proprietary indicator exclusive to MetaStock. The toolkit again includes the sequential, which I just showed you, directional, and the 2-day. We're going to show you an example of that as well. The 2-day, I'm pretty much putting up a skeleton chart here so you can understand what that is. Over the years, we found that generally when I get a volume reversal on a daily chart, you get follow through for a couple days. So we created what we call a 2-day indicator. So if we get a negative volume reversal, a little blue dot comes up on your screen 2 days later, said get out, regardless of what's happening. Just take it to a profit. Hopefully it is a profit at the time. So little dots on the 2-day version provide you the 2-day exit point. These are some examples from way back that we created years ago, showing the the 2-day indicator where a signal comes in. For example, I'm circling, and then 2 days later it tells you to get out. In this case, it really worked out because there was a gap up in Google at the time, and it worked out fortuitously. So that's just the 2-day version on the MetaStock program, which is really great. When you click on the VR, a little box pops up and it gives you instructions about what you should be doing or not doing. And in the case of a positive VR, it would tell you to get long, and after 2 days, it would tell you to get out, as I just mentioned. And this is another example of it here, okay? Then we're going to move on to the sequential version. This is the one we just showed you a few minutes ago. This is a skeleton chart. Basically, all the VRs that are formed are posted. And this is an example of that using a palladium chart from several years ago, where you get a positive VR, another positive, and then when a negative comes up, it tells you there's a change of trend. And sure enough, that worked out really nice. Box popped up at that point, giving you instructions saying it was a negative VR, and of course you should consider getting short. Another example of the sequential positive VR. The screen gets a little busy, so we'll go on to the next indicator in a moment, but this is a Dow Industrials daily on the sequentials. And this is sort of how I use it in my trading. And again, I tend to be short term, but you can see there's a very strong correlation with the negative and positive VRs. And I'm not looking at a lot of indicators. So I'm a very simple guy. This is my tool that I created back when I was floor trader, the CBOE decades ago, and just following the volume precedes price. So basically what I'm looking at the screen is if I'm showing you a stochastic indicator, I have a 200-day moving average, a 50-day moving average, but just basic stuff just to give you a perspective of where the index is and so forth. But you know, if you get a positive VR, you tend to get follow through, as you can see here. Negative, you tend to get follow through. It's trading. If it doesn't work out, you move out of the position really quickly. But there's some striking examples here of the VR at work. So what I've suggested to all my clients and subscribers and to people here in MetaStock over the years, or any other technical tools that you might use, add the VR as a, although it's my main indicator and it's my main tool for trading and giving me a sense of what the market's doing. You know, you want to complement it with your other tools. I think you'll find that it's more useful than many others, and it's straightforward. Volume precedes price. If there's buyers coming in or sellers coming in. Here's an example of the DIA, the Dow. We just showed you the sequential version, so I'm showing you the same chart again on the 2-day version. So when you plug this in on your MetaStock screen, you can see how this works. Just giving a 2-day bulletin. You know, it's 2 days after the signal. It doesn't mean that's the optimal exit point. It's just saying that it's 2 days, and we found there's a general, as I mentioned earlier, a correlation that following a VR, 2 days later, you tend to do okay if you are very short term. And now we didn't even mention the directional indicator, but that is a filter. And I still like using the sequential because I want to see all the volume reversals. But in the directional, we filter out repetitive VRs. So this is the same chart that you just looked at before, but if there's a negative VR and there's no repetitive other or contrary signals, you stay with, like, it's a cleaner screen, so to speak. And you know, many of you may enjoy that if you are more trend oriented and don't trade as much as we do. But filters out repetitive VR, so that's what the directional is about. So I prefer the sequential, but this is another tool that is on the MetaStock platform. So let's go look at some individual stuff here going on. Jeff wanted me to sort of talk about what's going on in the market now, and it's clear that at least the last couple of days, and since the November low, which is what our forecast model talked about, the market sort of changed direction. And the TBF, which is the T-bond inverse ETF, generated a negative VR, indicating that rates may be going down, which doesn't really make sense to me because the Fed is raising rates, but it indicated a change in direction and sentiment, at least in the bond market short term. Maybe the Fed will pull some type of surprise in December. We'll wait and see. So that was a trigger, but you can see the negative VR is telling you that perhaps interest rates, in terms of at least the 30-year bond, had gone too far for trading purposes. Natural gas, one of the big markets that obviously is important to us. Right now, it topped out here back in September, triggered by negative VR. We had a little positive VR a couple of weeks ago, a little trade. We're flat in natural gas. My own sentiment is it should go higher with what's going on in Europe. So we're going to wait for another positive signal here. It's starting to get a little oversold, but tremendous correlation here on the VR. You can see how, a big decline during the summer, and then a big VR came in right in early June, and you had a nice move in natural gas to the upside, and then we started to get a cluster of some negative signals, and sure enough, it worked lower. Freeport-McMoRan, of course, copper stock, great correlation. It's great play for a weaker dollar and strength in commodities. Most recent signals are positive here. Most recent one actually 3-4 days ago, we've had a little bit of a rally, but again, implying on the sequential chart, Freeport, again, at the moment, it appears to me it's more of a rally phase coming because we have a little top in the dollar, and we seem to, the overall equity market seem to be recovering here. So let's play that one. This is another one of my favorites. Silver, of course, with the weak dollar. I think I have a dollar chart coming up here in a few moments, indicating some buying here coming in. Now, this is silver miners. This is not silver itself, but I think looking at the bigger chart on this, the weekly chart and so forth, the fact that it rallied up here toward 28 probably means it's headed into the low 30s, and that could be multi-week or few-month comment, but it looks like it's on the way here. But a lot has to do with, of course, what the dollar does as well and what the interest rates are doing. But the moment seems to be more positive than negative. Here's the dollar chart. Everybody talks about the dollar as a key to the markets. A lot of negative VRs coming in here in the last couple of weeks. Most of the rally in the market has been coincident with a strong dollar. So I get money flowing into the U.S. and so forth. The theory is, in Europe things get worse, money flows into the U.S., but negative action in the dollar is better for commodities. Strong dollar is bad for commodities. But at the moment, I may have to contradict myself here from what I said a moment ago. So basically, the strong dollar was for a flight to safety, and that's why we had so much weakness in the market. And now that it's starting to pull down, now we're starting to see a little more strength in the market. Of course, we're in a seasonal period now as well. Besides our forecast model, end of the year rally, Thanksgiving, the turkey shoot, as Yale Hirsch used to talk about, the Santa Claus rally. So tendencies are for some type of optimism this time of year. Maybe again, Federal Reserve will provide some surprise for us, but I don't see this as any big change in direction for the market. But again, we're short term and we take it as it unfolds. Right now, the dollar is weak. And if this changes direction, that's going to be bad for stocks, bad for commodities. But at the moment, the wind is at the back, at least in terms of the market, because of the weakness in the dollar. So here is, it's the monthly SPY. I want to put this up here because on a monthly chart for the SPY, we can see how, just look how it stayed above the 50-month, this blue line here, the 50-month moving average for God knows, look for, except this is the March 220 low to 2020 low, but outside of that, it's pretty much stayed above it. And this is sort of important because it seems to have held that. And if you're big picture, this is not for trading. We start taking that out, then you've got considerable risk in the market next year or the year after. But you can see that a positive VR way back here, back in 2019, pretty much confirmed the big picture view of the market. I wish I had a negative VR right here before the COVID crash, which would have been right here, but that didn't happen. But it's an interesting perspective of the bigger picture S&P. Let's move on here. Let's see, where are we? I didn't mean to finish off so fast here. Let's see, did I finish off? I guess I thought that I had more visuals here, Jeff. So where we're at now is the pricing for the indicator. My newsletter, I offer half off, 50% using the promo code 2022 half off. And go to vrtrader.com if you want to subscribe to our newsletter. And of course, Jeff could fill you in, on the MetaStock pricing and so forth. And I guess we can look at some questions, but I think you're going to have to pull up the charts for me, Jeff. Guess I was supposed to go for a full hour, right? We go over some of these charts again.
Hey, that's all right. We can talk a little bit. We're usually like 10 minutes behind, so it's all right. Let's see. If we want, let's see, if you guys have any questions for Mark, let us know. And if not, here, let's jump into, I'll jump in here and we'll look at a couple of charts. Mark, I'm going to grab the, before we do that, why don't you put up the website again and the coupon code? I didn't get a chance to get that into the chat.
For me, this one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's vrtrader.com.
And with Leibovit VR newsletters, but we use VR Trader as a shortcut to get to it. And we have a bunch of stuff, as you know, but the forecaster is like my big cyclical tool. It's not related to volume per se, but that was, a super indicator in calling the weakness this year. Nothing is 100%, but we've been producing it since 1987 when it called the crash way back then. It shows you how long I've been around. And but if you want to take advantage of any of our newsletters, we do have a discount here for MetaStock subscribers or viewers, 50% off by entering on the order page 2022 half off for any of the products for any time frame that you specify. But we sure love to see you sign up here at MetaStock and take advantage of the VR indicator, because I think you'll be, as you've seen in some of these examples, you'll really be surprised how powerful a tool is for trading purposes. And again, I tend to be short term, but you can put up any time frame on the weekly charts. We had some examples earlier on some of the old charts from several years ago. Some work for weeks and even months, as we showed you on the S&P, if you take a big picture perspective. But again, just looking here at the U.S. dollar chart, which so many people are talking about, you can see that except for very few instances, it has it's very good in determining that there's more, at least recently, more sellers than buyers, and that's what you really want to know with the VR. Is a seller or buy? Now, as a trader, if I shorted the dollar, or I bought UDN, which is the inverse of UP, instead of actually shorting UP, and I got a couple-day trade like in here or in here or in here in the last 10 days or so, or 2 weeks, I'm happy to take a trade as well. So again, that's the power of that tool.
Okay. Let's see.
I can pull up some charts on my other screen if someone has a chart interest in a chart, but I don't think I can pull it up on this screen here, Jeff.
Let's see. Brian wants to know if you like volume profile. And do you find it helpful?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
He wants to know if you like volume profile and if you find it helpful.
Don't use it.
Okay.
So I have to learn how to use it, Jeff. You got to show me.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't use it either. I do like to look at volume as a confirmation for sure, though. Let's see. Lisa has a question. Mark, we know many volume traders love low price and penny stocks, again, that have dark pools accumulated. Do you avoid or do you love low price stocks?
Oh, we just had one on the recommended list the other day for a trade. In fact, it's up a little bit today. Grow Generation, GRWG, which is a cannabis-related stock. They actually provide equipment and stuff for the industry. Stock was $50, $60 a share, came all the way down to $3, and now volume reversals came in and rallied, I think, 3 to 6. And we took a nice trade in it yesterday, almost $1 in a $4 or $5 stock. Frankly, it looks really cheap. Again, haven't come down as much as it did from, $50, $60 a share, maybe a $10 or $15 stock. So we're keeping on our watch list, and we'll jump into that one. But yes, definitely, talking about cannabis, names like Canopy Growth, down from 50 to $2, $3. So there's a lot of cheap stocks in the cannabis space, and Telray is another one. So we'll track all those. That's actually, we actually have a letter. One of our letters is the cannabis letter, and that one you might take a look at as well. But those, because of luck or design, are now cheap. So that would definitely fit our category. But the answer is yes. If I get a VR and a low price stock, definitely take a look at it.
All right. Can you see my screen now, Mark?
I see it. Beautiful. You got the bars up there.
Yeah, cool. All right.
Well,
I'm gonna.
If you pull up GRWG, if you could pull that up with the VR, that would be great if you want.
Which one?
GRWG, that's the one we just talked about. Can you put up a VR chart?
Sure. Grow Generation. Here we are. Of course I can. This is. Look how. I just love how good it looks in the new charting engine too. Let's go ahead and do this. So this one looks like just a couple days ago, on the 8th, we had
this one. We jumped in. Yep, we jumped in because of the low price stock, and the VR came in, had a nice trade there. It may have had a brokerage recommendation, which triggered that, but it still gave us a nice trade on that, the VR. And if you look, it was actually even before that big spike, 2, 3, 4 days before that, there was also a VR underneath there. You can see it at the very, literally coming off the low, which is the ideal textbook scenario. You want to say the VR calls the tops and calls the bottoms, which is not always the case, but you can see where it did call a trading top, back about a month or so back, or 2 months back, before it started to head south again. Yeah, so yeah, definitely love these low priced ones if you can catch the VR in them. And problem is tracking them and having them all up on your screen to find them. That's the problem. Thousands of stocks, and you miss stuff if you don't. It just happened this was on our list because it was part of the cannabis letter recommended list.
Okay, let's see. I'm just changing. I like the black look, but I wanted to make it adjusted so we can see the symbols a little bit better. Peggy wants to know what you consider short term.
Short term is anywhere from an hour to 2 days.
Okay, cool. Let's see. And
I mean, if you jumped into GWRG in the morning of that first bar that it took off on the VR, you had like, big percentage profit really fast on an intraday trade. And, depends how big your position was. If you had 5,000 shares, you just made $5,000. You might want to take the trade and revisit the next day, perhaps. So it depends on what your trading philosophy is. I like bringing the register, Jeff. It's a long story, but when I was on the floor, all the traders that I knew took closed positions out at the end of every day. And I guess I sort of became spoiled a little bit when, people that I worked with that were making a lot of money came in flat every day and looked for new trades on the floor. So I tend to become, what their attitude was, being in the market and being a trader is like having a job and you want your paycheck every day. So that's what they would do on the floor. They would, hopefully they just go to the clearing firm, get their check, and come in next day looking for a trade. So, that's how I started getting involved in volume and short-term moves in the market because of following some of the smart people that did this for a living. But yeah, it's up to you what your perspective is. I'm definitely short-term.
Rao wants to know if you do anything with forecasts. Do you have, or FOREX? Do you have any newsletters around FOREX? Do you recommend VR Trader for FOREX? It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I can't track FOREX because I don't have I can't create a volume chart like you and I are looking at here. What I do is I follow the dollar, I'll follow the Canadian dollar, I'll follow the Swiss franc, the Japanese yen, and put the ETF for that particular currency up on the screen. And if like we just showed you some examples of the dollar showing the negative volume coming in, so that would tell you the dollar was a short, and you go from there.
I think it's .dxy if I'm not mistaken. And actually somebody's asking for the DXI, so that's a pretty good thing. Randall wants to say, hey, what do you think about the DXY? Ooh, wow. I hadn't looked at it yet today, but it looks like it's lost a little bit of its strength at least. Any thoughts on the DXY?
Okay, so this is your volatility index. You have a volume.
This is the dollar index, and unfortunately, I don't have a volume on this one, so we're not going to get any VRs.
Right, I need to see it. I mean, obviously, it was in downtrend. Of course, we're in a rally, a little rally phase here in the market. So, I think the powers that be, saw the, I'm getting to more of my editorial stuff, but we had the collapse in the crypto market, and the FTX going bankrupt, which is a story today. And I'm into the plunge protection team, which Ronald Reagan created back in 1988. And I think the powers that be saw a collapse in the crypto market, and they wanted to protect the markets, thinking that some of that selling could affect stocks. So I think that's one of the reasons we had the 1,200 point move yesterday, and we're also in a seasonally positive period. So I think you're going to just see it's going to be choppy. A lot depends on the election outcomes that everybody's holding their breath for. But I think in early January, the market's going to try to push higher. And I think the powers that be want the market to stay up here, particularly with the crypto situation is what it is. Because that's billions and billions, maybe trillions of losses. And it's almost like, the market, like the Russian fiasco years ago, or the collapse of the big hedge funds where the Fed and the Federal Reserve step in and try to protect the market. I think part of the rally is a result of that. But the model that I gave you earlier, our forecast model, said to be looking for rally from early November into the end of the year anyway. So it all sort of fits. Jeff, what do you think? Maybe the Fed's following my model.
Maybe.
Al
wants to know if VR Trader works really good in a short-term period. Is cities like 1, 3, and 5 minutes. Brian wants to know if we can show a chart of the 15-minute on VR signals. So I'm trying to think of a good symbol to show for that. Let me jump over to Facebook. Facebook's been beat up like crazy lately. And we'll just take a look at it on the 15-minute. Oh yeah, it's Meta. I was going to say that I was like, why isn't this letting in?
Meta had tons of
the original MetaStock. Let's see, Meta.o.
Meta had tons
So
of
any
negative.
thoughts on using this?
See.
I just, Mark, I don't have your audio anymore.
Am I unaudioed? I'm here. I thought maybe I hit it, cut it off, but no, it's on.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Maybe my volume just got pushed way down or something. So here we've got a little bit of a 15-minute chart. I didn't hear if you had talked about how well it works on smaller time frames, or if it's recommended for smaller.
Right, we didn't discuss that. I have some subscribers that actually use the VR and the 5-minute charts, which is faster than I want to use them. But I will look at a 5-minute chart, just to see what the stock trading during the day. But it does have application. It depends how fast you are, and if you're on real time, you can see the one you put up. If this is 5-minute, you can see there are some correlations there for trading. But it's still too, even for someone like myself who's done this long, it's too fast for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just probably wouldn't let me trade that often.
Right. I mean, I'll do a few trades a day, but I'm not, doing it 5 minutes per se. It'll depend on what's going on. I tend to try to close positions out at the end of the day if I can. I hate coming in the next morning, having a winning position and see it become a losing position. Again, this is, that's why we're VR trader. I mean, basically, yes, you can use this in longer time frames. I showed you some weekly and daily, and that's good for perspective, what the trend of the stock or the market is. But, So
what would you say this is for? I just pulled up a chart of the Dow. Do you use it to look at like the major market indexes, like the Dow Industrial, the Spider, the ETFs?
Yeah, I've been recommending the total stock market index, VTI, a lot recently because it covers the entire market, and it's a little more honest because it covers everything. But yeah, I do the SPY or the DIA, but I also tend to use the shorter, the smaller ones. Like on the inverse, the S&P, I'll use SH or DOG. So I use a lot of the ETFs for the market, but.
Okay, gotcha. So
for the clients, the ones that want market timing for like, what do I think to the end of the year? I might say buy VTI, which is the total stock market index, and just say if you believe that the model is right, just stay with the VTI. But again, if a negative VR comes in and it shows that we have to get out, I will.
Okay, Brian wants to know if
we got here. What are you pulling up here?
This is VTI.
Oh, VTI, great, thank you.
Yeah. Brian wants to know if you could use this with the E-minis. And I can pull those up, the S&P E-minis. Yeah, and you can use it with the S&P minis without any problem. There's a look at kind of how the chart looks.
This is the futures on a 5-minute or daily.
This is the daily futures.
Okay.
So. This was the expert that we're using. There are a couple of different options here. You can, if we come into, they all start with Leibovit. So if we come into it, you've got the 2 days. We've got directional and sequential. And you'll notice there's different versions. So if you're looking at the stocks, you could do stocks. There's some generic futures ones that you can apply. There's a specific one to gold, heating oil, palladium. There are quite a few different options, but yeah, you can use it with the E-minis. All right.
Anyway,
else you'd like to look at, Mark?
That's a nice correlation here if you're looking at some of the signals, so it's good that you put it up. I mean, you got a nice little indicator, you got a little VR in here for like a 4 or 5 day rally and a negative VR for a 4 or 5 day decline, so even just 4 days ago, a little VR for 2 3 day move, a 1 day negative, then we exploded yesterday, which would indicate to me overall we're still in an up, a short-term uptrend. I know the Dow's off a little bit today, but after 1,200 point advance and coming into a weekend, you'd think someone would want to take some profits, but
cool.
The trend stuff seems to be up here short-term until the end of the year, but it's going to be choppy. With the election and with all the stuff going on, but I think it's, it's a trader's market. It's great. There's a lot of stuff moving.
All right, very good. Mark, I want to say thanks for coming in today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the add-on that we're showing. Of course, there is scanning too. So if we come in here, if we wanted to go in and write a scan for it, we could just kind of come in. You're going to be able to scan for 2-day directional or sequentials, and it'll just give you a list. And again, we've been talking about how nice scanning is in MetaStock. If I wanted to find all the directional signals here, I'm just going to go ahead and select this as a directional. That's the scan we're going to run. Looks like we have a one selected from yesterday. So I'm just going to come in, take out the search, and then just unselect all of them, like so. And then, but yeah, if I wanted to go in and run a scan, all I've got to do is actually just choose the scan I want to run. We'll do the directional. I can choose whatever list that I want to run, and run the scan like we would with anything else. So, Mark, thank you very much for coming in today. We appreciate it. And,
I appreciate it very much, Jeff. Thank you for having me. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. And I wish I had more examples, but I wanted to keep it like short and sweet with the indicator. And I think we covered the major markets, which I think people wanted me to do here. So, you know, dollar down, gold, silver look like they want to go higher. Market overall wants to go higher short term, and the bond market seems to be a little weak here, but you know, that's where we're at short term.
For sure. All right. Let me talk a little bit about how to get it. Mark, thanks again. It's great to have you.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, cool. Let's do this. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. So yeah, here's a kind of the VR toolkit. It's an add-on that we've had for quite some time. It does a really, really good job. You do have the three different versions: the 2-day reversal, the directional, and the sequential. There are varieties of that have been customized for different markets. It is a subscription add-on, and what we're going to do is a very similar offer to what you've heard already. If you pay for a month, we're going to give you the second and the third month for free. So if you buy your first month, we'll give you that second and third month for free. To order, you can go to metastock.com/conf-promo. You can give us a call at 800-882-3040, and you can also go to metastock.com/sales-chat. So the another question we had was from Russell. What's the schedule for the rest of the day? Well, I can actually tell you. Let's go ahead and kind of take a look at it. Here's our Friday schedule. If you come down a little bit, we're right here. We have Ed Downs is coming up. And he's going to talk about artificial intelligence and how an artificial intelligence back test works and kind of the advantages of using it. Then we have Norm Hallet. Norm Hallet is going to come in and talk about trading discipline, something that's very, very important. If you remember Kelly talking about like discipline being important yesterday, he's going to talk about trading discipline. And then to cap everything off, we're going to have Ken Calhoun with Day Traders University come in and give a lesson on how trading winning graphs and breakouts. So there you go. There's your schedule for the rest of the day. If you want to take advantage of any of the offers that we've done, best place for you to go is to metastock.com/conf-promo. If we key that in, what you're going to get is an ability. I'm not actually going to wait for that to load, to get any of the offers we've talked about today, as well as sign up for an extended trial, as well as sign up for Learn MetaStock. Anything you want to do is going to be up there. So there you go. And go ahead and go to the next slide right here. We are a little bit early, so I'm going to say thank you to Stocks and Commodities magazine. We have prize time, so we'll give away a little bit of prize. But thank you, Stocks and Commodities, for sponsoring the event. I really appreciate the support and the work that they've done over the years to help us with the conferences and the summits and that kind of stuff. One of the things I think is of critical importance is learning. Like I always think like you can always be getting better at something, and if you're not, you're probably getting worse. It's one direction or the other. And I think education in trading, if you just learn to kind of sharpen your tools consistently, they're going to get sharp. So with Stocks and Commodities, they're going to send you a magazine every month. In addition, you're going to have access to all of their 17,000 trading articles. They've been publishing since 1982. If you do our extended trial subscription, if you buy a month of MetaStock, we'll give you the second and the third month for free. Actually, they will also give you 5 months of stocks and commodities. If you do $300 or more, if you buy some of the add-ons, they'll give you 2 years, and they're including that for free. So thank you for Stocks and Commodities for sponsoring the event. We'll also say thank you to CMT since we have a minute or two extra. They've been a great sponsor of the event over the years. Appreciated, very much, very, very happy to be sponsored by CMT Association. So, and of course, our software. We've talked a lot about scanning, testing, forecasting, the ability to kind of get all that stuff put in one place. MetaStock's been rated #1 in its price category for 29 years straight. It'll help you with all of that stuff. And there's a reason it's been rated #1. What we're offering as part of the promotion today is if you buy a month, we'll give you the second month for free, and we'll give you the third month for free. So you can take advantage of that. If you have any questions that we haven't covered, you can go to metastock.com/conf-promo. You can visit us online at metastock.com/sales-chat, or you can also call us at 800-882-3040. So there you go. Let's go ahead and do a prize, Kelly.
Go.
All right, let me go to my prize list here. And, okay. All right, I decided on one. Do you want to know what it is?
Yes, what prize are we giving away this time?
So Ken Calhoun is closing us up today. He's going to come in. He's going to talk about gap mastery and trading the gaps. We're going to give away a month of his trade mastery service. So with this, you'll get lessons on how to day trade and how to swing trades. You're going to get daily trade ideas with price alerts, entry points, stops, and targets. You'll get coaching seminars. You'll get trade setups Monday through Friday, and you'll learn how to trade live in his daily session. So the value on that's normally about $247. We're going to go ahead and give one away. And I just need a number from you, Kelly. What number would you like to pick?
Between what and what this time? 1 and 11,000?
639.
639. We went big last time, didn't we? I'm trying to remember.
You did 11,356 last time because I still haven't selected.
All right, we're going to do then 2022. We're going to go for the year. How about that?
2022. Okay. Now I'm sure I'm gonna totally box this person. Their first name is Trader, and their last name is Trader.
Oh, a trader.
Yeah. Their mom must have been cool. I'm sure that's probably not their name. But it is it's a Brazil email address. And we will reach out to you. We'll probably need to get a real name for you, but we'll reach out to you to kind of get you information on how you can get that prize. So congratulations, Mr. Trader. Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me just make a note of that. Control B here. Okay. All right. And don't worry. Thank you very much for the assist, Kelly. I appreciate it. All right. I did talk about the conference, getting the conference promo. Ed, if you want to start early, we could start you a few minutes early. I do want to say thank you for everybody that's given us talks already. It's been awesome. I want to thank I'm amazed at how good the attendance has been, how good the registrations have been, how good the questions have been. I feel like it's been going really, really well. I hope you're enjoying the conference. One of the things I'll ask for you to do is after the event, if you did register for it, you're going to get a survey. There's only 3 questions. It's going to be like, how did you like the survey? I hope you enjoyed it. The second question, I can't remember what it is. I think it was like, how many hours did you go to of our insanely long conference? Answer that question. But the third question is, do you have any suggestions? So if there's things that you'd like us to see from future conferences, let us know. We read the comments. If you just have comments, you're like, hey, I thought it was great, or hey, I thought it sucked, send them through. I read all of them. I want to see them. So look out for that conference survey. If you haven't yet, you absolutely 100% sure should sign up for the extended trial that you can see on your screen. You can go to metastock.com/conf promo. You can go to metastock.com/sales chat, or you can give us a call at 800-882-3040. MetaStock's great. I've loved working here, and obviously I'm hugely biased, but I wouldn't trade without it. And I think there's a reason it's been rated #1 in its price category 29 years in a row. Again, the ability for me to go in right before the market closes and just run a quick market scan, find some stocks, look at them, make decisions. I find opportunities that I wouldn't otherwise just because I have scanning. You know, in addition to that, it'll help you test ideas and see what works well. You've got the patented forecaster that you can use, the commentary. Those English definitions, if you're learning about the markets, are awesome. And one of the things I've always thought about MetaStock is it's something that grows with you. So if you're new to trading, the more you learn about trading, it isn't a product you're going to outgrow. It's a product that's literally going to grow with you. So if you haven't done it yet, definitely give it a go. $23 a month is what you'll pay for 3 months if you do the DC version. And then you'll be using it till February. And by the end of that, you'll really know the MetaStock program, especially with all the stuff that we give you. So metastock.com/conf promo, metastock.com/sales chat if you have other questions, or give us a call at 800-882-3040. Don says speakers are great, hosts are organized. It's been a nice week hanging out. Don, you've been here like consistently too. So thank you for attending, and thank you for that nice comment. Appreciate it. Thanks. Let's see. Thanks. Apologies for all week and my ability to type properly. Rao asks, how long are these conference specials available? Through the weekend, through the next week. So we have until next Friday to kind of take advantage of. And Rao, you're another person that's been here very, very consistently all week long with a lot of really good questions. So thanks for coming. So, okay, that's me stalling for 10 minutes. Anyway, our next presenter actually is coming back. Spoke to us a little bit earlier this week about chart patterns and how to use them, and kind of the really cool chart pattern engine that he's developed and designed for MetaStock. Today, what he's going to talk about is artificial intelligence and kind of what it can do for you and how it can kind of help with trading, and kind of the differences between that and maybe like your standard testing that have been kind of in place, and kind of the advantages of kind of doing an artificial intelligence type of a scanning. So with that being said, Ed, how are you doing?
Hey, Jeff, doing great. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you. What was it? It's been 2 or 3 days. Did you get younger? You look younger.
I hope I'm looking younger every day. I really do. You look great, by the way.
Yeah, no, you actually, I don't know what you're doing, but I need to adopt your lifestyle. Anyway, I can see your screen. I can hear you, and I'll get out of the way. Your turn.
Okay, well, stand by. I may need you. So
I'll be here if you need me. Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
You got to save me every now and then. Okay, well, gosh, thanks, Jeff, for having me on. I love coming to these conferences and summits because there's so many great speakers. I know you all, this is like the last day, and you've heard so many good people talk about different approaches to trading and how they use MetaStock and everything else. And I'm also a big, huge fan of the software. I just want to give you just the maybe 1-minute version, maybe 2, of our history together. Goes back actually 1990. I started my company, Nirvana Systems, like the rock band. We had it before them, though, by the way. But started it to really focus on automation for trading, different automated applications, because I was a design automation engineer, and I really like automating things. Wind them up, let them go. It's kind of fun. And so started my company to focus on that. And the first thing we did was wrote a utility package that could run other software from the outside. It was called a software robot. And so one of the programs that we worked on was MetaStock, actually the first program, and the best, frankly. But so we did that to make it do things that it wasn't doing at the time. That was the DOS version. Remember, this is 1991. So this is like way, way back there. And I actually went to Salt Lake City, met Steve Akalis, the founder of the company. It was called Equus International at that time, and also met Jeff. And we started working together. And I told Steve, I said, I've got these utilities that can make MetaStock do various things, and he just thought they were great. And so we sold those utilities to MetaStock customers, and Jeff and I sold each other's software, and we had a great time. So that was a lot, 30 something years ago. Well, that was the DOS era. So when DOS kind of died, we had to go into Windows. And so then we started working on Windows applications. And about 1995, I would say, I decided, you know what? In terms of automating stuff, I would like to apply artificial intelligence to the market, because I think I could probably get a better trading signal using it. And so about that time, we came up with our first AI system, and we've been enhancing it ever since, right? Well, a couple of years ago, I got back with Jeff and I said, hey, you know something? I got an idea. I'm starting this company called Fulgent Technologies. And the idea of Fulgent is to package our AI and let it kind of go with a platform. So like you just hook it on and it provides AI to the platform. And I said, of course, I want to do MetaStock, first. And he was like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, these guys are great over there. They're just so much fun. So we, got some help on how to do it and embed it in MetaStock. It is probably, I'm going to say it's the most sophisticated add-on for MetaStock ever. I think I can say that, Jeff. Hope I'm not stepping on toes, but it is millions of lines of code, runs in the system tray in the background. You don't even know it's there. It just generates the signals and all that stuff. And I'm going to show it to you. So we created that for MetaStock, and they've had it now for a couple of years available. And it's just slick. I really like the way it works, and you're going to see it today. But I also am an educator. I like teaching things and helping people out with different topics. And gosh, I think I've taught everything I've ever done forever. So I really enjoy that. And so today, what I want to do is really help you understand about AI, because there is a lot of AI stuff out there. If you go into YouTube and you look up, AI for traders or AI on the stock market or something, you're going to see all these things out there. And I want to help you understand what you're looking at, because I just don't want you to go down the wrong path with it. So I'm going to help educate you and then show you, of course, what our thing does and how it can help you in the market. And we're going to have some fun. So let's do it. All right. Starting right out here, we're going to look at AI itself. I'm going to talk about what kind of AI works for trading and what kind typically doesn't work and why. So you're armed with that information. And then how can AI help you? What is it going to do? Is it going to tell you what the market's going to do tomorrow? Is it going to tell you the stock's going up or down? Well, that's what we're going to look at. And then also, probably the most important thing in here with our stuff is how you can create your own personalized AI signal very, very easily. You have a favorite indicator, a favorite system in MetaStock, it is very easy to take that and turn it into an artificially intelligent system with this. So before we get started, we do have on our website, I've got a free freebie for you. There is some work that we did trading options with our AI, and we did some comparisons and wrote a report. So if you'll go to fulgent.ai, this is a company that distributes our AI, fulgent.ai, then platforms, and then MetaStock, and you'll see it's right there. And that's the report. I think you'll find it interesting. So I just want to tell you about that. And that's the thing I have on the site. Okay, well, let's get going. Okay, so the question is, can AI be used to trade more profitably? That's what we all want to know, right? And as I mentioned, if you go on YouTube and just type in AI for trading, you're going to find all this stuff out there, different people claiming things. And every single one that I've ever seen is based on something called a neural network. Now, some people think that any computer program is AI. So you see that too. But if it's actually AI, it's almost always going to be a neural network. So let's talk about neural networks and what they are. But before we go there, I just want you, when you're looking at these things and you're looking for AI, I want you to see if they have any results posted. Like they have any, equity curves or any system test performance or forward test performance. You never see it. You never see something like the MetaStock performance test where you're comparing whatever it is against other things or even just against itself. You just don't see that. So this is a picture of what we deliver, in our software. We show the actual signals where they were, and you can get a historical test on that and see how well they did. So, but you just don't see this. I mean, let's say we predicted the price of Apple today. Right. Okay. Or whatever. So, and there's reasons why you don't see it. Okay. That's what I want to get into here. All right. If you look at neural networks, classic AI, and there's various flavors of AI, there's random forest, neural networks, genetic algorithms, fuzzy logic, all these things. But neural networks are the dominant thing right now in all of the AI applications, whether it's self-driving cars, whatever it is, or recognizing something, cancer, whatever, it's neural networks. Okay. So the typical application is something like, I want to identify, is that a cat? Is there cancer in this image? You're driving a car. Is there an obstacle in the road? So it's a kind of a yes or no thing. Do I see it? Do I not see it? That's the classic, typical application. And the way this works is, this is a pretty weird picture, but it's a neural network. And the reason they call it that is there are these little things inside here. They're actually they're not real. It's the code is organizing points inside the software, and there's paths between the points. And so what you do is you take something, let's say you want to make a neural network to identify cats, for example. You take a cat, you take the picture of the cat, and you put it into this input zone right here by just basically laying the pixels down one after the other. And it can be, millions. So you just put them, serialize them, make them one long line of pixels, and put it in here. And then, so whatever the pixels are, that's their values. And they come in, that's called the input layer. And then the neural network works to adjust weights in each of these nodes or neurons such that the path of this stuff through here ends up with a number. And they keep adjusting it and adjusting it and adjusting it. And there's various things. There's some really good teaching articles. I think 2 Brown, 1 Blue is a great company for that if you want to learn about it. But it just kind of iterates until finally it gets it's between 0 and 1. It says, okay, 0.98, that is what you're looking for after it's looked at a whole bunch of them. And you go, yes, you're right. Okay, stop changing the network. We got it. Then you put another cat in here. And you keep doing this over and over again until the error gets small and you're just really, really sure that you're seeing a cat and not a dog. Okay. Now, that's identifying something that is clearly a thing. Even if it's a rock on the road, that is a thing, right? The market, oh, there goes our cat. Okay. The market is not a thing. All right. Oh, I had all this stuff on already. I had these animations. There you go. The cat's going in, getting trained. Okay, great. So the point I want to make here is that for a neural network, the market is simply changing too much to be solved by giving it price information. You can't do it because you're trading, right? Just because you have, or whatever it is, an indicator firing a signal or whatever, it doesn't mean that chart's going to go up right there. It depends on other things going on, and they're infinite in their complexity. So it is really, really hard to get, to be able to feed a chart of the market into a neural network and actually get on the other side, yes, it's going up or down. That's really, really, really difficult because this thing over here can change so much, as you know, from day to day. Okay, so you can't feed it a chart. What do you feed it? Well, you have to use indicators because indicators are derivatives of the chart. They have more information than just a pixel on the chart or even a bar, that's higher or lower, whatever it is. An indicator is better. That's why you use them, right? If RSI is below 30, you're either going to have a runaway market to the downside or you're going to turn. And if you go back up through 30, that's usually a pretty good place to buy. That's a derivative information from the chart. It's taken from the chart, but it's not the chart. It's an indicator. So we need to use indicators. Now, what's the problem with that? Well, it was over 100 MetaStock. So which one do you use? It's like, well, I don't know. We'll just test a bunch of stuff and pick some and try it. But it even gets worse than this. The daunting fact of trying to pick an indicator to use. And let's just look at one of them, the relative strength index, and talk about using RSI for trading. All right. You've got your period variations, the 8 period, 9 period, 10 period, 11. Which one do you use? Let's say you pick the 14. Now you've got all these interpretations. If it goes through 0, if it goes above or below a level, like I just talked about, diverging. It's a great signal. Divergent signals, moving average crossover of RSI itself, moving average on RSI when it crosses that moving average, that can be a signal. So you have all of these interpretations. And that's just one indicator. So it's just an infinite number of possible things on just RSI. Okay, so we want this thing to be intelligent. We want it to find trading solutions for us. So, it's just a daunting problem. Even with just 100 of those indicators, and I'm talking about true, false, like is RSI below 30 or above 30, or the third state is I don't care what RSI is doing. That's the third state. So if you have three things with 100 of them, just 100, not gazillions like we just talked about, that's how many combinations there are. Unique combinations of 100 things that have three states, true, false, and you don't care what it is, right? So if you line them all up like this, and you said, well, how about, this one and this one and this one, that's one combination. Well, there's 2 septillion of those. So the fastest supercomputer on Earth can't solve that problem. It can't tell you which combination of those things is the best by trying all of them. It's not possible. Can't do it. Okay, so what do? Well, that's the question. How do you search that space? It's called a space, a problem space, to find good trading rules. And of course, it's AI. But the question is, what kind of AI? And that's why I want to talk about a rule-based approach, because this is how you have to do it with trading. So again, you look at the neural network solution, you need to just, look for the results, look for the performance, anything like that. And then, well, how is it able to do that? Is it a gazillion neural networks like they use in self-driving cars? I haven't seen it yet with a neural network. I have not seen that happen with a neural network, but I do see it with this. Okay, so let's talk about what this is. Let's start with an example. This is typically how we do trading stuff, is we'll pick some indicator that looks kind of predictive, and we say, well, yeah, it's mostly predictive, but sometimes it's not. So we get another indicator, and keep adding more indicators on or more variations until we say, okay, when this is true, and this is true, and this is true, and this is true, you've got a really good signal, and then we'll back test that. So for example, here's a Bollinger Band, and we know that when it narrows down and starts to expand, that's usually a breakout. Okay, so that's good right there. Then we have the 20-period moving average on the chart over the 30-period. The 20 period is faster. That's also a good indication that you're starting to go up. If we look at this second thing down here, momentum, if momentum is positive, that's a good indication. And finally, bottom, MACD is above its moving average, which is very closely related to this one up here, but it is different. So you've got all those. So you see, when all those things are happening, I've got a really good place to buy. That's how we make trading systems. Our human mind looks at these things and picks them out. You can never, you'll do it for the rest of eternity, trying to do everything. But you find some that will look good, and you test them. All right. So how do we do that? Since we know there's 20 septillion possible combinations of just 100 things, how do you possibly do it? And the way we do it is with something called a genetic algorithm. And that's because instead of trying to fluidly flow a bunch of pixels from a chart and figure it out, which can't do, we're giving it pieces of information to pick from. RSI below 30, MACD is diverging, all these relationships. And we can look at hundreds and hundreds of them with this algorithm, because what it's doing is it's lining them up, and then it just turns them on and off randomly to start with. Finally, it's going to get one that is profitable. Like here, let's say this is RSI is this one, 14 less than 30, whatever they are, the measurement. It's going to be a true false thing typically. And so, when you get one that is profitable, you save it and you start mutating it. You start adding things to it to see if you can get a better rule, a more profitable rule. And each time you do that, you have to test that thing against all the data. Like I found, when MACD is doing this and RSI is doing that or whatever, that's profitable a bunch of times. We'll look at every time it happened. How profitable is that? That's what you have to do. But this algorithm can run very, very quickly with today's modern computers and the multiple cores that we have, if you program it right. So that's essentially what we've done with this thing. And in the end, what you end up with is something called a knowledge base of rules. And there's typically a few thousand in there. And so we'll look at 200 or 300 different things you know, MACD, RSI, whatever it is, volume changes, whatever, just those little things are in there, and it will find, you know, 2,000 to 4,000 rules. It can keep going and find more, but we want the best ones, so we call the poor, less ones out, and we let it keep going. And we put those in this repository. Now, you don't have to know any of this, of course. I'm just explaining what it's doing under the covers. Inside there is that rule that was generated, you know, RSI less than 30, MACD diverging, and the moving average is increasing. Okay, that's a rule, and that's our quick move signal, and there you go. So when the chart comes up, what it's going to do is the software will look in this knowledge base and all of the measurements, all 200 or 300 indicators that are being measured everywhere in this chart, and look for a match inside here. So it's got 2,000 to 4,000 things. It looks for a match at each individual bar in this chart. And you would think that would just take for freaking ever, but it doesn't. It's fast. And that's what's really cool about it. Okay, so that's the basis of the training that happens. We do that. So you also can do it. I'm going to tell you about that in a minute. But we train, we create these knowledge bases, and then they just find signals like that. Okay, so Fulgent AI. Let's talk about how it works, what it's doing. Okay, so there is this engine that runs in the system tray, and you can get to it very easily and see the interface. We're going to do that next. There's the knowledge base. And so what's happening is MetaStock is communicating with our system after measuring every single indicator in this chart, all 200 to 300 of them, and says, do you got a match for me at this bar? And because it says, yes, I do. So it says, okay, puts a signal out there, and then you can do other things with it. So to see what those other things are, let's go ahead and go in here. And I've got Walmart up, and we have 4 different experts that we provide with this. There's a swing trade expert, a volatility breakout expert, a quick move expert, which is my personal favorite, and major reversal expert. And so, you know, it's firing signals. And typically, you can increase the accuracy, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a second. Right now, I've got this set to 75 internally, and that's easy to do. So in fact, I'll just show you that right now since I just said that. Let me go to the system here. It's in the tray. There it is. Very simple interface. And there's multiple Fulgent products in here. The one I want to look at is this. There's the patterns one that Jeff talked about. Here's FT stocks, which has these 4 experts, and all 4 of them are turned on, okay, right now. So down here is the desired strength rating. So I want 75% signals, which is kind of like an accuracy, not exactly, but it's pretty close. And so I can go higher than that. The higher I go, the fewer signals I'll see. So 75 is a nice, good number. Or I can see all the signals that are being generated by doing show all. Very easy to do that. Okay, so that's the interface. Let's go ahead and here, bring it out. And like I say, inside this, you can go to any signal. Like here's volatility breakout, for example. Let's see. Oh, computer's doing something. There it is. So right there is where I drop that cursor, and it says, okay, if you're in the trade at that point, this particular signal has a 75% accuracy rating. It happened 152 times in the training data. We train over quite a bit of data, so that's a fair number. I like to see 200-300. It's better. The more, the better. And the reason we don't just say, well, it has to be 300 or 400 times is because often your eye can look at that signal and see that it's a really good signal. So we want to bring those to you. So we don't clamp them off. We want to give you the information to look at. So 152 occurrences, and the average profit in all of those historical occurrences was about 4% per trade. Right now, at that point, if you were in this trade, we are using trailing profit stops in here, and that value is $123.57. So if you're trading with this and you want to follow the exits that we have coded in here, you can do that by looking at that. And like I said, swing trade. It will also tell you what the signal type is, and you know something about it. But here's that one's also 75. I'm saying give me 75 signals. So occasionally I'm going to see an 80 or something pop up here, but that's how it works basically. So really, I mean, you know, you're looking at a program like this, and it is about signal generation. That's what it does. Okay. What's going to be really important to you is how you can make it do what you want it to do. But this is a very generically trained genetic algorithm knowledge base on generic data. We fit it, I believe we feed it the S&P 500 over like 15 years of data. And so they're very good signals. You can get better signals if you retrain it on your data or your time frame, because it'll work in real time. It'll work on futures. It'll work on pretty much any market. but the one that we deliver is very, very good. Can be used right out of the box. As you can see, those signals are awesome. But you can then take it and very quickly just target a different data set and train it yourself. For people who want to do that. If you don't want to do that, it's fine. Let's go and go through a few charts here to see what we can see. Let's see. Here is Apple. Now, you saw how long that took. Like what? 5 seconds. Again, 200 to 300 indicators on this chart. Okay, so there's Apple. There's quite a few volatility breakout signals happening here. Let's go to the next one. And this is Amgen. So there's a beautiful volatility breakout there, a beautiful swing trade there. Here's some quick moves down, down. This one did not work out. They don't all work out. About 75%. This quick move stopped out there. Awesome. Look at this one. Awesome, 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 awesome. We go through a few more. The beautiful thing, of course, is that you can explore the current market to get the current signals across the entire stock market if you want to with the Explorer. We're going to be talking about that in a minute. But here's some more, quick swing trade right to there. This one up to here. This quick move was very, very short term. And then it's in a volatility breakout trade that's still going. And that's a 75. Let me see if I can find let me see. No, so far just 75s. Well, I would hit an 80 eventually if I kept clicking them. Let's see. Let's do we'll do a couple more, maybe one more. All right. Here's Boeing. So you can see it's firing these reversion signals, and here's a quick move down, swing trade up to where is it? Up to there. Okay. Here's the stop loss. The swing trade goes all the way up to there. We also mark these on the chart, which is unusual, I think, in a MetaStock plugin. It wasn't easy, but they showed us how to do it over there. Jeffrey and the team, so that made it easy. But so we're doing that too. And let's see, we can do one more. What we got here? There was Boeing, and this was this Caterpillar. Okay, and again, you can see that this thing is really good. I mean, how many things have you seen that can actually? And this doesn't put this signal on here like later. It's like that day you would see that signal. It's that day. I mean, whoa. There's swing trade at the bottom there. So if you're prospecting with these, and here's look at this one right here, and this one. They're just really great candidates to trade from, and you can look at other things in the chart, which you should to confirm. If it's too much against the trend, like this one, this quick move here, it sees the indicators to fire that, but this is going straight down with big gaps, so you wouldn't want to trade that until it starts to move in the other direction. So just a little common sense can help you, pick the better signals. This one has what we call a climax pattern. That's awesome for going back up. So I would definitely have traded that one on about that bar right there once it had turned. Okay, now let's see. I might come back and look at some more if we have time, but we'll see here. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, go back to the presentation. I got some more things I want to tell you about. So we just went over the different parts of the advisor and then the signals. You click and get this information in there. We also have tested these, and the system tester, in this test, we ran up against a bunch of experts that are just kind of come with MetaStock, Bollinger Bands and the different things that are there. And this is what Fulgent AI did. It's really easy to run that test yourself on data, and you can see it. Again, it's something you typically don't see with AI stuff. You don't see any kind of statistics. Also, we can run the Explorer on the market, and I'm going to go ahead and do that because that's pretty interesting, and it doesn't take long. Let's bring up the Explorer here, and let's see. I want to pick my Fulgent Technologies Exploration, Fulgent AI, and there it is right there, stocks. Okay, I don't need that one right there. And let's go ahead, and we don't need that much data to find signals. I'll say load a year of data, and let's run it on, let's see, not the Dow 30. Let's run it on like the S&P 100. Yeah, let's run, I think that's fine. S&P 100, there it is. See if we see any signals. Yep. Okay, so they're picked. My bars are picked. Use the current date. Let's go. Now again, you got to realize for every single chart that is fed over to the engine, the engine is measuring 200 to 300 indicators on every bar. So for a year of data, I probably should have given it more like 100 bars would have been better, but for a year of data, it's doing that. And so it's analyzing one chart about every 2 seconds, 2-3 seconds. So, if you want to run this on the whole market, you just let it go, for a while, go to dinner so they come back. But to me, it's amazing how fast that is, considering what it's actually doing. And then it's taking those measurements that it got from the 200 to 300 indicators and going out to that database and saying, do you have a match? Here's all this stuff. Do you see a match in any of those 2,000 rules in there? And it'll say, oh, here's one. And then goes back and comes back to the expiration, and it'll tell me that, yeah, there's a signal today on that particular thing. Let's see. I am going to, well, that's going. We're going to go ahead and talk about, I'll let that run. I can gain some ground here, though, by bringing up this and talking about the next thing ahead of it. So the only other thing I want to really, and I guess I mentioned this early, is that this thing is totally customizable. It's not like, here's the signals, trade them, that's it. They're very good, but you can do a lot with it. People have asked me, does it do short trades? Yep. I typically turn the longs on because longs have an advantage in any market. The market has a long bias, but you just go into that Fulgent expert and you say, long, short, or both. You just select both if you want longs and shorts, and then you'll get short trades. Here's one right here. So that's fine. You can do that. Okay, but this is the one that is really, really important. The one that I want to tell you about, that I think a lot of you can get excited. If you have an indicator you like, any relationship that you use in trading, you can take this AI system and train it on that condition. So I've got an example here. RSI 3 period less than 30, and RSI 3 greater than 70. And those are nice reversion zones, right? Below 30, you typically get a move back up, right? You can't trade all of them. That's not a profitable system. But I can have the AI look at it and tell me which ones of those, given all the indicators it's measuring up here, are profitable. And so, here you go. Here's the run I did. And so to activate this, there's a bit of a process. It's a couple of steps you do. You basically pick your data, and then you say run an exploration, but it's a training exploration. And when you run that training exploration, it does the same process, collects all the data, but then it trains, and you can see it training. You can see it generating the training curve as it's going, how many rules it's getting as it runs. I actually, let me see how we're doing here on my, yeah. Are we done? Oh, yeah, we're done. Okay. So I want to show you something in here, but let's go back to looking for today's signals and see if we got any. Okay, I got one long on ExxonMobil out of that list that's new. So if I double click it, I'll bring up ExxonMobil, and here we go. It's volatility breakout right there at that point in that chart. The other thing, though, in here is that we do this in long and in short because there are signals that are active that have already fired on a bunch of charts, and this bars column here tells you how long ago they fired, right? So like I can look at this 14 bar ago signal here and see when did that fire and what did it look like. So it was here, so it's 2 weeks later and it's going up nicely, but I typically want to look at the 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. So I can go here and click on this one, and that's like a signal that fired yesterday. Okay. And there we go. Volatility breakout to the upside right there. So you can also sort on these columns, of course, and get, like, I can go down, let's see. We got some of these, that's 133 bars for that trade. Oh my goodness. So these are in quite a bit of time, but here's the ones down here that have just been in for a day. So it's really easy to go through them and pick them out. And again, this is just the S&P 100. So you'd probably search the Russell or something larger that I can't do in a webinar because I have to let it run for a while. Not very long, but a little while. So that's how you do that. And let's see. So I wanted to show you is, go ahead and zoom in here on this a little bit. You can see it better. Is that in Fulgent, I had trained on exactly what I told you on the condition. And let me show you, I'm gonna do a little techie thing here, but it's very small. Just forgive me for this one little thing I want to show you. It's not getting in the weeds, but it's just typically what you don't do in a webinar, but I'm going to do it because you need to see what it is if you're interested in this. There is a file in here, an indicator called Fulgent User Inputs. So if you want to test like MACD above 0, or yesterday's MACD was below 0, today's MACD is above 0. That's your condition, and you want AI on that condition. You go into this file and you just change these 2 lines right here. You see where it says RSI 3 less than 30, RSI 3 greater than 70? That's it. Everything else in this file is stuff that makes it work. Don't worry about it. You just change those 2 things, which I did. I mean, no, I'm sorry. I left them like that and I trained it, but I could put anything in here I want, any MetaStock function, doesn't matter what it is. Then I run the training. And so if I go back to Fulgent now and look at that, when you run the training, ooh, where'd it go? There it is. It makes another copy. So here's FT stocks. See, it says FT stocks retrained right here. So I actually retrained it on just one of my experts, the quick move, which I really like a lot. And it did that. And I trained it on that condition, RSI 3 less than 30 or RSI 3 greater than 70. And I just ran it. I ran the exploration that trains it. It says training after it. You know, FT stocks training exploration. And it just does it. So what I'm going to do is switch to that. Now I'm using this set of experts. And I'll close it, and I'm going to put the RSI 3 on the chart. And I need the 3. So RSI 3. Okay. There we go. And now I'm going to refresh because now I've selected a different expert. Let's just see what it comes up with. Well, lo and behold, see, everywhere this signal fires is where RSI 3 is below 30. You see that? And we can go through some charts here. Let's see. Well, we'll just do a few. Look at it. And this wasn't trained for very long. I didn't let it run. You can let it run overnight. I let it run for about 30 minutes. And look, I mean, so whatever you have, you could put in there and get a better system with what you're already using. Just put the power to it. You know, let the AI find those indicators around that situation, that one condition that make it really profitable. And then, of course, you can system test it. All right. So that's to me, that's the most important thing in this whole deal. I mean, yes, the signals are great, but it's this power that you have to do your own thing with what you're already using and make it better. After I did this RSI 3, it wasn't this training, but another one. This is the result. Just a basic RSI 3 reversal system, you can imagine doesn't work very well. But after training, yeah, it's good. Okay, so again, anything you have can be more profitable. The last thing I want to just kind of get into here a little bit is that there's other ways you can use it by retraining. The retraining is so simple. You just load the data, run the retraining exploration. It does it. You make a copy. You're not destroying the original. You make as many copies as you want. Some for real time, some for futures, some for, it doesn't matter how many times you want to do it. And so that goes to the next slide, which is that you can train it on the FOREX futures, end of day or real time. Any data you want to feed it. It's going to run those indicators and figure out the truth about that market. And so really, that's it pretty much sums it up. That's what it does. And so it's basically seamlessly connected to MetaStock, has 4 experts, and you can retrain it on the things that you're using. And that's what it is. Now, what I can do, go back in here. Let me go ahead and reset it back to instead of the retrained version. I'll tell you what, let me go through a few more charts here because we've got a lot of time left, 25 minutes allocated. And Jeff, I went faster than I normally go today. I guess I was talking fast, but I'll just go through some charts so you can see just this example of the RSI 3 retrained and just kind of look at where they're firing. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so just go through some. And again, every place you see these signals being generated, there is a traversal below 30 on that RSI. That's every place it's finding those signals. And like I said, this one I did not train for very long. So If you let it go longer, it works better. Okay. Now, the other thing I could do here, and Jeff, it's your call on this. If you want to tell me, I can show it training, show how it actually does it, like while it's doing it, what you see when it's training. I can also just go back to the Explorer and go through other candidates. So there's various things I can do here, or I can go back to the normally trained AI and just go through charts on that. So
we have some questions. Should we take them?
Fire away.
Lisa wants to know, can you maybe show a higher percentage rating, maybe like greater than 90? Also, what is your highest recommended rating to use? Or alternatively, why did you not demo a higher than 75% to start? So there's a few questions there, but I got them all.
Good. Those are very good. So this says show all. Let me see what happens if I go to 80. What typically happens is you'll get very few signals. They will be better, but I prefer when I'm running it to quote prospect with more signals coming out of the system. But you can certainly do this. The same for our patterns tool, which we're not going to show here, but it has the same features. So you can get the better patterns or the lesser patterns by doing this. So if I go to 80, and what I can do now is refresh, and we'll see, got here, okay. If you pick those, let me see, make sure. Yeah, that's an 82 rated signal right there. And this one is an 81 rated signal. So yeah. And it's just based on the accuracy that it's seeing in the rule in the historical data. Like if I click in here, this one 80 is 82 sort of percent. It's not really a percent accurate, but it's related. It's on a scale. It's related to that. It had 290 occurrences. So when I see that on the right edge, I see a signal with that many times it happened. That's really pretty good. 3% average profit per trade. Okay, we can go through a few more.
Sterling.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, I was going to go to the next question.
Go for it.
Sterling says, this is real amazing software. Is there training available on how to use it?
Absolutely. In fact, I meant to get the manual. If you get, Jeff, you give me 1 minute, I can get it on this computer and show it. If you want me to do that, but it's a very extensive and very carefully written manual with exactly the steps I'm talking about. If you want to train an indicator, it says do this, click this, find the exploration. So you want to get it?
Yeah, I've got it right here. If you want me to show it.
That's it. Your show here. So you just.
Do you want to race for it?
What's that?
See, first. Oh, actually.
Race for it, you said?
Yeah.
It's just right. It's right behind me, so I can get it.
But it is a very, very extensive manual. Let's see. Fulgent AI install manual. I won.
You got it?
Yeah. Shall I show it?
Sure.
Let's see. Let me grab. I have to grab the screen real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Make presenter. You think after like 40 hours of using this software, I'd be a little quicker about changing things around, right? So here's a manual. This comes as part of the package. And geez, it goes to about 41 pages. But it talks about everything. One of the things I'd say particularly, it talks about how you can change the volatility symbols out, how you can use different symbols if you're trading international. It goes into like every nook and cranny. It was very, very well put together.
Thank you.
In addition to that, one of the things, since I'm talking right now, that I would like to say, because Ed won't say it, but one of the things that I've been extremely impressed about is really the support that Fulgent offers. So if you have questions, you get our support desk, but you also get Ed and his whole team of people that are able and willing to answer questions as well. And they've done a fantastic job of answering any questions that we have very, very quickly. So it's a little too humble to say that, but there you go. I outed him for having good support.
It's important. Yes.
Suresh says, I remember your chart pattern recognition software, Ed, but this AI version is interesting and fabulous. I love the retraining feature. Thanks for your time.
Very welcome. Yeah, I would say this, if I were to characterize the person who gets this is someone who wants to go a step beyond just like what everybody else is doing or what's kind of out there, because you can take it and make it work on what you're doing. And so you're the only one in the world that has that. And there's a lot of people that really like that idea. If you just want something off the shelf to trade, it does have that too. Obviously the signals are already trained, but to me, if you're using something and you want a better signal out of it, it's just a few steps. You just retrain it, put your little condition in there, say retrain, and in fact, we're still about 18 till. I could show that, Jeff, if you want to.
If you want to. The last question that we have.
Yeah.
The gent wants to know if you can see ENPH, or if you can show ENPH. ENPH.O, end phase energy is the stock he's looking for.
Sure.
And then I'm going to be quiet, and you can show whatever you want. It's your show. Oh, Brian also wants to know if you can use it with intraday, so maybe you can talk to that as well.
Yeah, it's just any freely traded market. It's just technical analysis, and so sure, real time data works great. It doesn't matter what the data is; it'll work on anything. Let's see, it was EMP.O. ENPH.O. EMPH, and do you just type it? I've never typed a symbol in here.
Yeah. Just start typing. It took me a while to figure this out, but EN is in Nancy.
Oh, EN.
Yeah, energy.
ENPH.O. Okay. Now I'm still on the one that I just trained. So let me go back to our production version, and let me see. Got to get the little fulgent dude there, and go back to here. This is the one. Turn that. Well, got to turn this one on. That one gets turned off automatically. So now it's using this, the one that comes with it that's already trained. Okay, we'll see what it comes up with. Oh, lots of signals. So it did a swing trade signal that it's still in right there. Volatility breakout, quick move, volatility breakout. So, and I think maybe that question was kind of like, does it tell you what stocks are going to do? And no, it's trying to find rule-based signals in the chart. And that's something I have never seen. People claim they can do that, but like I say, be skeptical. But this is it's signal-based, depending on the way the rules are found on the data. Okay, let's see. I'll go ahead and close the RSI here. So we're done with that. And I can show you, since we do have some time, the training process. Jeff, do you have a favorite condition that you like? That is like, I don't know, any indicator thing, like 30 period above a 20 period, a 20 period above a 30 period, or yesterday's value is, can you dictate a formula to me that you like?
Oh, one of the things that, not necessarily, okay, you put me on the spot a little bit here.
I did. Sorry.
Stocks are above the 20 period SMA, so you can put that in as a condition.
Okay, so it's the SMA what?
The 30 or the 21-day simple moving average. So MOV closes above that price.
Okay, MOV 21, right?
MOV. We're getting dangerous now. MOV 21, C, S.
Okay.
Is let's see, less than close. Is about the close to be greater. That's one of them. C, 21, yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. So
don't worry, I'm the same way, Jeff. Don't worry.
Mm.
Okay. Comma S?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this would be the opposite, right? And I need the little semicolon there. And the opposite is MOV C, 21, S. That's less than C. Oh, yeah, that's right. S and then greater than C. Okay, that's it. Put your little formula in there. I say, okay, close this. And now what I'm going to do, wait for it, the big bang. go into Fulgent here, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to train this guy. I don't want to train all the experts because it'll take a while. So I'm, again, just going to train my quick move here, which trains quicker than the others by a little bit. So just that one. So I'm setting that on the original, but it knows to make a copy. And I can also, let's see, how do you do that? I can rename, like this one was my RSI FT RSI 3 test is what that was. So I'll just label it. So you can do as many of these as you want. I mean, there's no limit to it. It did not. Oh, it's doing it. Okay, there it is. Just took it a second, but there. So there's FT stocks, RSI 3. So now what I'm going to do is retrain this guy with the Explorer. So I say, okay, close that, and I will go to the Explorer. And this time I don't pick go find me signals. I pick go train it. So stocks training is what that says. I pick that one. I need more data. I'm going to give it about 1,500 bars of data. And I want to train over a small list because it's a webinar. So I'm just going to train on the Dow 30, which is what that RSI 3 was trained on. I trained it today earlier. So let's see, Dow 30 is right there. That's what I'm training on, 1,500 bars, start the expiration. So what it's doing is it's passing those 1,500 bars from MetaStock, the data, over to Fulgent. It's sitting in there in the tray, lurking around, waiting for something to do. And so I'm saying, here's data for all these charts, 1,500 bars, which is about 8 years. And it's pretty fast. So it's going to pass that data over. And if you're actually doing this at home, you can just go have dinner right now because it's going to do everything else by itself. But we're going to watch it. It's pretty interesting. The form that comes up that shows you the rules being generated is pretty cool beans, I think. So it's coming. It's got the data. Fulgent's getting ready. It's preparing it. Here's the training interface. And so, okay, it's loading it. Okay, it's getting ready. Now it's going through all 30 symbols. It says saving samples down there at the bottom, right down here. So what it's doing is calculating those 200 to 300 indicators on 8 years of data on each symbol as it goes by. You can see how fast it is. So there's Dow, it's about 2 seconds per symbol that it's calculating all those indicator relationships. There's all kinds of stuff in there. Divergence stuff, there's, measuring the sizes of gaps, and I mean, just tons and tons of stuff. Because we want it to figure out what works. That's the idea of this. We don't want to have to do it. Oh my goodness, I gotta warn you, there's a thunderstorm outside, so if you lose me, that's what happened, okay?
Okay, we're warned.
It's encroaching. But this will take a good amount of time here in the session. Almost to the end, there's Walmart. Now, what you see here is it's actually generating these rules, and you can see how fast it does it. The little thin line is how many rules it's found so far. It's at 600, 700 right now. This is the accuracy of the rules. So they started at 70 and it's increasing. Now it's at about 76. And so I can let this, now it's gone through 120 iterations of the GA process, getting the random sample of the stuff. How good is this across all that data? It kind of sucks, throw it out. Oh, here's a good one, save it. And then, so that's what it's doing on all that data for all those indicators. And it's generating rules at the rate of about 4 or 5 per second, 10 per second. It's got 1,900 so far. And so, I can just stop it whenever I want, which we'll do. I'm gonna let it go a little longer so you can see it. This is the number of rules generated. This is the accuracy. And so they're kind of flattening out here a little bit with that particular indicator. Now we'll stop at like 3,000 rules. Stop it there. Okay, there you go. Stop. Okay. Now it's going to do the shorts. That was the longs. Here come the shorts. Okay, so we'll let that go. We'll let that go for a second, and then I'll stop it and we'll look at what it found. Oh, actually, did I just have the longs turn on? Let me see. I had both. I'm not sure why it did not do the shorts. I'll have to go and run it again. But it did longs. That's good enough for this. So let's go ahead now and select it. That's the one I just trained. That's as easy as it is. And let's look at it in the charts. And I could plot the moving average relationship. Okay. Interesting. It did not come up with any signals. Why? That is really weird. Give me a second here. Look at what I did something wrong. We're trained there. I'm sure it says 82% hit rate accuracy. Oh, it's this. Show all. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty simple indicator, so it's not gonna do 80% accuracy on this. All right, there we go. There's one. Okay, here we go. Anyway, it just kind of shows you. I ran it, and let me see. Where's my arrow down here? Looking for it. What am I missing, Jeff? The little arrow's not lit up there. Is there a reason?
Are you talking about the expert commentary arrow?
No, the little next chart area.
Oh, because you put in a manual symbol, so you're no longer on a list.
Oh, okay, I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way.
No problem.
We'll open up Apple again. Okay, well, that's not bad actually. There. I kind of like your indicator. There's 70% accurate right there, or 75. Let's go through a few charts. Yeah, none on this one. I'm not sure what that line there is. Okay, we'll go through a few more. Nope. Oh, 2 good ones. Bingo. 3 good ones. Nice. So anyway, that shows you that just taking that relationship.
I like that 21 exponential.
Yeah. And so it's got a really great signal here that it found with that relationship, with that moving average, the close above that, or close above it, right? And then these here for longs also.
Kenneth has a question. Kenneth wants to know how these AI patterns differ from the pattern recognition patterns that you showed earlier.
Oh, from the other session?
Mm-hmm.
So this uses this genetic algorithm process to find signals based on technical indicators and relationships. The chart pattern recognition module is in about its 12th revision, and that was done. It's not AI. It is a very rigorous process of looking at millions of patterns and measuring them to figure out which ones are better than others by, just tabulating, like if the angle of the trend line is this and this is this, whatever they are, and it just sorts them and says, okay, if you have these characteristics on a trend line, we can see in the data that they were profitable most of the time. And so that's the difference. So when you use that strength thing on the patterns, it's using a database that we created with that kind of code. So it's not AI. It's smart. It's very good, but it's not. There's no training involved. You don't have to train anything. It's just looking it up in the knowledge base that it has.
Cool. I think we should talk about how to get it.
Okay. Wait, I got my last slide here. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Oh, almost. There you go. Okay. You can take it over now.
Yeah. So as you can see, box. I like the box. Did we make this box? I think it was you guys that made the box. But it looks really, really nice. I don't remember who it was exactly. Oh my. The lines are getting worse. Kelly, look at that. Anyway, I think we need to point in the other direction. Just think it the other way. Okay, that's better. All right. So I love the retraining on that. I love the fact that we could just, aside from the fact that you made me come up with code right away.
Sorry. That wasn't fair.
No, that's fine. You can I always had to use the formula thing in the help files to kind of pull a formula. Even the moving average, I get the arguments wrong, and I just love the way that it does that. So, but with this, you'll get the stocks package, you'll get the expert advisor, it's for experts. You'll get the tester, the scanner, the training exploration, the updates, the ability, I mean, if you've got you just saw us do it. If you have a system that you want to put through AI, you could come up with something probably better than the closest is above the 21-day moving average. But you can take that system and put the Fulgent AI in there, and maybe add the 21-day moving average as well.
Yeah, it can be very complex. You can call a function that's complex. It doesn't have to be a simple thing. It can be
for sure.
deal.
You can you can do it. You can take your whole buy signal that you've already created and put it in there as well. Walter wants to know, what is the most predictive trend indicator in this program, in your opinion?
Wow, I think that's a question like in technical analysis, what would you use to predict trend? Whoa.
It's a pretty big one. Okay.
I would say the 20 period above the 30 is the most consistent thing I've seen.
That's what you like. Is that the simples?
It's pretty simple.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. From Ed himself. All right, Ed. Let me go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and put up my slides here for this.
All right, sir.
I want to say thank you for coming in. I actually love it. I love the fact that we showed the training on it, and how easy it is to go in and because if you have your own system and you want to put AI behind it, he just showed you how to do it. It's very, very easy to do. So thank you, Ed. It's really, really cool.
Welcome. Thanks, everybody. Good to be here.
All right. I'm going to make myself the presenter here. Just show my screen. And we'll go back into the slides just real quick. So, and all right. I think I've got everything properly set up. Brian asked the question, can you use your own indicators to use in the program? Yes, you can put in any MetaStock formula right there where Ed had done it, and you can actually put it in and have it test your own stuff. So yeah, absolutely. That was the 20 being above the 30, I believe is what he was talking about there in terms of trend identification. So, or the 20 being below the 30. So I'll have to play with that. I don't think I've actually played with that specific combination before. So great questions. Okay, again, Ed showed you how cool this is. It's normally $149. If you've ordered as part of the conference, we're going to give you $99 per month. And we're also going to do what we call the extended trial with it, where we'll give you the second and the third month for free. So $99 is what you'll pay. You'll get it for the second and third. Even if you're coming in brand new to MetaStock, it's $33 a month to try it out, to really put it through its paces, to play with the AI engine. So you can do that at metastock.com/promo. You could also do it here. You could give us a call at 800-882-3040. We can get in touch with us at metastock.com/saleschat. So there you go. I don't see any new questions that are coming in. We are doing pretty good on time. We're not over anymore. I do want to say thank you to Stocks and Commodities Magazine for sponsoring today's event. They've been a sponsor of all of the events we've done for the last decade or so, all of the multi-speaker events, and they've been great. If you do subscribe to any of the MetaStock products today, whether that's Fulgent AI or MetaStock or Learn MetaStock, you're going to get at least 5 months of subscription from Stocks and Commodities Magazine. If you spend $300 or more, you'll get actually 2 years. So Stocks and Commodities has been a great sponsor, and we really appreciate their sponsorship over the years. So while you can look at this awesome slide about how MetaStock is good and how we like it and how it's run 29 years in a row, let's give away another prize. Kelly, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm getting rid of somebody that is Skyping me.
Oh, hi, Norman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said hello, Norman. I'm sorry.
I said hi, Kelly, but you can help me with this. This
Sure.
is, we normally have Kelly do this, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to give away a MetaStock or a prize. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to give away the Mark Leibovit's book. It's a $40 book off of called The Trader's Book of Volume. And it talks a lot about the VR trader. Mark was in here just a couple sessions ago. He's going to give you a hardcover copy of his book to the next lucky winner, which Norman is going to help me pick out the next lucky winner. So Norman, what I need from you to help me decide on who it's going to be, that can be any number you want, but I need you to pick a number between 1 and 11,639.
Wow, are you going to count each one individually? I mean,
No, just any number. Go ahead.
I'll say, I'm going to say 1,800.
1,800. Okay. Boom, boom. And this would be Jerry L. We used to say in the US, Jerry L. In the USA has an AOL account. Jerry will reach out to you for information on how to claim that prize. Congratulations for winning. And one last thing, if you want to do our extended trial where you buy a month of MetaStock and get the second and third for free, join us at metastock.com/conf promo, metastock.com/sales chat, or call us 800-882-3040. Our next presenter we haven't had on in MetaStock for a number of years, but he does a great job, and he talks a lot about discipline trader. He has a YouTube video that's been viewed over 1 million times. Oh, and I'm blanking on what it was called. Let me look at what it was like. It was a really cool name, 4-Minute Drills for Traders. Norman talks a lot about discipline and discipline in trading, which is important, right, Norman?
That's it. I mean, first of all, I want to be on camera to just show you I'm actually better looking than my picture. That's a bad picture of me. The second thing is showing that
I like this picture.
You like
this picture? Yeah, yeah. It looks a lot like you're about ready to start singing to me.
Yes.
And I think that's more because of the background than anything else. But I do like the picture.
Yeah, I think you can. Can you see? Can you see me? You can see me though, right? You can see that I'm a human being, and then I'm messy. I can be messy. But if you've ever seen Einstein's desk, I showed it to my wife. That solved everything. I mean, he had stuff all over the place. So I just wanted to make sure that. And I think the first time we met, may have been about 15 years ago or so at an expo, and you probably, I think you were sharing a booth with somebody during the early part of your career. You've done so well. You've done so well since then. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I think we would have probably been manning a. Yeah, we were manning a booth. I think it was Traders Expo. But yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was a while back. We've both been receding since then, but that's all right. Still looking good.
Cool. I can see your screen. I can see you. I can hear you, and you do look handsome. So it's all you. I'm going to get out of your way.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me. I think you've saved the best for next to last. I hope. I know. I know Ken is following me, but I wanted to. I just wanted to say up front that everything that you've heard for the last few days means very little if you can't keep yourself in the zone, if you cannot be a relaxed, focused, and positive trader at least 95% of the time. And that's really what successful long-term traders focus on, staying in the zone. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, when you're not feeling right, when you're not feeling perfect, when you should get up and walk away, and all of that is great. But what they're referring to really is trading in the zone. And of course, there was a book written based on trading in the zone, one of the best books written about it. But books, and in fact, I always tell when I see some of the authors, like Jake Bernstein wrote one of the best books on trading in the zone. It was called Investor's Quotient. I think it's the best book written on the topic. But they'll all tell you that reading a book is not going to help you. What you need to do is work with the inner you, and I don't mean woo-woo inner you. I'm talking about science and action and result. I'm going to show you a little bit about that today. So the good news and bad. The bad news is that, you know, all of the trading plans, I think if you look at your own history out there, the majority of you have had more trading plans than you're willing to admit. And the thing is, most trading plans have value and can work if you can stay in the zone to work those plans. It's we all know that 90% of traders. I do a whole presentation on 90% of traders lose. I show you the scientific proof of it. I show you the accounting of transactional firms that prove that in all different, one on every continent practically. And we also know, and I know, that 90% of traders do little or nothing to exercise their inner talent. Everybody can be in the zone. Everybody has the capability of trading in the zone. So let's get to it. With that, that's the good news. That's the good part of it. And it really doesn't take a lot. In this presentation, I'm just going to give you some steps. I'm going to give you the 4 keys of trading in the zone. And then I'll make you an offer at the end that I think you're going to want to take advantage of, only because it's although it's inexpensive, I don't want you to measure the quality by that. I want you, it's a do-it-yourself stepping stone. It's a do-it-yourself solution to staying in the zone. We have other higher end approaches that we can help up to one-on-one VIP coaching. But if you are a person who can do it yourself, if you're the do-it-yourself kind of guy or gal or whatever in between, I want to make sure that you that you have something, a tool that can actually work to keep you in the zone at a very, very reasonable price. So I'm going to show that to you in the end, but I want to first give you the 4 keys to trading in the zone. My biggest key was my wife. She's the 5th key, but you can't have her because I have her, and I've had her for 40 years. This is our 40th anniversary dinner, and I wanted to just make sure that she was recognized here, because really Tisha is the mental and emotional trainer. She is the person really who is the heart and soul of our coexistence here in person as a couple and in our business. I am the trader. Tisha keeps me focused and in the zone. In fact, it was because of my personal experience in our early years, where I was running one of the largest option firms in the country in the 1980s. Tisha, I would come home and Tisha would know exactly how my trading day went based on my attitude and so on. She helped me adjust the way I think with some very simple exercises to do that I'm going to show you. And because of that, I decided to stop all of my intention around writing trading plans and all the other things that I had been known for at the time, and focus on the one thing that very few professionals are offering and are focusing on, and that's the 50% of what's needed as a trader, as a successful long-term trader, and that's the mental and emotional capabilities. And I'm going to show you how to do that. I mentioned I've written several books on how to write a trading plan. This one I think is still, yes, it is. It's still available on Amazon. This is a book that was written actually for me. Actually, it was based on this picture right here of me delivering one of those 4-minute drills that Jeffrey was talking about, which has almost 2 million views now. There are over 200 of them. I was making them for 4 years. Every Saturday, I would record a 4-minute drill, kind of a between the eyes kind of approach, where I took one particular topic and just delivered it without caring about your response, other than to know that it was the truth about what's happening with trading. Because after running such a large firm and then struggling myself as an individual trader and then turning it around to be a successful long-term trader, I wanted to make sure that everybody knew exactly right between the eyes what it was all about. So this is actually More Profits, Less Stress was actually a video that on one of those expos that on stage where I spoke about mastering trading discipline. And the inspirational quotes was actually taken from snippets from my 4-minute drill and put in a book form, as actually was done by somebody that worked for me. Bryce, you remember Bryce, you know Bryce. He actually put that book together for me. In any event, I wanted to just let you know I've been around. I've worked for Payne Weber. It wasn't an exciting part of my existence. Believe it or not, Payne Weber, they hired me as a commodity specialist. And really what they wanted me to do was sell, sell, sell. And I wanted to trade, trade, trade. So it wasn't long for that, just a couple of years. I started my own commodity trading advisory where I ran large accounts, 250,000 and more, traded millions for others. But you talk about stress in trading and trying to stay in the zone. I found it very hard, much harder to stay in the zone when I was trading other people's money than trading for myself. So after about 5 or 6 years of that, it was very profitable, but it wasn't what I wanted to do. The last 20 years, literally, I've been spending with the disciplined trader. I've been known as the disciplined trader, so I called the company the Disciplined Trader, and concentrating on helping traders with the missing element. The missing element is being mentally and emotionally in the zone when you trade. The industry almost favors the fact that you move from trading plan to trading plan, not intentionally, but they're not experts in helping you with the important part of the mental and emotional control. And it's not easy to be in that area because it takes a lot of study and a lot of work. Tisha's done all of that, as well as taught me all of that. And so it's not those who sell and offer trading plans. They do their due diligence in that area. They have a purpose, a very good purpose to give you a track to run on. But unless you can run on that track, the best trading plan in the world is not going to help you. All right, here's a little bit about my wife, a little bit more. Tisha is recognized as an innovator in the field of subconscious training. 32 years of private practice. She's developed several breakthrough processes and tools to deliver effective subconscious training. When I was running the option firm, Tisha was helping educational entities. She authored something called the Fast Start Accelerated Learning Program in California to improve students' study habits, memories, and concentration skills. But when we looked at each other one day and said, hey, let's focus 100% on traders. We were doing well. I had turned everything around, and let's help other people do this. So since 2000, she and I have focused primarily on helping stock, futures, and forex traders to be disciplined, to follow their trading plans through the Disciplined Trader Mastery Program, which is our go-to program that most of our clients start out, and I think I'll show you a little bit about that later. But what is trading in the zone? Let's get to it. Trading in the zone means trading with a calm, patient, and confident focus. That's what trading in the zone means. And I think it's important to keep that in mind when as we go through this. I think you all know that, if you're rooting for trades and sweating it out, watching your stop, market to get close to your stop, this is not the way to trade. So trading in the zone and staying calm, patient, and confident, that's really where you want to be, okay? Here are the keys. Key number one, trading on solid ground. You need to believe in the why of your trading plan. And when I say the why of your trading plan, it's just not good enough to use Fibonacci. If you're using Fibonacci, for instance, in your trading plan because you like Italian food, it's not going to be a good reason. You need to be using Fibonacci because you understand that it is a universal truth. It's why spiral galaxies expand the way they do. It's why arc shells, the snail's shell arcs out in an expansion the way. It's why broccoli and cauliflower expand the way it does. It is a universal expansion truth. So if you understand that and you believe that the market is ebbing and flowing with that expansion, that's a belief that you can live with, that you can understand, and that you can use in your trading plan because you have a passion and an understanding around it. Because even the best truths and the best trading plans put together are going to have periods where you're going to have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 losing trades in a row, a week of losing, 5 days in a row. It happens to the best plans. It's our job as traders, of course, to control each each loss and each day's loss and each week's loss, so that we stay in a positive motion on a monthly or yearly basis. But believing in the why of the plan is important, so that you, after the second loss or third loss, you don't start missing a trade, not taking a trade, and then having that trade be the big one, only to take the next trade where it's another loss. So if you're going to trade, take your signals, and you have to understand why your trading plan is built the way it is. You got to test your plan. We all know what testing your plan is. I'm not going to go through that other than to say it's important, but I will give you a corollary to that. That I always, whenever I have one-on-ones, especially or group coaching, I always mention this to traders, to have what I call a daily quick test refresh. In other words, when you sit down to your trading desk at the beginning of the day, if you look at the past day's trading, if you're a day trader, look at the past day's trading and see how well you would have done if you took all of the trades that your trading plan asked you to take and exited according to your trading plan. If you can look at that trade, if you can look at yesterday's action and see that you would have made money, that will bring you into today's trading with an extra positive push, okay, because it worked yesterday. Okay, if it didn't work yesterday, look back 2 days or 3 days. If your trading plan is a good trading plan, you won't have to look likely more than 2 or 3 days to see that if you had traded exactly the way your trading plan is laid out over the last 2 or 3 days, you would have been profitable over that period. So to ensure that when you sit down, you solidify your daily trust in the plan, I like to call it that daily quick test refresh. Look, you've tested it with a lot of detail before you have even sat down. But on a daily basis, you don't want to forget how well your trading plan can work and all you have to do is look back a day or 2 or 3, the way I have described. It's one of the things I want to make sure that you take out of this. Those that I ask to do this and come back and say how important it was for their motivation to stay in the zone. Okay, you want to keep your plan as simple as possible. Simplicity is where it's at with trading. And I mentioned to you that a couple of times that I ran a large option firm. I actually was in charge of the home office, where I had 60 brokers and traders in my office that I was responsible for their production and their results in their trading. There's something I learned many things by watching other traders and what they did poorly and what they did well. And one of the things I noticed is that those traders that were on the top of the leaderboard as far as return on their trading, return on their investment being the money that they're trading, they keep their trading plans simple. They keep their trading plans simple. It was so stark that when somebody was on the bottom of the board, I'd bring them in, take a look at their trading plan, see the kind of elements they had, and bring in one of the simple trading plan enthusiasts that had a similar plan but much simpler, and I would put them together to help the complicated become simple. Keep your trading plan as simple as possible. Okay, it's easier to test. And that's important. If you can, the easier you can test, the further you can go back, the more you can test, and it just makes a whole lot of sense. Find the right balance when it comes to confirmation. I'm getting into the weeds there a little bit, but the idea is that when you ask for more confirmation from a trading plan before you take a trade, sometimes I've seen 5 or 6 hoops that need to jump in some trading plans before you can take a trade. You're best off looking at some of the elements in your trading plan that may be repetitive. In other words, why have 2 momentum indicators where you could just be, say, you're just using one like the RSI? Why have 2 or 3 of them? I mean, there are differences, but you're going to wind up seeing that 90% of the time they're giving you the same kind of signal. So if you watch for the repetitive hoops that you're asking yourself to jump, you got to find the right balance between what you need to confirm a trade and actually taking the trade. Okay. That's all I'll say about trading on solid ground. You got to have a plan, a simple plan that you can believe in, and you have to believe in yourself. Now, I'm not talking about, was it Stuart Hawley, I think his name was, Jennifer, who used to look in the mirror and say, I like myself, or I, whatever at Saturday Night Live. No, I'm talking about actually believing that you can be, and that in fact you're actually a successful trader right now in disguise. You're like somebody inside who's trying to come out. You've got to believe in yourself as a trader. You got to believe that you're ready to win. Okay, you did the work. Now, if you didn't do the work, I can't help you. If you've done the work, if you understand, if you're here and you're asking questions and you're listening to the presentations and you're judging whether that feels good, you're doing the kind of work that I'm talking about. You're gathering the information, you put it together in a trading plan, you've tested that trading plan, you're ready to go. There's nothing to do but execute. You did the work. You've got to believe that you're ready to win. You likely don't need to learn more. I always, and this is probably not the place to say it, but but you've probably seen enough webinars. You've probably seen enough already you already know what you believe in, and you're out there searching for confirmation that somebody else believes what you believe in, therefore you're right to believe it all the time. You already know what you know enough. Another thing in our private work with traders for their mental and emotional well-being, it's amazing how this point of understanding that you already know enough. The first assignment I ask them to do is put together a trading plan based on what you already know, based on what you're interested in, what you believe in. You'd be surprised what comes back in the next meeting on how encouraging it was, how motivating it was, and how this belief in yourself grows by understanding that you already likely know enough, and it's not a matter of knowing more. Okay, you got to believe that you have what it takes to win. And I got to tell you, everybody, every one of us has what it takes to win. Now, there are some situations where you shouldn't be a trader. I mean, if you're coming to the table with very light equity, and you're coming with a lot of need, that's not going to, you don't want to create the stress, like that's not going to work. But if you're coming with an account size that's reasonable, if you can afford to lose what you put in, you need to believe that you have what it takes to win, because you do. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about that in a second. But there are no educational requirements. I'm always surprised at how people with non-doctor, you don't have to be a doctor or a pilot or you can be just, they're average people too. I hate to say average, you can be from any walk of life and be a successful trader. You just have to understand the technicals and understand how to put together a trading plan, believe in that plan, and then have the wherewithal to execute the plan by believing in yourself and some of the things we're covering. There's no education requirement. Winning is a process. First your plan, then your confidence. Okay, if you have the plan, you're ready for me. You're ready for confidence. Okay, if you don't have that confidence yet, you got to appreciate what you've accomplished. Even if a lot of traders have a goal. They want to make the $200 a day or $500 a day or $2,000 a month. And when they only make half of that, somehow you can be disappointed. That's the kind of stuff you got to turn around. You've got to understand that any progress in the right direction is great, that you're moving in the right direction. And if you have a losing month, that's okay, because when you look back, it's the first losing month in 4 or 5 months, that's fine. You know you're going to have a losing month. You don't expect it. You don't want to plan for it, but you want to accept it as part of the upward mobility. Every market has a correction, and you're just a market really that's trading. You're a commodity that's trading based on all of these things. That, I mean, when we look at a stock or a commodity, we look at all the elements to decide good and bad what's going to happen. Same thing with us. So you are a person that deserves to believe in yourself. You did the work. Okay, you probably don't need any more learning. Okay, you're educated enough whatever that is. You have a process that's winning. In other words, you have your plan. Now you're focusing on your confidence, which you may have not done even before this presentation. And you want to then appreciate what you've accomplished and that you're moving in the right direction. You're putting all the elements together. You got to believe in yourself. You also have to keep your need low. That's key 3. And this is a big thing because high need is going to stop your success. Okay, if you need to be profitable, you likely won't be. You got to ask yourself questions like, can I afford to lose? Can I afford to lose what I put in? What would life be like if I did lose? Where would I be if I did lose? Okay, would I lose the house? No, you can't have answers like that to the question. You have to be within a particular comfort zone. I think we've all experienced that probably when we started and we stopped trading until we built up enough money to go ahead and do it in the right way. So very important that you've got enough equity, because once you're satisfied with the answers to these questions, you're trading an amount of money that you can afford to lose, won't hurt your lifestyle. Once you're satisfied that, you put it in the back burner, forget it, and now you're focusing on key 2. Believing in yourself, key 1, believing in your trading plan, because it's built on things that you understand and believe in. Okay, the how of the trading plan. Now that you've got the equity that makes sense to you, okay, and you can afford to lose, you've put it in the back, and now we focus on achieving. Okay, the only other thing I want to mention in this key is that there is a wisdom to multiple streams of income. Trading, a lot of the traders we coach only trade an hour a day. They trade 90 minutes a day, and that's great. You know, that's great, but you got a lot of time to do other things. Some of them have jobs, some of them are retired, and maybe even if you're retired, it's nice to have maybe another stream of income. The more streams of income you can have, the more pressure it's going to take off your need to win almost on a daily basis. Okay, so if you can develop another small stream of income, we have somebody that is in multi-level, does very well. It has a little, and somebody else that we coach has a small store. They sell T-shirts and so on. Doesn't make them a lot, $500 to $1,000 a month, but it's enough to take some of the pressure off their small account when they're trading. So the wisdom of the multiple stream of income takes the pressure off any one stream. Okay, and the fourth key is to have a support system. I mean, really, it's just you and your computer. That's really that's all there is, and it can be it's a lonely place to be, especially if you're somebody that trades 3-4 hours or all day. And there are very successful traders that do that. I can't do that, but although I have in the past when markets are going my way, you know, time after time after time. I mean, you want to keep the ball rolling, but in any event, in general, it's just you and your computer, and it's a lonely place. You know, if you don't watch it, you can take your successes too gleefully, and you can take your losses too emotionally on the negative side. You want to give yourself access to mental conditioning tools. Okay, and I'm not talking about complicated tools. I'm talking about understanding how the brain works and then delivering what you understand to yourself so that you can be a more successful trader and by living in the zone. Okay, the first tool that I just want to emphasize is meditation. And I'm not talking about I mean, all kinds of meditation is good. And in the context that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about tweeting birds and ocean waves and all of that in half hour, an hour laying down. That's not the kind of meditation that I'm talking about. Tisha, who I described to you earlier, has developed when we first started helping traders about 20 years ago, I said, traders won't meditate for 20 minutes or 25. You know, we like it quick. Can you do it in 5 minutes? Can you give me a meditation in 5 minutes? Can somebody drop down into an alpha beta brainwave state by just taking a few deep breaths? Can they do that and have the suggestions delivered to them in a voice, just as common. It's my wife's voice on most of our work. And can we do that in a 5-minute period? She says no. I said, well, honey, let me see if there's somebody else that will do that. And boy, we had a little bit of a. We wound up settling on 7 to 10 minutes. She was able to develop meditations that are only 7 to 10 minutes long. One of them is 11 minutes long, so that you can feed your mind with what you need. I'm going to talk about what that feeding is in a second. Meditation in general lowers your cortisol level. The cortisol level is your stress hormone. This is where I used to leave my office, and it was, I had a pool of sweat under each armpit. She could tell I was trading. I was not trading in the zone. Okay, if you're sweating and stressed while you're trading, you're not trading in the zone. I had a high cortisol level. That's when she started to make specific meditations for me based on some of the feedback I was giving her, some of the issues I was having following my trading plan. The more specific you can be with the suggestions in a meditation, the more effective it will be to change you from a negative behavior to a positive behavior as a trader. But the science is about the cortisol level. Meditation lowers the cortisol level, the stress hormone. It's a tool for rapidly changing your subconscious mind's belief. I'm going to get into that in a second, but I want you to know that I'm a big guy. I'm big on biographies, and you'd be surprised how many successful. It's about every one of them that I can think of meditates to a certain degree. Steve Jobs, Joe Rogan, Bill Gates, Jerry Seinfeld, and from every walk of life, you need a tool to keep you in the zone, whether it's the zone of running Apple, or the zone of doing podcasts like Rogan, the zone of figuring out who you're going to be giving to as a philanthropist, or going on stage like Jerry Seinfeld. You've got to calm yourself and direct yourself with total focus in a calm and effective way. So meditation is a primary tool to do that. But I want to stress the fact that there are suggestions and there are suggestions. What we have developed for traders are specific suggestions to traders so that they trade in a relaxed and focused manner. The more specific you can be. I'm a wise and disciplined trader. I do the things that a wise and disciplined trader does. I understand that when my trading plan gives me a trade to take, I take it without hesitation, because over the long run, my trading plan will be successful and profitable. I'm a wise and disciplined trader. I do the things that a wise and disciplined trader does. Those kinds of specific trader, instead of I like myself, I'm a successful person, I want to make money, all of that is too general. Specific to what we do. And specific to the topic that you're meditating on. I'm going to show you that in a second. The other tool is affirmations. I'm not a huge fan of affirmations on their own, because they deal with the conscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is that little voice on your shoulder, but the way you act, not the discussion you're having with your conscious mind, but the way you act is dictated by your subconscious mind, which is what we were talking about before. What your subconscious mind believes what is true for you, and it's based on how you feed your subconscious mind. But affirmations is a way to keep your conscious mind from keeping you away from your subconscious beliefs. In other words, you want, if your affirmations, in other words, what you can say to yourself in your conscious mind, because the mind can only think of one thought at a time. If you say to yourself, I'm a wise and disciplined trader, I do the things that a wise and disciplined trader does, you can't think of the fact that you may lose on a trade or whatever. A lot of traders play our affirmations while they're trading. I don't. I need quiet. A lot of people like music, but others take the affirmations and they load it to their phone and they play it in their car going down the road, just to give themselves something positive and knowing that it's good for them. But I only bring it up because if you can use the meditation and the affirmations, there is a synergy, okay? There is a power of synergy that takes place between the two that expands the value. Okay, that actually increases the value almost exponentially in some ways. So meditation is something you need to do, and it's very simple. I'm going to show you how to do that, and then if you can add the affirmations, if you're comfortable with that, it can supercharge the meditative advantages. Okay, so that's the support that I'm talking about. You need to have a certain amount of support. This, everybody, is actually a picture. This is actually from a micron telescope that this is your subconscious mind in action. Okay, these tendrils, these wormy looking things on the outside, this is actually energy. These are thought patterns. It's actually energy carrying a thought. Boy, I just lost on that last trade. You know, I hope everything's okay with my system. You lose on the next trade, and here's another thought energy that comes through that says, hey, this says, boy, I better be really careful now. I really don't want to have another losing that I had one yesterday. And all these doubtful energies are coming through. If you have like input to your brain, if you continue to tell yourself and think these things, especially in a meditative state, or you know, right before you go to sleep when you're relaxed, saying these kinds of things, you will build what is called a neural net. If you have enough neural pathways with the same message, you'll build a neural net. This becomes part of your subconscious mind that is true for you. Your subconscious mind just says yes to everything you say. Hey, I need to be more careful. Hey, I hope this is going to work out. I don't want to blow out my account like last time. Okay, we'll help you do that. So it'll make a neural net that will now be responsible for your actions, so that when you get the stimulus to take a trade and you don't take the trade, you know, I know, the world knows that you're operating based on a neural net that is not working for you as a trader. And in order to offset that, you need to train your mind to take trades instead of hesitating to take the trade because of this neural net. You now need to drop into a simple alpha brainwave state, a few deep breaths on your desk before you start trading, listening to a 7 or 8 minute meditation, and listen to something like, I understand that taking the trade is an important part of executing my trading plan. I don't hesitate. I take the trade as soon as it's given to me. I understand, because I'm a wise and disciplined trader, I do the things that a wise and disciplined trader does. You start building neural pathways like this. With that kind of thought energy, you will build a neural net that will serve you as a trader. You'll take the trade without hesitation when your trading plan gives you the stimulus to do that. And this neural net that was controlling you will start to atrophy, and the other neural net will take over. It really is as simple as that. And I found this picture today that I want to show you. This was from 2014. It's from Cold Springs Harbor. A scientist at the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory in New York announced today that they discovered a new neural circuit linking deep fear with the area of the brain stem that controls behavior. This is a similar picture that I just showed you, only this one is a part of the root part of your brain where you know, the fight and flee. We all hear a fight and flight, fight and fight, or whatever, fight and flight. This is the fear neural net right here. This is an actual picture. I thought it was pretty representative because it's fear. It's black and white. I thought it was pretty cool. But I want you to know that this is science. I'm not just making it up. I'm not. I was the last one. You know, my wife begged me for a year to start meditating. Now I don't need the meditate. No. You know, I don't know what I thought. Maybe I thought it wasn't manly enough, or maybe I thought it was just too soft. I don't know where my ego was at the time. But once I started meditating and once I started making money, everything changed. I didn't change my trading plan. I had a great trading plan. And I learned to make other great trading plans. But it was never the trading plan. It was always me. And I got a feeling that it's not your trading plan, and that it's you if you're still struggling as a trader. But I wanted to show you this picture. All right, let's take a look at what I'm talking about as far as peak performance. I want to offer you this, and I want to give you the solution for yourself. It's a do-it-yourself kind of thing, okay? But you know, if you're gonna take my offer here, and you're not going to do anything about it, don't take the offer. If you're not willing to sit down for 7 minutes a day and listen to a short meditation on a specific topic, don't take this offer. But if you are, try it, because the money won't get in your way. The pricing is very favorable. I'll show you that in a second. But the Disciplined Trader Mastery Program, this is what we built our company on, and it's still the linchpin of what we do. Everything is kind of spins off this, okay? we've identified 6 core subconscious trainings, okay? 6 core subconscious trainings that that we believe that are general, and we're not, the mastery program is not limited to these 6, but it's the 6 that we bring up front that we ask you to focus on in the beginning, because 99% of traders, 95% of traders, one of these issues or a few of these issues are the issue that they need to clear and turn from a negative neural net to a positive one, okay? The first one we've discussed a lot of, hesitation to pull the trigger. You can turn that into confidence to pull the trigger, okay? Overcoming thoughts of fear and greed. You saw what the picture looks like with fear. And greed is probably even darker, believe it or not. Greed will blow out your account almost faster than fear. Fear will have you do nothing but get frustrated a lot of the time, or maybe have your revenge trade, but greed will kill you quickly. Overcoming thoughts of fear and greed. This can creep in on certain situations. I won't go through it now. I can do a whole session on it, but to sit there for 7 or 8 minutes, I think that session is 9 minutes long, and giving yourself suggestions about understanding the truth of the fact that you've done your work and that you're ready to win, and that fear has no place, and that confidence is what you're about. Those kinds of things really help you. Trade to make money mindset is another. I call it the trade to make money mindset. I used to call it running your trading as a business, but I'm not talking about, you know, getting an accountant and having a corporation or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about framing things, framing the way you think about trading as a business. When you lose, when I lose a trade, this is the way I've learned, and this is the way I'd like you to learn. When I lose it, to me, it's like I put an ad in a magazine or online, and nobody answered the ad. I spent all that money and nothing happened. I need to do that because I need to put myself out there as a business, but it doesn't mean that I've done a bad thing. Losing is part of winning when you're looking for the right kind of advertising, say, in a business. In trading, losing is part of the overall winning. You can't take it away. Once you take away the losing, if you have too much fear of losing, you won't have any winning. Okay, so you have to think of your trading in the same way you think as a business. And I show you some of those mental constructs. One of them I just mentioned to you. I go into a little bit more about that. But the mental construct of seeing your trading as a business, that you are the CEO of your trading account, okay? Strength to take your losses. If you can't take your losses, you're not going to be in this for very long. If you start lifting stops and you start moving them around because somehow you feel the market's going to take you out, like I did the last time, like there's somebody waiting for and then laughing when they take your trade. You gotta take your prescribed losses. Okay, I do. You know, I think managing your risk is a major part of building a trading plan, and as I mentioned, I used to do that exclusively. So you need strength. So if you're not taking your losses, if you find yourself, you know, I always say, hit me already. Come on, hit me so I can get on to the next trade. You know, so because time is what you want to get hit so that you can get on to the next trade. Okay, that's the way you think about it. Hit me so I can get on to the next trade. I you know, I'm only so much time in a day or in my trading hour or whatever I trade. Okay, you got to take your losses. So we have a specific session on strength to take your losses. Exercising patience. You know, if you're part of your trigger is waiting for two moving averages to cross, and they're about to cross. Why not take it now? I mean, they're obviously going to cross. This way I can have actually a lesser risk and more profit potential if I take it a little before I would normally take it with it. No, you can't do that. You have to have patience to run your trading plan the way it was written, the way it was tested, the way it's going to work. This particular session is, we probably have more, we have over 1,000 testimonials, and the exercising patience, okay, is probably represents more than any single mention in all of what we do. When you're a patient trader, because patience has kind of an element of zone in it, has a lot of calm in it, staying in the zone, okay? And the last session that in the core subconscious trainings is sustaining discipline. Sustaining discipline is really a combination of all these. We always tell our traders to kind of take it last after you've turned around these neural pathways, neural nets. Then sustaining discipline keeps the positive reinforcement, the positive neural pathways being built in all of these neural nets that you built to keep them strong. Because listen, when you stop meditating and turn on CNBC, you're going to start taking input that's going to hurt you, not help you. So you need to sustain the discipline that you've developed, okay? And it's very easy to do. I'm talking 7 minutes a day. The two things I want to mention about it is that the brain it's like peeling an onion. Many times when you identify your main issue, let's say patience is your main issue. You jump into trades, you're not waiting for. Once you solve this, sometimes it'll solve all the other minor issues. It'll be like dominoes falling. It's amazing, and that's why sometimes we'll hear people who have been working with the meditations for 2-3 weeks. All of a sudden, they're winning. All of a sudden, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough for me to mention it. That you may be one of those people that all you got to do is take away the main issue, the main neural net that is controlling you in the wrong way. Replace that with a neural net that's controlling you in the right way. It's making you have the right decisions. Okay, and then all of the other minor things like, well, you may have said to yourself, well, I was chasing trades, or FOMO, or whatever it is. All of a sudden, they're not an issue anymore. Okay, sometimes it's the other way. Sometimes it's you believe that exercising patience is your only issue. Patience is your only issue. All of a sudden, you get rid of that issue, and all of a sudden, somehow you've developed a little fears because that was some of the underlying thing that caused you to want to jump on trades and be patient. It exposes some of the other issues that were running you that you didn't even realize were doing that. So the onion works both ways. Sometimes you can get quick results. Sometimes it'll take you a month to work through very simply every day, and it just gets better and better and better every day as you build a neural net that will replace the neural net that's not working for you. I just wanted to give you, this domino thing. We had one somebody last week that this week has reported this same thing. I can't believe how clearly I'm thinking, and I can't believe how relaxed I am. Relaxed is a big thing that we hear. I also want to give you the Disciplined Trader Master Program has all of my 208 4-minute drill for traders. Jeff mentioned it at the top of the show. I've mentioned it a couple of times that I did 208 of them, and it's really between the eyes. Listen, you need somebody to tell you the truth about trading. I've been doing it over 40 years. I've written, like I said, books and running large corporations, just rubbing shoulders with guys like Jeffrey and people Ken, who's going to follow me. Ken, another good friend. We all grew up together, and we all understand certain things about the market when we remember what took us from not being successful to successful. And I give it to you right between the eyes, whether it's the correct kind of money management. I just clipped something out here for you. This is, again, there's 200 of them, but you can just, a lot of traders just kind of look at this and they'll just spin through it and point at it and say, I'm going to take this one. They'll just take whatever comes to them. Or you can, if losing money is a problem, maybe you want to understand what the psychological impact is. I give you 4 minutes right between the eyes on that one. And here's the characteristics of a successful trader. If you forgot what a successful trader is just for the moment, hey, let me refresh you in 4 minutes and show you exactly, line it up for you so that you enter the trade even on a conscious level with some power. I want to give you all of my you can find these on the web. If you search for 4-minute drill for traders, a lot of my partners have posted some of them. You can find them on YouTube, but they're all here for you in one place. I wanted you to have them without searching around. There's a basic series. If you're just starting, and I'm only going to spend 30 seconds on this, if you're just starting to trade, you need to know the basics. And so because I've written so many books on it, I just wanted to give you the high points of building and running a trading plan, employing risk and money management, how to journal. If you're not journaling, you really want to think about that. It's another talk we should have. And again, more of that trading as a business mindset. But I just want you to have that. If you've been trading for a while, probably don't need any of this, except for maybe refresh your memory a little bit. Or if you're building a new trading plan, maybe you want to review some of the things that you want to make sure you include. But this is really for beginners, okay? I also want to give you what we call the Disciplined Trader lifestyle. Just want to take you back just for about 30 seconds here. When we started our company in 2000, for the first year, we came up with 9 different softwares. software for traders, actually physical discs for golfers, for tennis players, for salespeople, for students. We came out with 9 different titles, and each one of these softwares had 10 of these meditations that I've been describing to you. Well, CDs are the thing of the past, and we've decided to concentrate not on golfers. Still use our software. Bernhard Langer, who I think just won a tournament, uses our Golf Mind software. We still have Sales Mind software out there. I get a check every month from somebody who distributes a Sales Mind software. See, I'm talking about that multiple stream of income again. But the Disciplined Trader Lifestyle, we took all of those 101 meditations from those 9 softwares, and I'm giving them all to you. See, what's going to happen is that when you change the way you act and respond in your trading, you're going to want to change other parts of your life, okay? And because that's exactly what happens. If you have anything for my golf game, if you have anything, because once you Google me a little bit, you'll find out some of my history and all the great things that we've been doing, helping traders and people of all walks of life. You get them all, okay? And please, I mean, you can start at Better Sex if you want, but I would I would start and we even have additional trader meditations besides the 6 that I told you about. Coping with losses, which is different from taking a loss. After the game, after you trade, you got to cope with a losing day. We show you how you do that in a meditative state, the way you think about losing days, okay, as part of winning days. Letting go of negative thoughts. But again, you have all this. If you're a golfer or a tennis player or you're a salesperson, what I'm going to offer you should buy, even if you quit trading, you should buy it for these meditations because we made the company really got a kickoff in a positive direction from all that we did. But we just decided almost 20 years ago now to concentrate on just trading. But I wanted you to have the lifestyle stuff. Okay, Craig McDermott, who's a real estate agent in Lincoln, Nebraska, said the information in your program is unbelievably valuable. Keep up the great work. You're helping many fledgling traders like myself to improve and be consistently successful. I want you to notice the word consistently. And what does consistently successful mean? Profitable. You know, you'll see a lot of testimonials where, well, I just started the course and it's really good. I really love it. Well, that's not telling me much. This tells me a lot. And Craig has, allows me to share this with you. This is from Tybor, who just last week sent me an email that said, thanks, as a subscriber of your program, it helped me. A lot of things have been coming together for me. Plan, psych, risk management. I didn't edit these. This is exactly the way it was written. I have been becoming more consistently profitable. Again, consistently and profitable. It's you. It's you. Shake yourself, because and you have the capability, but you haven't really understood that or known that. You have the capability to be a wise and disciplined trader and to be trading in the zone. I just kind of clipped out some of these. I could show you more of these, but listen, look me up, Google me. Before I do business with somebody, I always Google them and with the name scam after it and see all the things that come up. And it saved me from a lot of stuff. I think you'll see only good stuff and pleasant stuff about what we do at the Disciplined Trader. So it's a great way to get back on track. Absolutely fantastic. You're making me a much better trader. So, this is from our site. I just kind of showed to you that there are a lot of them out there. Okay. Here's our 30-day no risk to you guarantee. Okay. If you are not experiencing a shift into the zone when you're trading, a relaxed, confident focus, I'll refund your investment. No questions asked. If you're not doing that within that, if you can't see the change happening, you're doing the 7-minute, 10-minute meditations. If you don't already see after a week or two, it starts right away. Okay, you start building that new neural net right away, and by the end of a couple of weeks, a few weeks, you're going to say, "Wow, why haven't I been living in the zone?" It's much easier to win when you're in the zone. Okay, so that's my guarantee to you. I want to give you a fast action bonus because fast action bonuses make you move. Until 5 o'clock today, it doesn't give you much time, just a couple of hours. I want you to, you're going to be listening to Ken afterwards. He's very valuable. He's got some very valuable information for you, so you really do want to stick around. But I want you to make sure I want to make sure that you're inspired to do what I'm asking you to do. I told you that I wrote a lot of trading plans, and I told you how important a simple trading plan is. One of the things that we were offering to our coaching clients, if they had a too complicated a plan, I would give them these trading plans. These are 3 trading plans. They all fit on one sheet of paper. It's our original 3 simple trading plans. And just to give you an example of how easy and how simple an effective trading plan can be. Trading plan number 1 is called the Big Move Potential. Big Move Potential. It tries to catch markets at the bottom and the top. It's not my favorite thing to do, but if you're going to do it, this is an interesting way to do it, and I think you're going to like what a Big Move Potential shows you how to do it. It has if you look here, you'll see on one side is the entry signals, one side is the exit signals. Same thing on all the plans. Simple trading plan 2 is called the continuation plan. When a market has a movement higher and has developed a definite trend and then corrects, how do you know whether it's just now going to be a downward trend and not an upward trend, or it's just a correction and it's about to resume the trend that has already been established? The continuation plan uses Fibonacci to show you how to do that. Very simple, very effective. The third trading plan, I probably get the most, I don't know why, but I probably get the most comments on this one. The Extremes plan works with Bollinger Bands. John has, Bollinger Bands is a great way to measure extremes. But I show you how to work with the Bollinger Band, and I'm not sure John would agree with this is the way I have found to work with Bollinger Band in a very simple way. When to end, what to look for, when to enter, how to get out, and so on. That's the Extremes plan. I want you to have this. So if anybody who signs up the Disciplined Trader Mastery Program before 5 p.m. Eastern time today, I'm going to include this, the 3 simple trading plans. So here's my offer to you. I'm going to give you the 6 subconscious training meditations that we consider the core ones, okay? And I've gone through those for you. Confidence to pull the trigger, overcoming thoughts of fear and greed, which works great with revenge trading and over trading. A lot of people overtrade. Trading to make money, strength to take your losses, exercising patience, and the old blood one, sustaining discipline. I also want you to have all of my 4-minute drills in one place. I've given these very conservative values. A basic series, again, if you're new, you're going to want to look at those. The Disciplined Trader Lifestyle Meditations, even if I told you each meditation was $10 a piece, it would be over $1,000. I want you to have those to change other parts of your life when you see how you change with your trading life. It's got a total value of $39.31 in a very conservative estimation. And I want to give this to you for an annual value. It's an annual charge of $397. It works out to $33 a month to start to build the neural pathways and to construct the neural nets that will have you operate in the right way. $397. It'll renew annually. If you forget that it renews and you really didn't want to call me, and I'll reverse it. I'm not looking to take anything that you don't want. We have people that have been on this for 10 years, okay? You're going to want to, at a much higher price. We originally sold the Disciplined Trader Mastery Program for $2,000, and it was in 12 disc form. We've put them all online for you. I want you to have it. And of course, the fast action bonus, okay? Anybody before 5 o'clock, I'm going to include the 3 simple trading plans. Here's the link to use, the disciplinedtrader.com/meta, okay? The Disciplined Trader, and if the green is tough to read, you should be able to click that and come right to the page. The disciplinedtrader.com/meta. That's going to bring you to this page where I've outlined everything for you again, just restated it for you. It's an annual, you'll get a full year of access to everything that I've described for $397. It'll renew every year if you don't stop it. Again, if you screw up and you didn't want to get charged the second year, I'll reverse. Again, you're going to want to stick with this. This is the heart and soul of what we've done for 20 years for traders, okay? Again, here is how you get the situation done for yourself. The disciplinedtrader.com/meta. And again, if you act before 5 o'clock, I am going to include the 3 fast action bonuses. Okay. So, and if you ever, once you're with us in our family, listen, there's other things that we do, a lot of larger accounts. If you're trading $100,000, $200,000, you're going to want to maybe consider our, not just the do-it-yourself like this, but our one-on-one coaching. That's a whole different thing. But I want you to have the basics right now. I want you. This is everything that you need. It's everything that you need. It's just I'm just relying. There's no accountability. I'm relying on you to do it. Okay. I mean, some people buy gym memberships and never go. You got to ask yourself. $397, $33 a month, and you can turn everything around. We have hundreds, like I said, we have thousands of testimonials, and I just want to, not thousands, just over 1,000. I just want to make sure that you have access to this at this special price because of what Meta's doing. Meta, a terrific platform. Again, I've known Jeff I think we first met 15 to 20 years ago. We shared the stage together many times, and I'm very honored to be part of this, Jeff. So thank you for allowing me. I don't know if we have any questions. Do you see any questions there, Jeff, at all?
Yeah. Okay. A really good one from Alabek. He's like, I get revengeful and stubborn when things don't go my way sometimes, especially during choppy whipsaw conditions. Then I get to freeze and sit in fear. Is there a quick tip to snap out of this kind of state of mind?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to put that in the back. You got to make that your past. And there's nothing better than because profits can come just as quickly as the losses came. I know that you may not believe that, but once you have it together, once you have a belief in your trading plan, belief in yourself, and your subconscious mind believes all of that is true for you, because now you have the right neural nets controlling you, good things start to happen. So whoever wrote that, give this a shot. 396. It's not going to take you long to feel the difference, okay, and actually experience the difference.
All right, and then we had a comment on YouTube. Let's see. It just basically said, Darren said, I've been looking for a program like this. So there you go.
Right. They say, seek and you shall find. Isn't that what they say?
There's a saying like that. I think I've heard that somewhere. All right, Norman, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate your speaking with us today. I put the links. We put the links both in the GoToWebinar, so you can just click on it, and in YouTube. And Norman, have a great weekend.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to hang out a little bit in secret in the background to see Ken's stuff. I haven't really seen Ken's stuff in several years, and he's got a lot of experience. So I'm excited to hear what he's got to say.
I will not object to you then, which is usually. but if you do end up leaving a little bit early, don't choose the option that closes the room for everybody, please.
Will do. Believe it or not, I'm very, very sensitive to that.
One quick question from TH. I've had some success in the past, but now I have doubt. Do you have any suggestions around that?
Yeah, doubt, again, it's that key. You have doubt because you're being controlled by a neural net that you've fed that belief to. It's all a matter of what you believe in yourself. This is why you don't have to be, you don't have to have a doctorate to be an effective and successful trader, because it really depends on how you perform, how you believe in yourself and believe in your plan. Believing in your plan is a mechanical thing. Believing in yourself takes a little more work from the standpoint that you gotta hit that 7-minute meditation every day to keep those to keep that neural pathway filling the neural net. I will say, I don't know if you remember, do you remember Jeffrey, the guy who used to be on, I don't know if you're old enough for the Gary Moore show or the one, you had a guy spinning plates on sticks, and he would spin one plate on a stick and then the second plate on a stick, and by the time he got to the 10th stick, he had to go back all to the first one because the plate was shivering, and he had to go back. And that's what you have to do with neural nets. You have to continue to feed, because you're getting negative input from CNBC all the time. So the answer is just train your mind. It's a very simple, simplistic answer, and it works.
Right. Thank you very much. It was good having you, Norman. I appreciate it.
Great seeing you again, Jeff.
All right, cool. Let's do this. And go my screen. Okay. Let's go ahead and go over here. Markets kind of up today. Let's see. CMT, want to say thank you to CMT for sponsoring today's events. We really, really appreciate it. They've been great sponsors of the event ever since last year. Actually, they've been doing it for about a year. If you're interested in accreditation, adding a CMT designation to the end of your name, go to cmtassociation.org and they can help you with that. Also want to remind you, we're MetaStock. We've been talking about how it can help you scan for trading ideas, test trading ideas, forecast and find probable price movements, get real-time alerts, commentary, signal. It's been rated #1 in its price category for 29 years, and that's in a row. So our current version 18 has beautiful charts. We just totally, actually look how pretty these things are. Oh, if I can get back to them, look how pretty those new charts are. Anyway, totally revamped our charting engine. We've been making a lot of changes. Such a great program. If you haven't upgraded to 18, you should. If you want to do an extended trial where you buy a month and we'll give you the second and third month for free, you can do that as well. Give us a call, 800-882-3040. Visit us online at metastock.com/salespchat or metastock.com/conf-promo. And you can sign up for all of the offers that we've talked about today through the sessions. So before we go to our last speaker of the day and of the conference, Kelly is going to help me give away a prize. Kelly, are you ready to help me give away a prize?
Yes, the unmute struggle is real, as we've
You're right, the microphone. Yeah, the microphone struggle is real. Yes. Okay. The last prize that the last prize we're going to give away is Melissa Armo's Market Review. It's a weekly newsletter reviewing a video market leak, and it comes out Monday. It includes economic reports for the week, so like the markets she likes and the stocks that she likes. It's a $50 value, and we're going to give away a winner right now. Kelly, are you feeling random?
Feeling random.
All right, let's do a number between 1 and 11,639.
I don't think I've done anything in the 5,000, so we're going to go 5,786.
Okay. And that would be Jerry H. in the U.S. with a Comcast address. See, like how good I haven't doxed anybody this week except for Trader.
It's been impressive.
All right, cool. Jerry, what's going to happen is within the next week or so, Melissa and her team will reach out to you and kind of help you get set up for that prize. But congratulations for winning. You're welcome, TH. All right. And then again, if you do want to get at that extended trial or any of the other stuff that we've talked about today or over the week, metastock.com/conf-promo, metastock.com/salespchat, or 800-882-3040. Our last presenter for the conference is Ken Calhoun. Ken has been a friend of mine for a number of years, and he does a really, really good job. He also likes to look at gap stocks and loves to just look at charts. And one of the things I like about him is he really likes to just look at charts and talk about charts. And I always pick up a few examples and a few charts for, I would remind you though, we're not recommending that you buy any of these charts. We can't do that, but like, you might want to look at them. So anyway, Ken, how are you doing today?
Hey, doing great, Jeff. How you doing, man?
Good. Let me go ahead and let's see. Make you the presenter. Here it comes.
And how do I choose the screen to show? Because I've got a 5-monitor setup and it's on the wrong screen now.
Oh, okay. Let's see. On the down arrow, there should be where it says show screen. There should be a down arrow, and you should be able to choose any of those 5 screens.
Okay. I don't know which. It doesn't say which one. I mean, I see the screens, but I don't know which one is which.
It should highlight it. Did you see the down arrow? It should highlight exactly what screen that you're looking at, or what screen you're going to share.
No,
if I remember right.
It has a long list of choices, but it says I'm on screen of main monitor 2. That's what's being checked, but I don't know how to choose.
On monitor 2, if you click on monitor 2, there should be a down arrow next to it.
No, it's not showing the numbers.
All right, do you see a button that says share my screen, yes or no?
Yeah, okay, wait, here we go. I think, let's see. Let's see. Can you see my screen now or not?
I'll let you know in a second. It usually takes a second to pop. Delayed. Yes. Okay. So the screen that I can see is your PowerPoint. There's this beautiful charts behind it. I see
Okay.
like 3 beautiful charts right behind it. But I think
So
you
I got the
shared
right
that
screen.
you want to. Yeah.
Epic. Okay, that's good. Now, can you guys see me at all or no?
No, but here, if you click yes on that dialog box that just popped up, it'll show your webcam and we'll be able to see you.
Okay. Let's see. No, it's the wrong webcam. Webcam settings. Let me try this. I've got 2 different webcams. It's not choosing the right one. Let's see. Almost there, folks. Hang on.
We're
We're almost there.
Yeah, you're fine. Let's see. Vincenzo says he can hear you really good on our YouTube stream.
Okay, and for some reason it's not initializing the webcam. Dang it! I got all dressed up and everything.
I even took a shower today.
No, well, it's kind of a yeah, it's not.
Is it just not coming through from the settings?
Well, I can see myself, but it's not choosing the right webcam, and it's not zoomed in. I'm a perfectionist. Hang on, folks. It's worth it. Just a second.
It's Norman. Do you want to use my picture, Ken?
I would. Hey, a great offer too, by the way, folks. I highly recommend Norm Hallet. That's a bargain at $397. That's like $1,000 program for a mere pittance. The cost of a stop loss or something. So, and Hallett's good. He's one of the good guys. So, I will personally vouch for him. Well, okay. Let me go ahead and do the. Yeah, dang it! I wish I could.
I'm grabbing the entertainment camera of some time, Ken.
Wait, I'm almost there. Wait,
Yeah,
how do I? I'm almost there. We're almost good. Okay, let's see if that's working now. Okay, now it looks like we got it. Sorry for the delay, folks. Can you guys see my face at all now or no?
No, not yet. But now if you
In
click
3,
on the
2,
webcam-
1. Okay,
Yeah.
can you guys see me now?
Yeah, you're coming through. We can see
Okay,
you.
thanks. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had to use my alternate webcam. It's complicated. I've got a Brio and an 8. Hello,
Yeah,
everybody. Welcome aboard. Can you guys, Jeff, can you guys see my main screen now, the PowerPoint and all that?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, cool. We're in good shape. Well, folks, I wanted to encourage you to ask questions throughout today's session. I'm Ken Calhoun from TradeMastery.com and formerly Day Trading University. As always, all information is for educational use only, blah, blah, blah. You may have seen me all over the place. One thing I thought, and this is the last PowerPoint, just that I think learning from people that are real traders is really important and valuable. So here's a screen cap of my Fidelity account of 2021 from last year. I did over $41 million worth of order flow last year. That is a lot of trades. I do as many as 112 day trades daily. I'm a very, very active trader. I spend a lot more time trading than I do running the business. So I keep very busy. So anyway, one thing that you might want to do is ask questions. I'm give you some good examples of the outstanding MetaStock charts and strategies for how to trade them. So that's like one of my credibility boosters is proof, tax return proofs that I really trade. Let me just ask a quick question. How many of you think it's useful that for people who are teaching the technical and the risk management and patterns and so forth, how to trade, that they are actually real traders? Because there's a lot of people that aren't real traders in the industry. And I personally think that tax return proves it shows that they actually are. You don't have to be an insane busy trader like me with $41.6 million worth of real money trades last year. It's proof. It was a lot. Okay, let's get on with the Calhoun MetaStock charts. Now, if you have any questions, do let me know. One thing I want to start off by doing is taking a look at some of the charts that have gone up lately, like SOXL. Beautiful MetaStock charts. It's so clear. And Jeff, I always ask you this. I apologize, but what's the control to zoom in again without clicking the plus button? It's the control scroll or something.
Scroll up, yeah.
Hey, I remembered. Okay, yay. Okay, now here is one that I was knocked out of the park this last couple of weeks. This is SOXL, and this is I'm a huge fan. I don't know how many of you trade leveraged and or inverse ETFs. That's mostly what I trade. I trade gap and breakout stocks, but I'm a big fan of ETFs. One of the big advantages for swing trading ETFs is that there's never any major gap against you. Don't underestimate that. That's a really significant advantage to trading ETFs for swing trades because they're a collection of stuff that, unlike a single stock that may gap significantly against you, there's much less risk of adverse overnight holds in swing trading ETFs, exchange traded funds. So you can see a beautiful MetaStock chart here. And one of the things that I want to zoom in on is a pattern that I like. This is a classic candlestick pattern. Who can tell me this candlestick pattern where you got a large whole body wrapped around the previous smaller candle? For the fellow candlestick traders, that is a bullish engulfing, right? So, and you can see it's crystal clear. It would tell you go long right above the high of that candle, and you can see how clear the MetaStock charts are. Now, one thing that I like to look for in addition is the slope of the line. So, I'm going to say the first significant buy signal for anything that you trade. Let me backpedal. The most important thing you need to learn to make profitable trades is range delta or variance. How to say? Increasing ranges is the most important thing you need to learn to make successful trades. So to visually see that on your MetaStock charts, you're looking at, you can use something like an ATR indicator if you really need it, but MetaStock charts are so clear, all you need is your eyes and a brain and know what to look for. Large green candles, okay? Look for large green candles. That's the single most important signal you will find out there is a large green candle, whether it's part of a bullish engulfing or a continuation breakout pattern. So that put it on the radar for me. And then I started fishing around for longs on the way up. Okay, now one thing that you want to look at too is the slope of the line. Notice please the slope of this line is around a 25-degree delta. The best slope of the line is 45-degree angles. And I was trading this thing all day today. The SOXL did a really big run both yesterday and today, especially yesterday. Yesterday I had a monster rally day. Pull up, if you want to look at an intraday chart, look at the SOXL chart or the Qs or whatnot. Anyway, the range of the candle is the single most important determinant for trading successfully. And the pattern that I look at is simply a 2-day high, something that's broken with a green candle above the previous day's high. So if you have a 2-day high breakout, you take it, and it continues up, you take it continues up, and you take it from there. So that's one thing to look at, okay? The other thing to look for is, see, large red candles spell disaster, and you sell it if you have a large red candle. One thing I want to tell you to do, I'm very complicated. I'm a former corporate statistician for the Ford Motor Company. I'm a UCLA graduate. I've been published around the world, blah, 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 blah. But I like to keep things simple. And I did over $41 million worth of real money trades last year. And I'm very thrilled with how it turned out. One of the biggest changes that I found in my own trading in the last 22 years is I like to really simplify and keep focused and make sure that you're looking for chart patterns that tell a story. It's like in audio engineering. You have the difference between signal and noise, right? You have signal and noise. What you want is signal and avoid choppy charts. Now, every Saturday, I do a free webinar. I've been doing it for over a decade. I got over like, what was it? So like 2,600 people have registered. And I always ask people, give me your best ticker. Pull up, have a ticker you want me to pull up. And invariably, over 80% of the, and this is true, it's God's honest truth, over 80% of the charts that people ask me to look at are total junk, and they're going to lose their money trading them. So it tells me there's a lot of, I'm going to say, lack of understanding. The best chart patterns are continuous, narrow focus, like a straight line going up charts, right? That's, unfortunately, those are hard to find, but those are the best kind of charts. You may want to look at, it's either TBT or TLT was a good example, one that did that, or Occidental Petroleum earlier, OXY. You want charts that are clean, wide range, so the risk reward is there, and have patterns that are worth taking a look at. So let me know if you guys have any questions to look at. Let's take a look at some other charts. One of the things we want to look at too as a foundation is sequences. Another quick pattern here before we move on. One thing that I always look for is 3 green candles, either intraday 1-minute candles or 3 daily candlestick charts. We have 3 green candles stair-stepping or in an uptrend, right? 3 greens in a row. Write this, it's mentally remember this. 3 green candles in a row in a sequence up is really good kind of crescendo or a signal that one's likely to continue to move. On the flip side, if you see, so how to say, patterns to remember: 3 green candles and a stair-step sequence up for longs. To get out of a long position, often I get out with 2 red candles. So if I'm in a long position and I see just 2 red candles, let's say I start building the position here, see 2 red, maybe I get out. See 3 green, I get in. It goes up, 2 red, I'm out. So one that's, I'm saying it's be 1, 2, 3 decent wins and one that's maybe a scratch trade. Okay, and I know to avoid when red paints the screen, but when green starts to come back in again, as you can see here, that tells us to get in long. Okay, so those are the kind of patterns I like to look for. Let's take a look at some other extreme charts out there. There's so many of them. Lots of good chart patterns to work with. One thing I like about the meta charts is they're really clean and they tell a story, right? Every chart tells you a story of supply and demand. And like every story, as an active trader, you're looking for a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? And we're looking for charts that have good delta or good velocity, good range. Okay, let's take a look at, what's a good one? I'm gonna pull up the TQs here in just a sec. Now here's another good example of a chart that had really good volatility lately. And one thing that you'll find when you look at the difference between charts that work and ones that don't is you have a consistent trend for things that are going to work and inconsistent chop for ones that aren't. So let's go back here just a bit and give you a quick heads up here. One of the core success strategies I found is the difference in entries and exits. Now, good trades, smart trades that usually work out are slow to enter. Norm had mentioned the importance of patience. That's exactly correct. Norm's a good guy. He's one of the good guys out there. Anyway, patience before you pull the trigger is important. Now, I had it exactly backwards. Back in the late 90s when I started day trading, I was quick to enter and slow to exit. That'll kill your account. Remember this point. This is a ride or downer. This is a good point. Get my word on this. It took me years to learn this the hard way. How many of you are like me? You learn everything the hard way with lots and lots of stop losses. It gets frustrating, and then it gets old, and then you get upset at yourself, and then you get tired of having to explain away your trading losses to your family. Or some of us have in the past, how to say, how many of you have ever concealed or not told your wife or your husband or whoever, your pet dog, your pet chihuahua, about your trading losses? If you conceal your trading losses, you might have a problem, okay? So you want to turn things around, and you want to learn from experts like the folks that Jeff and team at MetaStock have had here, and use the tools that can make the job that much easier, like the MetaStock software. It's so easy to use. I mean, it's so crystal clear. You see exactly how to trade, but you have to have the knowledge of the patterns and the strategies behind them. Anyway, meta strategy for MetaStock: slow to enter, fast to exit at the first sign of trouble. I used to have it the other way around. I used to get in at the first sign of a breakout. And how many of you have been through this problem? You get in because it breaks resistance. Okay, it's long. I'll go ahead and buy. And then false breakout, you get stopped out. And then it runs to the moon without you. If you've done that a few thousand times like I have, it gets really frustrating. And so what I learned was be a little more careful. Don't enter. Never, ever, ever enter right above obvious resistance. That's kind of like a guaranteed fake out. Like right here. False breakout. Had a nice big green day. It started to move up, and anyone who bought right above the high got stopped out because it crashed and burned, right? That's a false breakout 101 strategy. So for example, specific is, I specialize in instruments between $15 and $40 a share. That's what I spend my life trading, millions and millions of dollars worth, often 115 trades, round trips daily. Between 15 and 40, that's kind of my bailiwick. I don't like the cheap pop and drop $3 stocks, because they often pop and drop, and they're very inconsistent. And I don't like the expensive stocks because the leverage isn't good. You have to trade fewer shares, and it doesn't go that far even if it works out. So I like stocks like DraftKings today was a good one, DKNG, right? Or Plug, what's a good one I followed today too. I was trading DraftKings on the breakout. Anyway, stocks that are down in the $10, $15, $20, $30 share range, and ETFs that are similarly priced in an affordable $20 to $40 range. So those are the kind of charts that I like to focus on. Anyway, so be slow and careful to enter, and fast exit. Okay. It took me a lot of time to learn the difference. Let me see, do we have any questions so far? Just a quick heads up to Jeff. Any questions out there from our studio audience? And if not, let's get them in because I only have like half an hour left. So any questions? Hello?
I was not
Okay.
muted. If the mute struggle is real. Albuquerque says, I'm like that. I'm very stubborn. And then he gave a few symbols that maybe you could look at later. Shop, Voodoo, and Saba. But we don't have a lot of...
Well, let's see. What was the first one?
Shop? It's like Shopify?
Oh, Shopify. Okay.
Futu and Sava are the symbols that he gave.
Okay, let me trying to find the shop.o. Let's see, where are we there? What's the ticker for that?
I think it's shop.o.
Normally it is, but there's no shop.o.
Shop.k. There's not .o, it's usually .k. It's shop.k.
Okay, thanks.
You bet. Hey, we're here to help.
We're here to help. And see, waiting for data, and it only took like 2 seconds to populate. Okay, which is great. Okay, let's see. We take a look at Shopify. It's one of those beaten down ones, right, that came from on high. So it used to be 180 share a while ago, and now it's back down all the way down to 30 a share. Now, what's the story of this one? Okay, let's zoom in on our handy dandy MetaStock charts. What's the dominant color of that screen? Is there more green or red? If there's more red, you don't want to buy it. Kind of a simple approach, but we do have a bullish engulfing down there, so it is starting to bounce. A break of the downtrend would be at exactly 32. Again, you may have seen my popular articles, #1 rated in Stocks and Commodities magazine for trading on momentum. Be sure to be sure to register for, subscribe to Stocks and Commodities magazine. Anyway, I was rated #1 last year. Anyway, the point is, the answer is I would not go long until it breaks resistance, which is right here. And so this is a downtrending chart. So those are usually evil, right? You don't want to buy stuff that's in a downtrend unless it breaks the trend to the upside. So risk management, I'd buy the 32. I'd put a hard stop at no further down than say the 28 right here. I never use more than $2 or most $3 for trailing stops for swings. So it may be flashing a buy signal here, but it may just be a continuous downtrend as well. So it's still downtrending. I would do a small share trade over, say, not a trade recommendation, but I would use 32.50 as a trigger, and I'd use, my specifics would be 32.50 long and 30 as a protective stop. Exit target would be up in the high 30s near 38. Brings up a couple of other tips. One thing you want to do is never buy anything with a 9 in it. So you would not buy, say, 29. This would be a really horrible place to buy, in other words, because often things stall under the decade value. So you don't buy a 29, you don't buy a 39, you never buy a 49. You buy once it gets over the 30, okay, or once it gets over the 40. Similarly, you may have seen my articles in Stocks and Commodities. I use a 10-point delta or 10-point range for swings. So if I were to initiate as a Shopify long over, say, 30, say 31, 32 or whatnot, my exit target would be right under the 40 at the, say, 39, 38 and a half range. So that would be the round trip on that. So yeah, good question. Overall, I would not trade large size because this thing is still shown more distribution than accumulation, so it's in a downtrend. But hey, worth a shot. Risk reward is okay over the 30 with no more than a $2 trail stop. Okay, any other question? Hit me with your best shot. Give me some questions, guys. I trade millions a year. I know how to trade. Let me know what you got.
You trade the futures.
No, I don't trade futures or options, though I admire people who do so, especially options traders. I'm a huge fan of Tom Sosnoff, who correctly says trade small, trade often, and that's exactly the right way to trade. But no, I don't trade options or futures. I trade stocks and ETFs. I'm a stock trader, and mostly an ETF trader. I'm like 70% ETF trader, 30% stock trader. Yeah.
Sean would like to know if you're looking at chart patterns or kind of like how you come up with decisions for trading. Thanks for the question, Sean.
yeah, it's all based on real money trades. So let's see, trying to get rid of this.
Jamie wants to know if you have any thoughts on energy ETFs.
Let's see, how do I get rid of this? I'm sorry. XLE's been strong lately.
If you just want to close the chart, click that little X button underneath the big X button.
Right there, right?
Yeah. That'll just close the chart for you.
Okay.
And then I'd say close this chart and remove it from the layout because I'm not sure what kind of a layout you've got open. But let's just go. Okay.
Okay, let's get that. Well, okay. Anyway, here we are with another chart. Let's take a look. Any other tickers to look at? Let me know. This might be a good opportunity to ask about. Hey, what was one of the other ones? The guy had said shop, and what was another one?
Let's see. Let me go back and find that comment real quick.
Or if any of you have charts you'd like me to pull up, that actually might be more instructive than me to look at the standard Apple, Microsoft, Amazon charts and whatnot.
Let's see. So he wanted to look at Shopify. Oh my, there's so many questions in here. I haven't.
Well, okay. Well, let's get to questions. Let's do some questions. And by the way, this is our TQs, right? I believe. Anyway, it's no, this is our XOXL. Anyway, yeah, questions. Give me your best questions, folks. There's a lot of lessons learned. Another quick one. Here's a writer downer, and the way that I come up with this stuff is millions of dollars worth of real trades, and I showed tax return proof. I did 41 million. I honestly did through my Fidelity account. Thank goodness there's no commissions. Otherwise, that would have put me in the red. Frankly, the commission load at $5 a side would have put me in the red. So commission free, which is great. But the point is, I'm constantly testing on behalf of myself and several thousand members I've got at my trademastery.com site. I'm constantly testing. So I'm the crucible. I test things and figure out what works versus what doesn't based on real money trades. And then what works is what I teach. So that's just based on real experience. And that's one thing that sets me apart from some of the folks out there. Not that people are bad if they don't trade, but I think it's better if they do trade. And if they trade a lot, that means they get a chance to do that more tests and find out what works. So that's what I do.
David wants to know, wants you to explain the lack of downside gaps in leveraged ETFs again.
Let's see. Well, if we look at some of these, yeah, coin was up today. Anyone trading Coinbase? The cryptocurrency did a massive drop, but coin was up lately, so that's good. Well, it all just depends on the instrument, the underlying instrument. The main benefit to trading the leveraged and inverse leveraged ETFs is that they do not gap significantly up or down. So there's never going to be an earnings miss that causes, the spiders to make a big gap down or something. But yeah, another question.
Steve wants to know what time frame you typically look at.
Well, it all depends. Let's see. For swing trades, normally it's usually a 90-day. So I'll look at 3 months worth of price action. We take a look here at the plug chart. And all I want to do is just to zoom. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. Dun, 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 dun. 3 months is usually 90 days is a good time frame for your swing trading charts. Now this one I like much better for a pivot pattern. Now it's dominant red, but it's green here. This illustrates another concept that's really valuable, and that is range, okay? If you're looking for bounces, and I know probably most of you do, I like breakouts. I do gap continuations. Oh, by the way, another writer downer, gaps of, if something gaps more than 10% or so, then be cautious and it may fade back down. So I prefer small gaps. So like a $20 stock that gaps 50 cents or $1, that is fine. $20 stock that gaps up to $2. Let's say it closed at 20 and it gapped up to 21. We're good to go on a breakout. Up to 22, that's okay. But 25, 28, that's too rich and it may fade. So they're doing mean reversion pivot. So gappers, I like small gaps like 50 to 80 cents above the previous day's high in a chart that had closed like a 40 the best chart pattern in the world for swing and day trading is a 45-degree angle previous day's chart that closed near its high. It then gapped up like 50 or 80 cents or $1. That's doing a pre-market 45-degree angle breakout in the current day. That's the single best chart pattern you'll find in the world. Get my word on it. My life depended on it. That's what I would bet. That's the right way to trade. The other important tip is range. So if you're bottom fishing, it's not worthwhile, say, for example, to look on a 90-day chart where something had been $30 a share and now it's $25 a share and trying to bounce. No, that's horrible. Something like this, it was $32 a share. It's $14 a share. You're good to go. The tip is on a 90-day chart, you want it to have been cut in half or more. Okay, at least a 50% haircut. I cut my own hair nowadays. Does anyone else do that? I got a wall clipper. It's anyway. That's why I probably have jacked up hair, but I clip my own hair anyway.
I only cut my own hair when my wife's around to fix my problem.
Oh, okay.
Sean,
especially the back. But okay. Anyway, any other questions? Hit me with your questions. But yeah, so 50% drop on a 90-day. That's the thing to look for. Like this. This is a good one. This is plug above 18. So questions? Yeah.
Sean was wondering if you could look at Oracle, ORCL.
No, that's a horrible chart to trade. I hate Oracle.
Okay. All right.
Next. The range is crap. The range is horrible. The range is terrible on Oracle. Okay. I have to say, it's an example of a chart that people like to invest in or something, but it's not good for active traders. For traders versus investors, we want charts with range. You want directional vol. Talk to any floor trader. You want directional volatility. Like this guy. Do you see? It's extreme. You want extremes. Like Norm had something on extremes. That's right thinking. Something went from 32 down to 15, or 16 or less. Okay, I'm all in if it's going to bounce. At least a nice big fat green candle here. That has my attention. I may swing trade that long 18 next week because it dropped all the way from here. So a big drop is good. But if we look at the Oracle chart, I mean, okay, for kicks and giggles, let's put in Oracle and trying to find the ORCLO. Can you help me, Jeff? I don't see an ORCL.
It's ORCL.K. I was looking on the background over here. Okay, but while you're doing that, Brad wants to know if you have a couple of tickers you like to trade often. Thanks, Brad.
Let's look at the Oracle chart. I like that. Actually, I like the trend. I like the strength of the recovery. That's good. So maybe Oracle over 80. Yeah, the range on that's actually not terrible. That's actually tradable. So Oracle historically has been. So I spoke too soon. I have to look at the data before I make a pronouncement like that. But actually, that's not bad. We got a bullish cup. It's doing a pullback handle on the right side, and it's right under the 80. So actually, that one's a thumbs up. Over 80, not a trade recommendation, but I'd go long over 80.5 with a hard stop and say 77. That'd be the sensible place, and an exit target up near 89. Okay, but yeah, that's a good strong recovery here. It's been going up for a month. I'll pull back this last week or so, but the range is actually tradable on that. Just barely squeaks by, but 60 to $80 to $20 range is good enough to trade. So that one's good. Yeah. All right, next question.
Jamie wants to know if you look at Oxy, OXY.
Sure. Occidental Petroleum, a Warren Buffett favorite. And I'll look for either Oxy O or K. Let's see.
Neither one. But no extension required.
There's no O.
No dot, no O, nothing like that. Just OXY. We'll get it to you.
Okay. Cool. So range is really important. Now, Oxy just fell off a cliff, right? So the trend is officially broken. So this would be a short at 66, and not a trade recommendation. I would short that at 66, cover stop at 70, and I wouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole here. Trend got broken. We have a big red candle. That's a bad thing, okay? Big red candles are bad unless you're looking to short. So the play on Oxy would be a short at 66. Target would be right above support at, say, 58. So 66 short, cover at 58. That would be the target. Cover stop maximum would be right near 70, maybe 72 at the most. But I'd use 68. I'd short 66. I'd play it tight. I'd short 66, cover stop 68. But it's a broken uptrend. So it was a nice trend, but the fact that it's broken, and if I were long this here, I would sell it all. Sell it all, Mortimer. I'd sell it if it got down to 66 as a trailing stop. And now, to answer an earlier trader's question, two things I trade often. I trade UVXY daily. and I trade SOXL daily. I do what's called pair trading, and that's where I'm trading, or I trade the SQ. I don't trade the TQs daily, but I trade SOXL daily. So I trade both long and inverse ETFs against each other. So for example, when SOXL is going up, like look at yesterday, I was trading. I traded. I don't know how much I made exactly, but I traded 500 shares of. I bought 500 shares of SOXL right before the CPI print at 8:30. I put on the trade like 8:25, right, and it skyrocketed up a point, and I sold it right there, right. So SOXL, then it ran up all day, and I traded several times on the way up. I didn't catch the last end of it, but I traded several times on the way up, in addition to the pre-market trade I did. So I trade both the directional long, things that go up when the market goes up, like TQQs, but I prefer SOXL, and I trade things that go up when the market goes down, of which I like UVXY and SQs and SOXS. So when the market goes up, I trade what goes up. When the market starts to pull back, I flip over and trade the instrument that goes up when the market goes down. So I go back and forth. So,
all right.
Any other questions?
Jamie says, can you expand on gap zones? What are they? What are the strategies and what are the pitfalls?
Okay, well, a good example is here. I look for a gap of a small amount above a 2-day high. So if we're looking for, let's say, let me pull up another chart here for you. I've got a handful here. Again, the main thing for trading gaps is what I said. The main thing for trading gaps is exactly what I said. You want to trade small gaps that are no more than 50 cents or $1 above the previous day's high. So the number one pattern, I've traded tens of thousands of gaps, and I would consider myself fairly expert at it. One of the things that I do is previous day should close. This is the secret sauce, the recipe. You have previous day looks like this. It started low, ended high. Current day, pre-market, it's gapped up maybe 50 cents up to $1. No more than 10% of the price action. So a $10 stock that say closed, let's say yesterday went from 9 to 10. Today it opened up at 10.50. It's a buy up over that. That's fine. If it went from 9 to 10 yesterday and it opened up at say 12 or 13, that's too high of a gap, and that's likely to fill. So don't trade that. So I like to trade above the pre-market high for a stock that is closed at its near its previous day's high and is gapped up less than 10% in the current day. And that's it. That's very simple, and it's a good strategy. Test it out. Like always, test what I have to say, and I think you'll be impressed. The main thing is, though, avoid choppy charts, right? So many traders trade chop. That's where they get in trouble. Let's see. Yeah, there's that Soxel chart.
Yeah, tons. Flavio wants to say now, how important is total traded volume in a day?
Absolutely critical, and that's another smart question. You guys hit me with all your best shots. I'll answer quickly and briefly because I welcome questions. Never day trade anything that trades less than 15,000 shares a minute. 15000. 15000. 15,000 shares per minute or higher is an absolute must. Otherwise, you get these morons trading that front run their members trying to trade under $10 low float chat rooms that rip people off because they buy thousands of shares and then they say, oh, it's going to the moon. And then they get all their unsuspecting sheep to buy into a breakout of a thinly traded instrument. It's an old boiler room trick that should be illegal, and I hope the FTC will continue to look at that kind of thing. Avoid low volume, particularly for day trading. So the two critical volume numbers are, for day trading, it's got to trade at least 15,000 shares per minute. That minimizes or avoids that problem. The front running guys who say trade low float, thinly traded stuff, they do that on purpose to rip people off. So don't trade that kind of crap. And for the swing trading, at least 1 million shares daily volume. Okay, so swing trade stuff that has 1 million or more shares per day. Day trade things that have over 15,000 shares per minute. All right, next question.
TH wants you to look at NASDAQ, QQQ.O.
Okay, we can do that. I was going to look at Amazon. Amazing Amazon. Ba-da-da-da-da-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Q's.O, here we are. One thing that developed, like Norm or anybody who knows what they're talking about would tell you have to have a good trading plan. And one of the things, at least in my own trading plan, is looking for range. and volatility. Now, one thing that I noticed yesterday was that we did break resistance, but today kind of uncertain buying. So here's our cues. We had a bullish cup here. We had the rally, we had the pullback, we had the resumption. We had the 2,900 level. For this pattern, though, I personally am not, because we've been in a bear market, I still am, despite yesterday's massive run, today was not a huge run. At least last I checked, we had a week. I was expecting an inside day. Oh, by the way, that's another quick tip. Very, extremely important. Any floor trader will tell you this. Focus on out days, not in days, right? Inside days are usually terrible. They have low volatility. You want high beta days that are on outside range. So, and for proof, go back over your last, pick a number, 20 trades, 50 trades, and dollars will get you donuts. Most of your stop losses are from trades that you entered it when it was inside the previous day's range. Stop the madness. There's got to be a better way. Do not trade things that start inside the previous day's high-low range. That simple rule can save you a freaking fortune. You have my word on it. Test it. Don't trust me, test me. As any person who's honest will tell you, test what I have to tell you. Only trade things that are above the previous day's high for long when you're looking to get in it. That simple rule. Go back over your last, pick a number of trades, and you'll see things that you entered inside the range, vast majority are stop outs. And that's very frustrating. It's a simple, eraser. If you can erase that, like a game show. Johnny, tell them what they won. Don't trade inside the previous day's range. Trade outside the previous day's range, above the previous day's high. That's a number one most important entry point that I can make to active traders. Only buy stuff that's on an outside day, and preferably when the S&P is above its previous day's high. So that's the secret sauce is market should be above the previous day's high, and what you're trading should also be above the previous day's high. That simple filter will dramatically cut down on your stops, I would expect. So, or potentially. So that's an important point. We'll look at our cues. We have a bullish cup here. If we hold and stay over the 2,900, that's a start of a recovery. We really wanted to get north of the 300 here in the cues, or the north of 300 before we start to go in, and obvious resistance at 3,400. Personally, I'm a big skeptic of that whole closing range. I would not be going aggressively swing trading this market unless we get and hold over the 340 for at least 3 days in a row. So 340 in the cues for 3 days or longer in a row, that would be the earliest that I would start putting aggressive swing trades on. In the meantime, it's just a gamble. It's the bear market rallies that are likely to get pulled back down at the first sign of a bad news or headline. So good point. Any other questions?
Albert would like to know what your stop loss percent average is.
Well, let's see. What the strategy that I like to use is I use a 2-day high for breakouts, and I scale out at 2-day lows. So if, say, the range on a 2-day chart is, say, 18 to 20, I'll stop out if it ends the day down under 18, like 17.5, 1780. If it ends the day above the high, let's say at 20.4, 20.6, I'll scale in. So for swing trades, that's the simple, and test it out. You'll see how well it works. The 2-day rule, today and yesterday, not today and 2 previous days. I always get that question. By 2-day, I mean today and yesterday. If it ends above that aggregate 2-day high, that's a buy or scale in. Add to or layer into your position size, scale into your trade up there. And if it ends, and by the most important rule though, is if the stock closes at a 2-day low, so a low beneath the previous day's low, you've got to scale out. You don't have to stop out of the whole position, but do start taking risk off by scaling out of that trade at a 2-day low. So that's important. All right, next question.
Sean did some calculations, and he says 15,000 shares per minute is about 6 million shares a day. Is that correct? Is that what you're kind of looking for?
I don't know. I didn't do the math, but 15,000 shares on the 1 minute is what I looked for.
Okay, fair
next
enough.
Question.
We'll
yeah, sorry, I don't know how many minutes are in a trading day. If somebody knows how many minutes are in a trading day, all I look at is the 1 minute chart, and if it's got to have at least 15,000 shares or higher per minute before I even consider it. So that's the thing to look at visually, just the 15,000 per minute on the. So look down at the bottom of your 1 minute chart, and it has to have at least volume bars of at least 15K or higher. All right, so that's the right answer. Okay, next question.
TH wants to know, would you short the QQQ?
Short the QQQ. Well, on this, I would wait for it to, not a recommendation, but personally, I would not short it unless it gets under the 250, because I don't short into support, which is right near 255. So personally, I'd be looking for a swing short on the Qs, only if it gets under the 250. All right, next question.
Randall says there's 390 minutes in a trading day. So there you go.
Okay. So whatever 390 times 15,000 is, if somebody is a computer nerd wants to do the math, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The main thing is visually look for 15K or higher on the 1 minute. All right, next question.
Albert, let's see. Steve would like to look at NIO, N-I-O. I don't think there's an extension on that one either, but I can plug it in real quick.
Yeah, I like NIO. I trade that one off, and that NIO's a good chart.
Yeah. NIO, N-I-O, no extension.
NIO's a good high vol chart. It's been in a downtrend, right? Now, on this one, 25 to 9. So quick quizzes, given the parameters that I gave you earlier, I don't have the Jeopardy theme song, dun, 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 dun. Would this be tradable on a pivot? Is the range sufficient to justify a potential recovery on this thing, given what I gave you guys earlier? And the answer would be yes, it is, because on the 90-day, we zoom in here a little bit. That's 1, 2, close enough. That's about about 3.5 months. The delta is 22 down to 10. So it did get cut in half. So it meets that criteria. That's a really simple criteria. On a 90-day chart, you want it to have been cut in half or more before considering a bounce. Otherwise, you odds are getting a dead cat bounces or things that don't work out. Now, in terms of drops, that kind of chart's kind of terrible for a long, because it's a slow grind. The best charts for bounces are sharp angles, right? That drop down very sharply and then start to pivot. That's much better than a strong down, which is like a 45-degree angle down. So this would likely be a short at 750, would probably be the better play on this. Earliest long would be right over the 14. I'd wait for 14 on that chart. I'd be a skeptic. I'd want it to clear this previous high here. So for that reason, I'd want to go in at 14, and I'd use up near the 20 as an exit target. A 14 entry, I'd have to use no further down than 12 as a stop loss. So right over 14 is an entry, 12 would be a hard stop, and up at 19, 20 would be the exit target. So good question. Yeah, and I like NIO for day trading. It's usually got pretty good range for day trades. All right, other questions?
Randall pulled out his calculator and he did the math, and he says, yes, 5.8 million is how many volume it is, so close to 6 million.
Okay, so for day trading, we do want highly liquid instruments. So good. Thanks for doing the math. That makes sense. The problem with trading thinly traded things too is the spreads can be wide. So the more liquidity, the better you get to 1 penny, 1 or 2 cent spreads, versus thinly traded things you may have 3 to 5 cent spreads, and that adds up when you're doing thousands of shares. So highly liquid, highly volatile, that's the way to go. Volume and volatility, the 2 V's. All right, next.
SAVA, S-A-V-A. Let me see what the extension is on that. SAVA dot, Cassava Sciences is the name of that stock.
Interesting. Well, let's take a peek and see what the data says. Well, let's see. That looks absolutely terrible and horrible. I wouldn't trade that with a 10-foot pole. It's got, see, your MetaStock charts tell you what to look for. And if you see a lot of flat candles in a straight line, it's kind of like, an emergency room in a hospital, beep, flat line. That's not a tradable instrument because there's no imbalance of buying and selling. See, the trick in trading is we want to make money. We don't want to just throw money at stuff that goes sideways. So no. And thank you for playing. Just say no. Another ticker. Yeah, we only have time for maybe 1 or 2 tickers, but what else do we have?
We're running out anyway. FUTU. Let's see. FUTU.O. Futu Holdings.
Futu Holdings ADR. That's probably a low volume piece of junk, so I would not trade it. But I'll pull it up because I haven't heard of it. So if I haven't heard of it, it's probably.
Today we're at about 2.45 million.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the ball's good. No, it's in the middle. It's in the middle of a range. So again, you don't want to. Another quick tip: you don't want to buy things that are in the middle of trading ranges. Just like you don't want to trade stocks when the market opens up in the middle of the previous day's range, you don't want to trade charts that are indecisive in the middle of ranges. It's been going down, it's starting to come up, but it's too late for a bounce long, and now it may stall up at the 47.48. So it's indeterminate. It would be a noise chart. It's not, doesn't have enough signal, not enough juice. All right, any other questions? Other than tickers, do we have any other questions?
Yeah, Randall says, look for the 20 SMA slope, Jeff. Slope, slope, slope. We've been talking a lot about the 20 SMA slope today. So, yep, look for some slope, look for some trend. June wants to look at DIS. I think that might be a good way to close.
Okay, we can look at the Magic Kingdom and see.
I looked at Disney for a while.
I called it long at 102, but I said to sell under the 100, and it did drop there lately during the big sell-off. Let's see where it's at now.
TH wants you to talk a little bit about what you do over at Trade Mastery too.
Oh yeah, well I run a live room. I've been running Trading Open since the year 2000. So I've trained quite a few thousand people, maybe 6,400 members I want to say, over 20 years. So I trade daily and I teach daily. One thing that I wanted to encourage. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Brian wanted to know if you use any indicators on your charts.
Just volume.
Volume and price. The original indicator.
Yeah, price and volume. Yeah, I'm a price action trader. The main thing is, that's my website at Trade Master. I used to run Day Trading University, but I have so many swing traders. I also own Swing Trading University, but I said, simplify, make it Trade Mastery. So I run Trade Mastery and have done so for 20 years. I have a live trading room. One thing that I wanted to encourage you guys, let's see, two things. Let me give you a freebie and a premium offer that through MetaStock. You're welcome to join my live, I meet every Saturday. I do a little bit of jazz every Saturday between 11:30 and 12, and then I do my forecast for the week ahead for free, and I pull up charts of people's choice. So that's the freebie. You can go to trademastery.com and get to know me. Join me every single Saturday, and I will give you free ideas and tips and all that. No big sales pitch. And if you want to join my live room, I do that too. And I do play a little bit of jazz every Saturday morning on my classic Yamaha tenor sax. You know, a little. So anyway, I play a little bit of horn. Keeps me out of trouble. So I play a little tenor sax the best I can every Saturday morning with the backing tracks for popular songs. So a little live jazz, patterns and timing. Anyway, so I play jazz 11:30 to 12, and I do the trading week ahead. And it's free to attend. Thousands of people have registered, and I do that on Zoom every Saturday at 12. Also, a quick, I didn't have time to create a special page for the offer, but if you do want to join my live trading room, and you do so anytime between, say, now and the end of November, you can start off as a trial member. If you want to upgrade, you can contact me via support ticket, and you can get a full year of access to my live room for just $9.97. Normally it's $24.95. So you can get over half off the live room, but you have to use the coupon code META. So just contact me if you want to join my live room for a year for half off and $9.97. Just hit me with the support ticket. Again, try it out at the trial if you want first. So anytime by end of November, you're welcome to join my live trading room for a whole year. We meet every single day. I go through live trades that I'm doing and give alerts and specific entries and exits and stops and targets and all good stuff. Just $9.97. So it works out to under $100 a month. And just use the contact me and use the coupon, mention the coupon code META, META, and I'll give you live room access for half off. So that's a good deal. All right. Any other questions? We're about out of time here, Jeff. So any questions for me, or is that it?
2 comments. Nice stuff, Ken. And Bradley Griffiths, Bradley says, that sax is good. Exclamation point.
It's on the Yamaha YTS 62 purple logo tenor. It's a classic. It's fun to play. Keeps me off the street. So You guys have been great. And Jeff, one of the hardest working guys and the best people I know in the trading industry. So thanks so much, Jeff Gibby and the team at MetaStock for having me. I highly recommend their charts. They're brilliant. They're very clear. They're easy to follow. And they have more information than you could use in a lifetime. So if you want to go deep in your charts, Meta's the way to go too. So they got lots of, and you guys have that expert advisor, right? That one that really impressed me, Jeff?
Oh, the candlestick one. Yeah, I showed that. I'll show that as we kind of lock up today.
Yeah,
for sure. I think that you're talking about the one that displayed the candlestick patterns, right? I love that one.
No, it was a moving average crossover one that you illustrated Apple with, and you nailed it.
There's so many good ones. I like them all.
Yeah. Try MetaStock. They've got outstanding support. They're always good for support, and I've known Jeff for many years. So it's great working with you guys. Have a fantastic weekend and trade safe. Be safe out there, and best wishes for success. And thank you so much, Jeff Gibby and the team at MetaStock. It's been a pleasure as always. You guys are great to work with, and thank you for sticking around. It's been a long week. Jeff has worked really hard to bring it. So give Jeff Gibby a round of applause for all his hard work. He worked really hard. So I'm impressed. So thanks, Jeff, and thanks to the team and Kelly and the rest of the folks at MetaStock. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Really appreciate you coming in.
Hey, thanks. Take care. Bye-bye.
You bet. Bye. All right. I'm going to, as promised, I can show off a few things here. Okay, the one I thought he would have us talk about, and this is the new charting engine, and this will be really quick. You guys are ready to enjoy your weekend and all that kind of stuff. The expert advisor that he's talking about, I show this during my demo when we talk about MACD, but it's just the MACD by MetaStock. So let me go ahead and find it, and it basically identifies and helps you identify what's going on a chart. So let me go ahead and just attach it to a chart. There's tons of them out there, but this one just shows you where the crossovers are for MACD. ILM, there we go, MACD by MetaStock. I'll attach this to the chart. We'll go ahead and click on close. Shows you where the MACD sell signals and buy signals come in. It'll explain them to you with like its expert advisor. So if you come into the expert commentary, you can click on and it'll tell you if there's crossovers, what the divergences look like, what the overbought, oversold indicators are. The other one I really like, and I really like the educational nature of the expert advisor in the commentary, but the one I thought he was talking about, because I've shown him this one before, is the candlesticks one. So if I come back to C, candlesticks, this one's actually going to identify like all of the 30 different candlestick patterns. So I'll just zoom in a little bit here. Today we had a hammer. This is on the Dow. What does that mean? Well, okay, well, a hammer. Oh, the expert advisor didn't refresh it. So right now we've got a doji star. This is where a doji gaps above the previous candle. This often signals the, I actually don't think I'm on the final bar here. Go ahead and click it to the very end. Anyway, you'll see right here, it's actually defining what actual patterns are on there. It's going to identify all of the more common patterns. Like here we have the hammer, the rising window, the on like, here you had your engulfing bear, here you had an engulfing bull. Just helps you learn about what the patterns are and identify them. You can actually scan for these patterns too, if that is what you want to do. So in any case, those are a couple of the experts that you can look at. Let me kind of go ahead and switch back into the conference. I want to say thank you for all of the really great presenters that we've got over the course of the last 39 hours that we've been broadcasting. I think this is one of the best conferences and one of the best sessions that we've had. We've had really, really good presentations. I think everybody's delivered a top-notch job. Want to say thanks to Stocks and Commodities for sponsoring the event. They did awesome. CMT, great sponsor, been sponsoring us again for about a year. A great accreditation program. You can look at them at cmtassociation.org. Of course, us, you know, you can go and get that extended trial. You can take advantage of any of the specials that we have here today. Metastock.com/conf promo, metastock.com/sales chat, or 800-882-3040. If you have any questions, our sales team is great. They'll be happy to answer. So thank you, everybody. Let's see. Thank you, Jamie. Let's see. Thanks, Jeff and MetaStock. Thanks, MetaStock team. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody, for registering, coming to the event. If you're watching on YouTube, either now or sometime in the future, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We always do really, really good content. And most of all, thanks for coming. Thanks for being part of the event. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you learned something. Don't forget, if you want to take advantage of the MetaStock program, it's been rated #1 29 years in a row. Metastock.com/conf promo. I hope all of you have a great weekend. I hope to see you at a future event. And let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. Thanks for coming, every guys. Okay. I think I'm going to take a break. Stay healthy. Stay well. We'll see you at the next one.
Hi, Kelly Clement here from MetaStock. I hope you enjoyed today's video, and I hope you found it instructive and informative. If you did, what I'd like to invite you to do is go ahead and like and subscribe. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It helps us a great deal, and it helps us bring you more awesome content like today's video. So go ahead and like and subscribe, and keep on watching.